Whole Story Quest Audiobooks presents If Fear Wins by Tony J. Forder, narrated by Greg Wagland. Chapter 1. Once Bliss turned off the A1M just ahead of the A47 junction, it was actually a pleasant short drive. First across the stone bridge at Wansford, which had spanned the River Nene for more than 400 years, past the fine houses and working fields, and then along a narrow road with trees, undergrowth and wild hedgerow forming a natural rim on both sides. At times the oak, beech and horse-chestnut combined to create a tunnel effect as their branches intertwined high above. A watery sunlight flickering through the trees cut a dappled, constant movie across the Insignia's windscreen. All was still and peaceful for a few minutes, until the action became visible the moment they rounded a blind left-hand curve, causing Bliss to ease off the accelerator. To their left, the yawning entrance to a sizable industrial plant. To the right, a short driveway leading to a steel gate beyond which stood dense woodland. It was here that they spotted the white tent, with a blue trim, now covering the victim. The road had been blocked off, preventing vehicle access to the crime scene, so Bliss pulled up somewhere short and switched on the hazard lights. The fresh spring air still carried a chill with it, so Bliss pulled on his jacket. His partner did the same. "Shit," Chandler said as they left the car behind and approached the scene. "I can smell it in the air." "Crispy critter," Bliss remarked. Chandler blanched and nodded. "I'm just glad we didn't get around to eating first." Bliss nodded his agreement. Dead bodies came in all shapes and sizes, and in human forms at times. Bodies left in water were awful sights, bloated by gases and covered in waxy adipocyte. And there was never anything pretty about a human form torn apart by either blunt or sharp objects. A human body was supposed to remain intact, and anything other than that was a horrific sight. But burned bodies did it for Bliss, turning his stomach every time. You had to keep reminding yourself that you were looking at the remains of a real person, and not some Hollywood movie creation cast from latex. But when you did that, you ran the risk of reminding yourself of the pain and suffering endured by the victim. His choice of language was purely a defense mechanism. As an investigating detective, he could not allow himself to get too emotionally attached to any victim. At times it was difficult, on occasion impossible, but some detachment was essential, both in order to remain sane and removed enough to concentrate. Bliss operated on the notion that if you got too wrapped up in the individuals, you did more harm than good. It made him a better detective than it did a human being. At least that was what it felt like. There was no one posted at the tape sealing off the scene, so Bliss hoisted it for Chandler before ducking beneath it himself. A dozen paces shy of the canvas tent erected over the body, they both had to flash their credentials and sign a sheet to record their attendance. "Rough morning," Bliss said to the young female constable, tasked with recording the comings and goings. Her face was pale, and there was a downward turn to her lips. The uniform nodded. Her eyes were heavy-lidded, as if she wanted to close them, but feared what she might see inside her mind if she did so. "Do yourself a favour and ask around to see if anyone here has a flask of sweet tea," Bliss suggested. "Some old stagers bring one along just in case they need a boost, or in the event of shock. Get some inside you if so." "Thank you, sir, I may do." "Did you bring one with you, boss?" Chandler asked, taking her turn to sign in. "You were with me. Did you see me stop, grab a flask and fill it with tea?" "No, but since you mentioned old stagers—" The young constable forced a smile. Bliss winked at her. "You'll be fine. Get that drink inside you as soon as you can." A balding, squat man of average height had been watching their approach, and he stepped forward to greet them. The man had the most bulbous forehead Bliss had ever seen. He nodded, but did not offer his hand. Detective Inspector Ken Sullivan introduced himself warmly enough, but Bliss noted the wariness in his eyes. the careful scrutiny of a man who had not yet decided whether he wanted the case, but that if he did, was perfectly willing to fight tooth and nail for it, and wanted Bliss to realise that. Bliss understood, though his mind was still elsewhere. He had just got back to the Thorpewood station from court when his DCI had caught up with him and Chandler in the corridor and given them the word on this. "How did it go?" Edwards asked. "Pretty much as expected." His curt response was reflective of the anger he had felt earlier. A prisoner, already serving life for killing his pregnant wife with a spade, had bludgeoned his cellmate to death with a clock radio whilst out of his head on the volatile drug known as rice. His defence was that he only started on the drug when the new cellmate introduced it to him, knowing the kind of aggression and paranoia it could induce. The judge was known to be a hand-wringer, and to Bliss's disgust had suggested the sentence would reflect the defence claims. Detective Chief Inspector Edwards had nodded, her smile as false as the capped teeth it displayed. "Tough luck, Inspector. Can't win them all. Anyway, we have a body for you out near Kingscliff." "That's Northants area, not Cambridgeshire." Bliss barely paused, crabbing sideways now in an effort to both meet Edwards' gaze and keep on the move towards his office. Edwards tilted her head and scrunched up her face. "That's debatable, Inspector. The border edges are blurred, apparently. Northants were called in first, but Superintendent Fletcher wants someone out there to act for this county, whilst other people discuss the precise geographical location of the victim." Her words having halted his escape, the DCI took a step closer to hand Bliss a slip of paper on which she had hurriedly scrawled a few details and the approximate location of the crime scene. Bliss hoped it was hurried, at least. If this was her natural writing, then she might well have been better off entering the medical profession. Before he had a chance to argue further, Edward strode away with her usual swagger. Bliss followed her with his eyes. In other circumstances he might have been attracted to the woman, but her personality in no way lived up to the promise of her physical looks. Less than 20 minutes later, and Bliss was now here with his partner, sizing up the opposition and deciding he would rather traipse back to HQ empty-handed. "So, how about we decide this body is within your jurisdiction and call it quits?" he said amiably. Sullivan hesitated for a few seconds, perhaps attempting to figure out what angles were in play here. Bliss decided to help him out. "Between you and me, Ken, even if it's a few yards on our side of the boundary line, I have no objections if you want to shuffle the body in the tent along, so's it becomes a Northants case." The expression of horror and disgust that appeared on the DI's face told Bliss he had miscalculated. Sullivan might not be entirely certain about claiming the case, but he was evidently a stickler for the rules, and what Bliss had just suggested was anathema to him. Looking to cover his slip, Bliss laughed and winked at Sullivan, clapping the man on the arm. "Just kidding, Ken. My dumb attempt at lightening the mood. Apologies there if I shocked you for a moment. So tell me, do we have any word yet as to when there might be a decision on the boundary lines?" Appearing more than a little disconcerted, D.I. Sullivan from the Corby Serious Crimes Unit frowned and shook his head. "Not yet, no. I have someone talking to the county council right this minute. It would appear as if we are in a real grey area here." Bliss couldn't understand why. Corby was little more than 10 miles away, its centre a fraction closer than Peterborough's. The affluent village of King's Cliff was on the northeast tip of Northamptonshire, rubbing up against the northwest reach of Cambridgeshire. "For what it's worth, I think this one is ours," Chandler said, drawing disapproving glares from both Sullivan and her own partner. She shrugged and gave a tight smile. "Sorry, but I know this area pretty well, and I'm reasonably sure that this part of Kingscliff Road falls under Peterborough." "It would be unseemly to fight over this poor man's awful murder," Sullivan said, absently smoothing down his maroon tie. "However, I think for the sake of any future prosecution, we owe it to the man to be absolutely certain before we proceed any further." His forehead glistened, and Bliss found himself distracted by it. Chandler was busy playing with her phone, both thumbs beavering away. Within a few seconds she was showing them the screen. "That's the pharmaceutical industrial complex that you can see beyond the trees and steel fence across the road. It has a Peterborough postal code. It was hardly a signed and sealed clarification document from a county council officer, but it was as good as, to Bliss's mind. He turned to the Corby man, desperate to circumvent inter-service wranglings and local county bureaucracy. "Does that at least get us inside the tent?" he asked. Sullivan nodded. His disappointment and reluctance writ large across his face. Bliss thanked him and proceeded to the scene. A fair amount of rubbish had accumulated in the nearby undergrowth: discarded wrappers, paper coffee cups, plastic bottles and drink cans. This particular blot on the English countryside never failed to infuriate Bliss, and he made a note to direct a voluntary agency in this direction, though not quite yet. He and Chandler both donned the usual forensic paraphernalia before stepping inside the protective covering beneath which the victim lay. There wasn't much room, and Bliss was immediately grateful for the face mask with its mentholated coating, as the stench of roasted human flesh was rampant inside the confines of the tent. No such luck where his eyes were concerned, however. Once seen, it could never be unseen. The use of a vehicle tire wedged tight around the shoulders had prevented the victim from striking the usual pugilistic pose caused by muscle shrinkage and joints subsequently flexing. Still, the sight was as disturbing as any Bliss had encountered during his long career. The blackened, charred mass was more humanoid-like than human, and the presence of the tire itself told Bliss the full extent of the horror. Scraps of clothing had melted into the scorched flesh, creating a patchwork of ruined features. The hardened layers not yet mottled and black were instead red and glistening, raw and still weeping fats, not consumed by flames. The fire had raged long and deep, eating its way down to the bone with a voracious appetite. Whilst little of the face was recognizable as such, the mouth was locked wide, mandible exposed. "Poor bastard was alive when this happened," Bliss said, his voice breaking. Chandler nodded and swallowed thickly a couple of times. Her eyes were wide. "This is what they call a necklacing, right?" "It is. Some pun on the way the tire is worn around them when it's set alight. This is a first for me, hopefully my last. You know, a bloke I once worked with called the Middle Eastern men who immolate themselves crispy Kareems. And no matter how ugly the thought, it always got a laugh in the squad room. Don't think I will ever even so much as smile at it again. The doughnuts are good, though." "That's debatable. Oh, and ugh. This is my first necklacing as well. I don't recall ever reading about it happening in this country before, though I guess it must have at some point." Other than the remains of both the body and the tire, there was nothing much else to see. A significant patch of scorched earth, a slew of scuff marks, but no footprints or discarded items. They left the tent, the fresh air upon his flesh feeling like a minor miracle somehow to Bliss after being trapped beneath canvas with that grotesque, nightmarish vision. He whipped off the mask and spat several times upon the tarmac surface of the road, well away from the crime scene itself. He noticed with wry amusement Chandler, on the far side of the road, vomiting onto the grassy verge. Bliss gave her a moment to gather herself and gargle with some water handed to her by one of the Corby crime scene technicians. "Can you imagine the terror?" Chandler said to Bliss when the two were together again. "Having that tire draped over you, the accelerant being poured over it, the first flames, sucking them down into your throat. It doesn't even bear thinking about." "No, it doesn't. You have to ask yourself what he did in order for somebody to think he deserved this." I'd be astonished if it doesn't have something to do with the drug trade. Necklacing was quite popular in South Africa for a while, but it was also something the cartels used to enjoy doing. Before they started using collar bombs, that is. How do you know so much about the drug cartels? The thin smile Bliss gave was humourless. A decade and more working for soccer and the NCA. We had DEA agents over from Texas at one point, running a seminar. Quite an eye-opener, I can tell you. D.I. Sullivan had been standing with a group of Corby-based colleagues over by an unmarked vehicle. They were deep in conversation, one that seemed both heated and hushed at the same time. Alternating between shaking his head and kicking out at loose pebbles, Sullivan broke away from the gathering and made his way across to Bliss and Chandler. He took his time about it. The way he dragged his heels, Bliss knew they were about to get landed with the investigation after all. He wondered if he should offer one last time to slide the whole scene up the road. But the detective out of Corby didn't seem like the kind of man who would appreciate the joke. Or any joke, for that matter. "Just got word," Sullivan said through lips he could scarcely bear to prise apart. "It's all yours, and to be honest with you, you're welcome to it. I'll clear my team out and you can have your own CSIs come in." Bliss saw all kinds of problems with that. "Hold on a minute," he said. "Your techs have spent a good deal of time working on it already, collecting bags of potential evidence, photographing, videoing, and all that special sorcery they get up to. Why don't you have them finish up, and then ship everything over to our team? So they get to do the dirty work. We get to foot the bill, and you enjoy the fruits of our labours? No, I didn't mean that. It's just that they're in the moment. This has been their scene for a few hours, so anyone else coming on board will find it difficult to tell what's what, and all the good stuff will have been collected and shot by now anyway. What I'm suggesting is that they complete their workload, and we'll pay for everything. It will save time and make sense if your CSIs are not wanted elsewhere right now. It will provide a better chain of evidence further down the line." The DI took a breath. He glanced across at the tent, then back to Bliss. Nodded. "That sounds reasonable, Inspector. Will you keep me in the loop, as a courtesy?" "Sure, done deal." Bliss had no intention of doing any such thing. His colleague knew the score. Sullivan nodded in the direction of the buildings across the road. "You think the location of the body has anything to do with that place?" Bliss shrugged. "I won't be ruling it out. At this stage, anything and everything is fair game. Before you go, I'd welcome just a few brief details, if you don't mind. Who discovered the body?" "A security patrol for the industrial complex across the road there." "I'll need to speak with them." Bliss had imagined it would have been employees, either on their way in to start their day's work, or out coming off night shift. "I'll have their details passed over to you, Inspector. Thanks. And on that score, what time did they come upon the scene?" "I believe they logged it as 7 a.m. And did they mention if the body was more smouldering or still fully alight at that time?" "It had virtually extinguished itself, apparently. By the time the fire services reached the scene, there was very little for them to do." "Did the security patrol inform you as to their previous round at this location?" "They did not. You're thinking of the time window, aren't you? I ought to have asked them. Apologies. No matter." It did matter, and Bliss was irritated by the lapse. He did not want to make a big deal of it, though. He started to form a timeline in his head. At this stage, it could only be a rough estimate, but it would give him and his team something to focus on before the forensic information started filtering through. The time window was important, though, and Bliss would have to make sure the security patrol were contacted as soon as possible. He could think of nothing else to ask Sullivan. The two men shook hands, and the Corby DI gave Bliss a business card with his contact information on it. "You think he meant it when he said we were welcome to it?" Chandler asked, watching the Northants detective huddle together with his CSI team to explain what had been arranged. "Would you willingly give up a murder case, Pen?" "No." "Not even one as hideous as this?" "Not even." Bliss shook his head. Then there's your answer. Chapter 2. Bliss decided to hang around until D.S. Bishop and D.C. Ansari arrived from Thorpe Wood to see things through until the scene was cleared. Corby's forensics team was still hard at it, and it would be a few hours yet before they were done. They floated in and around the tent like moths confused by a flame. The CSI techs went about their job professionally and mostly in silence. Bishop and Ansari parked up behind Bliss's car and approached the scene briskly, the DS rubbing his hands together as if eager to get cracking. "I wouldn't look inside the tent if I were you," Chandler warned them. "Not if you want to sleep tonight." Bishop juddered to a halt alongside Chandler. A big man all round, he dwarfed his fellow sergeant as the two stood together. Nodding appreciatively as he let out a long, deep breath, Bishop said, "Bad one, huh?" "Not a pretty sight," Bliss confirmed. "Any identification?" "If it was on him then, it's gone now. It's hard to tell where our victim starts and his clothing and possessions end." "It's definitely a male victim then, boss?" Ansari asked. The young DC was one of several local detectives coming through to work on their own patch. It was a move Bliss approved of. The sun shimmered behind her, and he had to squint to see her properly. "A very good question," he said. "Pathologist has yet to arrive, so we're still waiting for confirmation on that. But I'd say so, yes." "That probably rules out one of our missing persons, then," Bishop said, raising his eyebrows. He noted Bliss's quizzical frown. "Given the circumstances, before we left the station I thought I'd check to see if anyone had been reported missing overnight or earlier today." "Good thinking. What did you come up with?" "First thing this morning, a couple walking their dogs discovered some clothing and a single silver earring right on the riverbank down at Wansford. There was no ID, no sign of a body as yet, and no relevant misper report. But the clothing belonged to a woman, and it looks like she may have gone in the water." "And the male?" Bishop started to reply, then stopped without uttering a word. He sighed, pulled a small notebook out of his pocket, and flipped open the cover. He rolled his eyes as he also withdrew a pair of reading glasses from the same pocket and hooked them over his ears. "Sorry, boss, I was hoping to avoid all this, but I want to make sure I get the details right." He looked down at the notebook to refresh his memory. "Ah, yes. RAF logistics expert by the name of Duncan Livingston, based just down the road at Wittering. Failed to turn up for duty this morning and could not be located at his accommodation either. Evidently was signed off base last night and did not sign back in. We were notified as per regs of a potential AWOL. That's all I know." Bliss closed his eyes and exhaled heavily through his nose. Damn. The close proximity of the base and the scene makes him look favourite. Wittering was no more than 5 miles away. Wansford was closer, but with the missing airman being male, Bliss was confident about which of the two victims this would prove to be. "You don't exactly sound thrilled at the prospect of identifying our body," Chandler said. "I'm not happy about it," he said. "Not if it's him. I could really do without dealing with the armed forces right now. So many bloody hoops to jump through. You think our mob are overpopulated with administrators? Wait until you get a load of them." Chandler's features remained doleful. "This is going to be a bastard no matter what, boss. If there were any witnesses, they've yet to come forward. There's no CCTV anywhere along this road. Best we can do is check out the A1 close to the turnoff and see if that gives anything up, but that'll be a long haul and probably a waste of time." Bliss stared across the road, becoming lost in thought. His gaze was initially aimless, but as it swept along to the right, he noticed something out of place. He strode over and stepped off the tarmac into the first layer of undergrowth, pushed back some hedgerow to form a space into which he could step. Peering through the dense foliage, he checked out the grey steel fence with razor wire strung along the top at about the 8-foot mark, where it angled back into the property. Whatever went on beyond the perimeter, they certainly wanted to protect it. Intrigued now, his imagination captured, Bliss continued probing. After a couple of minutes he confirmed what he had initially only surmised from across the road, then made a mental note to personally interview the security patrol that D.I. Sullivan had earlier dismissed. He grew pensive, rubbing a hand across his forehead, the motion lingering briefly on a tiny scar. Bliss took a few steps back to appraise the wider picture, momentarily snagging his jacket on some gorse. Then, brushing his hands together as he made his way back to his team, Bliss threw a grin into top gear. "This complex alongside us has security coming out of its arse," he said. "So, whilst there may not be cameras along the road, there are 3 of the buggers up on a metal pole just the other side of the fence." Bliss indicated the general direction with a thumb hooked back over his shoulder. "That's a good shout, boss," Bishop said, nodding approvingly. He leaned forward, trying to spot the cameras Bliss had discovered. "But they won't capture anything through all that greenery over there. I know it's only early spring, but there's more than budding on those tree limbs." "That's what I thought at first. Turns out we were both wrong. There's a small clearing high up just in that particular spot. I had to push my way through at ground level, but I noticed the overhanging branches are spread wide, and I think we may be lucky enough to have one of those cameras facing out of the compound at just the right angle. Worth asking. Places like that are bound to demand a warrant, but we should have no problem getting one." Bishop turned to Ansari and instructed her to walk down to the entrance, look for some signage, and make a note of any contact details relating to whoever owned the place. He also asked the DC to make the appropriate follow-up calls. Pleased with his discovery, Bliss started ambling back towards his car, indicating to Chandler that she should follow. "We'll get back to HQ," he told Bishop. "I'll run a check on the missing RAF employee and see if there's been any movement on that file. I'll also bring in the security patrol for a few words. Briefing at 5. The drive back was easy once they reached the A47. Bliss enjoyed driving and liked to vary his routes, provided they didn't add too much time to the overall journey. Prior to his return to the Serious Crime Unit at Thorpe Wood the previous autumn, his second posting there, he had spent 12 years away from the city. He wasn't sure if it was a case of absence making the heart grow fonder, but he was finding the place more appealing this second time around. Bliss understood that his antipathy towards Peterborough had partially been due to his personal circumstances at the time, and in 4 years he had not fully embraced its charms, nor had he bothered to integrate as fully as he might. The result of his standoffish attitude to his new home was pretty much a self-fulfilling prophecy. He disliked the city because he had mentally built himself up to dislike the city. Bliss reflected now that he had seen and done so much more in the past 6 months than he had during the entire period of his first posting, and was beginning to appreciate the area and the many diverse pleasures it had to offer. Not that this particular drive was one of them. If he had been travelling on his own, music would be blasting out of the surround sound system. Bliss considered it impolite to do so when he had company. Plus, he was on the clock, so work came first. "Initial thoughts, Pen?" he asked. Chandler took a breath and let it out in one long, resigned sigh. "As I said back there, boss, it'll be a bastard. I see where your head is on the whole drugs-related hit, and I think that's a likely way forward for us to follow. I know the potential RAF connection makes you anxious, but we don't even know it's him yet." True enough. They had reached a long section of curving dual carriageway, and Bliss put his foot down. He flew past an Audi as if it were going backwards. Speed had never bothered him. In fact, it made him feel alive. It blew away all his mental cobwebs. He handled the car well and read the road. "I thought I'd trawl through missing persons when we get back," Chandler continued, "which will be about 10 minutes before we left, the way you're driving. I'll keep it local, within 10 miles, and go back a week to begin with. I'll also speak with the pathologist and see if she'll give me some preliminary details once they have the body. By the way, who do you want attending the PM?" Bliss wrinkled his nose. Post-mortems were not exactly considered a perk of the job. If you were having problems with a junior colleague, it was one way to spoil their day. "Anyone on our current shit list, Pen?" "Surprisingly, no. I imagine that's extremely unusual where you are concerned. Ansari could do with the experience, though." "Fair enough. What do you make of her?" "Sharp, confident, too. Anyone looking to take her on will have their hands full." "Any nonsense going on that I need to be aware of?" Chandler glanced across at him. "You mean discrimination?" "None that I know of, boss." "Good. Not that I would know for sure. Being the newbie, Gull is still a little tight-lipped. Not when it comes to the job, but certainly regards herself. And to be fair, I think she gets a harder ride from some of the men in her own community at times." Bliss grunted. "Just one of the reasons we still struggle to pick up good recruits from some minority groups." "Yeah. The other being dodgy coppers. I think she's doing okay. From what I see and hear, she's fitting in well, and the team seem to respect her. That's a relief. I like her enthusiasm as much as her insight, and local knowledge is seldom a hindrance. I have appraisal reports to write up soon. What's your take on Carmichael and Hunt?" "Efficient. Good in their own way. They both lack a bit of oomph." "You mean they seem content to sit back and wait for instructions, as opposed to putting themselves out there?" Chandler nodded. "And Mia?" "Her report takes care of itself," Bliss said. "Her star is on the rise." The Insignia powered down the slip road. They got lucky with the lights at the huge roundabout, and moments later were back at the station. As usual, Bliss grumbled about how long it took him to find a parking space. "I'm sure they designed this place with Mr. Plod and Noddy's fucking car in mind," he growled. "You squeeze your motor into some of these gaps, you need a shoehorn and a tub of lube to get out of the bloody thing. So get yourself a smaller car. I've no idea why you need something this size anyway. Compensating for something, are you?" Bliss ignored the innuendo. "I like my comfort when I drive. It feels more solid, safer too." Chandler shook her head and rolled her eyes at him. "Well, you can't have it both ways. Don't buy a big fuck-off car and then whinge about parking bay size." Bliss laughed. "You're a real donkey on the edge. What's up?" "Donkey on the... What's that supposed to mean?" "Shrek. Donkey in Shrek. Eddie Murphy. When he gets riled up, he calls himself a donkey on the edge." As he cut the engine, Bliss shifted in his seat to stare at her. "None of that means a thing to you, does it?" "Nope. Never seen it." "Well, take it from me that's what you are. What's your beef?" "No beef. Nothing's up. No donkey, no edge. Let's just put it down to several months of listening to you drone on and on and on about bloody parking. Some days I just want to tune you out." "Do I really need to remind you who your superior is, Sergeant Chandler? Have we got to have that talk again?" Bliss said over the car roof as they both got out. The space he had found was underground, and his voice bounced back off the cement walls in sibilant whispers. "No, boss." "Good, subordinate. Now you remember what my baguette order is?" "Yes, boss. I'll run along like a good lackey and grab one for you." But Bliss was already shaking his head as the pair strolled towards the entrance. "Nah, forget it. I lost my appetite about the same time I stepped inside that bloody tent." "That's a shame. I was going to spit in it." "If you say so. Donkey." Leaving Chandler to get the incident room up and running, Bliss settled himself behind his desk and used his networked computer to check the latest missing persons logs. The file associated with the clothes found on the riverbank had not been updated. There was no further news either on AWOL flying officer Duncan Livingston. According to the notes, he had spent the night with friends at a pub in Barnack, but instead of returning to the base accommodations with them, had remained behind to try it on with the barmaid. He had apparently left the pub a little before midnight, and would have had to walk the 3 miles, but there was no indication that he ever arrived back at his shared flat. No accidents close to the area had been reported, and a drive-by search of the route had yielded nothing. Bliss hoped he was wrong about this one. Whilst the murder being drugs-related was still highly likely, he was keen not to assign an early theory with so few facts available to them. Speculation was one thing, creating an investigative trail based solely on that conjecture quite another. He rubbed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose. He was in need of a decent night's sleep, but that was looking less likely now and for the foreseeable future. A new murder case was the Prince of Thieves, the harsher one stealing tiny nuggets of sleep right out of your eyes. His partner had things under control by the time Bliss reached the incident room. The investigation was now designated as Operation Compound, which was the random word generated by the operations system. With Bishop and Ansari still clearing the scene of crime, Chandler had pulled in Detective Constables Carmichael and Hunt, plus fellow Sergeant Mia Short. A similar number of uniforms completed the initial squad, and there would also be 1 or 2 civilian workers attached at some point. As the operation developed over the following 48 hours, more staff would be drafted in, the precise numbers dependent on where the case took them. The open-plan working arrangements were far from intimate. Whilst it gave a team room to breathe, space in which to operate without every single conversation necessarily being overheard, there was a constant hubbub of noise in the background. Its clean lines and recent intake of new office furniture, including ergonomic chairs recommended by occupational health, provided a comfortable environment. As Bliss surveyed his colleagues doing what they did best, his thoughts were drawn back to the old days when scruffy coppers populated scruffy offices amidst a cloying fug of smoke from the 20-a-day mob. Soup stains on ties and crumbs flecking hirsute faces had been commonplace. Often the attitude matched the lack of personal hygiene. Progress wasn't all bad, Bliss reasoned. Not that the odd, slovenly character hadn't fallen through the cracks to remain amongst them. "Any joy with the security patrol?" Bliss asked Chandler, as she stood writing crime scene notes on one of the room's 3 whiteboards. Bliss eschewed the interactive boards, preferring the reliability of handwritten notes. Chandler was both more comfortable and adroit with the technology, but rather than argue with him, she went along to get along. She considered him a relic he knew, but one he liked to think his sergeant was fond of. "I have them both coming in for an interview in exactly an hour, boss. You want them in separate rooms?" Bliss shook his head. "Not worth it. If they were sleeping instead of working, or doing something else entirely, then they will already have concocted a story by the time they arrive. I'll know if they're bullshitting, though." "Takes one to know one, I guess." Bliss frowned. "We're not in the playground now, DS Chandler." Chandler laughed. "Any updates on our RAF Misper?" "Nothing. Last seen shortly before midnight. He had a 3-mile walk home. Not far for a fit young man, little more than 30 minutes. But much of it would have been on dark, quiet country roads." "If he's not our necklacing victim, could we be looking at a hit-and-run there instead? If they hit him hard enough, they could maybe have sent him off the road and over a hedge somewhere. I've seen that happen before." Bliss pondered that for a moment. Chandler had raised a good point. A search was made, but I doubt it would have been every nook, cranny, garden or field between the pub and home. Let's action that, and see if the RAF want to send in some volunteers to help with the search. Chandler looked doubtful. Remaining by the boards, she recapped the marker pen and said, "You want me to wait until we have an idea on our body, boss. If this airman is not our victim, then his disappearance is not our case. The DCI will have a real hissy fit if we spend money on a misper that has nothing to do with us." His DS was right. Edwards would slam him for it. On the other hand, Bliss found the approximate timings and the close proximity between the village of Barnack, RAF Wittering, and the crime scene to be more than happenstance. He was unconvinced that a search would locate Livingston. He was pretty certain the young man had been horrifically murdered. But for Bliss, doing nothing was not an option either. "Go ahead and action it," he said. He had been perched on the edge of a desk. Now he stood and shook his head, noting Chandler's raised eyebrows. "I may be completely wrong about the whole drug-related line, but I'm pretty sure our dead body is that of our RAF flying officer. The confluence of events and locations convinces me. We could wait for forensics to rule him in or out, but I'd rather we were proactive. I'll armour up for DCI Edwards later." This time Chandler smiled. "For what it's worth, I agree with you. Not that she'll care what I have to say." "Don't worry about the DCI. Let's settle on a few priorities here. So number one is obviously an ID. Get Ansari and Bishop over to the pathologist as soon as they clear the scene. Any delay, grab the two nearest suits and have them do it instead. You and I will meet with the security duo. The search is our third priority. Push back the briefing if you have to. But I'd like some answers in time for it." Bliss turned to leave, but then paused. "Oh, and Penn, the call you make to the RAF, leave it for 10 minutes. When I meet with Edwards, I want to be speaking the truth when I provide her with a list of actions that fails to include that one." Chapter 3. To Bliss's mind, Alicia Edwards would always be the gunslinger. It was all about her walk. It reminded him of old Western movies, where the white hat and the black hat met at high noon for a duel. It was in her stride. The slightly bowed legs, the hands curled, fingers twitching by her sides as if preparing to draw a gun from its holster. When some people envisage someone naked, in order to negate their power, Bliss always imagined Edwards edging towards him with a pair of Colt pistols raring to go. It did the trick every time. He was not afforded the opportunity for, or the pleasure of, that imagery this time, as the Chief Inspector was already seated behind her desk when Bliss entered her office. Though not much larger than his own room, hers was pristine, a clutter-free zone with every item squared off along perfect angles. Bliss did not know if Edwards was underworked or had OCD, but he had never seen the office looking anything but showroom squeaky clean. It even smelled fresh, and Edwards wrinkled her nose every time he came through the doorway, as if suspecting his mere presence might befoul the air trapped inside. The best that could be said about their current working relationship was that they tolerated one another. Always on her terms, though, Bliss was clear about that. They both were. He had all the experience and expertise necessary to be a DCI. But even if circumstances had not conspired against him to the point where he was unlikely to ever rise above his current rank, he would never consider seeking the promotion. It was rare to see a DCI out on the streets, and that was precisely where he wanted to be. He was no administrator and had little time for those like Edwards who aspired to be. Bliss knew he was a good detective, but also that he lacked the required tact and diplomacy to walk the political line with any degree of comfort. Over the years he had learned to keep himself in check, at least when doing so counted for either everything or nothing. Reporting to Edwards was a part of the job, no more, no less. Bliss took a few minutes apprising Edwards as to where things stood, other than the RAF contact which Chandler would be making in a few minutes' time. He made it clear that the lack of either witnesses to the murder or evidence in and around the scene meant the operation was still seeking a clear direction for its investigative path to follow. Bliss did not linger over his description of the charred body. "I wonder if this is a first," Edwards said as she settled quietly back in her chair. The DCI alternated between sharp business suits with skirts and sharp business suits with trousers. Bliss had noticed earlier that today was a trousers day. And I don't just mean for us locally, I mean the UK police service as a whole." "I was wondering the very same thing myself," Bliss said. He pursed his lips. "I don't recall ever hearing of one." Edwards shuddered. "Makes me feel quite ill just thinking about it. It's barbaric. Bad enough that they burn someone alive. But the whole necklacing thing is so completely inhuman. And oddly enough, it doesn't really achieve what the perpetrators may hope to get from it. Whilst the tire does ensure the victim can't force it off and try to beat out the flames, it doesn't actually prolong the agony. If anything, it helps shorten it, because the presence of the tire directs the fire straight up and into the face. Apparently, the victim sucks down the flame and smoke and often dies within a couple of minutes. If they started at the feet, it would be so much worse for far longer." "I had no idea you were such an expert on the subject, Inspector. Even so, 2 minutes is more than enough. 2 minutes that must feel like hours." "I would imagine so." Bliss did not care to dwell upon it. "So, where do you start on this one, Bliss?" Edwards peered at him as if hoping for a flash of inspiration. He hooked one leg over the other, relaxing now that it seemed as if this would be one of their less strained meetings. When you had nothing to work with, there was really only one way it could go from there. "When I'm done here, I'm due to have a chat with the security patrol, the 2 guards who discovered the body. I want to establish a time window, because I'm thinking it must have happened not long after he was taken. We have yet to ID the victim, so that's a clear priority. I'm also obtaining a warrant for some CCTV footage. There's an industrial complex on the same stretch of road, and it may just reveal more." Edwards had been nodding along with him. Now she stopped and fixed him with a cool stare. "I understand you were not overly keen to have this case, Inspector." Bliss frowned and then twigged. For a second or two he jammed his tongue into a space where a molar used to be and shook his head. Then he said, "That fucker Sullivan. Boss, it was a joke. You know how I am. I can't believe that humorless prick gave me up on it." As part of the case summary, it was mentioned to his DCI, who took it seriously enough to call me. "Well, I'm sorry about that. I had no idea it would go this far. I made a dumb crack about shifting the SOC and the body a few yards into his county. That was it." "You never learn, do you?" Edwards was smirking. "Some of us take a serious job seriously, Bliss. It wouldn't hurt for you to curb your witticisms, at least until you know whether or not someone is capable of treating them as such." "Got it." "Have you? Really?" Bliss uncrossed his legs and edged forward. "Please tell me you're not going to make an issue of this. It was nothing." Working under this particular DCI was like riding a roller coaster. He never knew from one day to the next whether she was going to be pleasant or antagonistic towards him. Lately they had bumped along together just fine, but Edwards was never one to pass up on any opportunity to chew him out. "Remember what I've always said to you about enough rope, Bliss. There is a noose at the end of it now, and you are edging ever closer to sticking your head inside." "Closer, but it's not around my neck just yet. Is that what you're saying? For now. Look, I realise that you ended up a bloody hero to many people in this building last year. You earned yourself a reprieve, and I have had to accept that. You also appear to have the superintendent on side. But what infuriates me is that you never seem to learn anything as you barge and barrel your way through life. You seem to have a self-destruct button, Bliss, one that is always armed and cocked. Believe it or not, I want things to work out for you here. It would certainly help make my life easier. I've also come to respect you as a damn fine detective. I understand you have a method these days for controlling your anger. I suggest you consider using it whenever you're about to open your trap in future." Bliss did just that. His instinct was to tell his boss to go fuck herself for being so bloody condescending. They were alone, and he could deny ever having said it. But he gave himself time to think, and in doing so realised Edwards was not exactly wrong about him. She had also paid him a compliment, and he was a little surprised to learn she respected him. But he was never going to change his nature entirely, and they were both going to have to live with that. Still, she was right this time, and Bliss did not like that one little bit. Chapter 4. Ryan Bristow and Paul Cogger were not happy men. The pair were working their way through a week of night shifts, which meant they ought to have been at home and tucked up in bed at this time of day. Instead, they had been asked to attend an interview at Thorpewood Police Station. The way Bristow put it, the telephone conversation had come across as more of an instruction than a request. He was not foolish enough to ignore it, whatever it amounted to. That did not mean he had to be happy about it. "Really not sure what I can tell you that I didn't tell the other cop at the scene," he said. Bristow's arms were folded across his chest, but Bliss felt it was more bluster than genuine resentment. A defensive posture for a defensive situation. "We were late off shift because of the time he detained us, and we won't be getting paid overtime for that, I can assure you." Bliss sat on the opposite side of the table that was located about 2/3 of the way into the rectangular room. There was little air inside the four walls, and the aged plumbing system only ever threw out heat that fell somewhere between sweltering and volcanic. The stifling conditions seldom helped the agitated, so Bliss made allowances for exchanges that tended towards bad-tempered. He sat back and let the man get it out of his system. Whilst he understood Bristow's irritation, Bliss had little sympathy for people who complained about being put out a little when there was a dead body lying in the mortuary. When push came to shove, if the input from this pair provided even a microscopic amount of assistance towards finding out who burned a man alive, then Bliss couldn't give a toss how much he put them out. In response to Bristow's outburst, he left a lengthy pause, allowing the silence to roar. He weighed up the two men. Bristow was older by a decade, greying hair closely cropped, carried a bit of extra weight around the gut, but was otherwise densely muscled. Bliss noticed the slightly stained teeth of a smoker and a nervous tick just beneath his left eye. Cogger appeared hesitant, hanging on Bristow's every word. His fair hair, centre-parted, was carefully moulded back with product. He was thin, but looked in decent shape. He wore narrow and wide glasses with a vague blue tint to them. To Bliss's trained eye, the pair of them looked shifty. "What I'm interested in is one specific detail," Bliss said eventually. "That is, when you two were last in that exact same spot, or close enough to it prior to discovering the smouldering body." Cogger glanced at his colleague. Bliss knew then that Bristow was, as he had assumed based on the pair's body language, the alpha of the two. "We would have been in the general area at approximately 4 a.m., Bristow said, his gaze shifting anywhere but directly at Bliss. As he spoke, he relaxed his crossed-armed posture and edged back in his seat. Bliss had seen it all before. The movement was designed to make his interrogator believe he was being open and above board. In fact, it had the opposite effect. "Would have, or were?" Bliss asked. "Were. I meant we were there at that time. Are you quite certain of that, Mr. Bristow? Before you answer this time, I can assure you that I have no interest in whether you were fast asleep in the back of your vehicle or screwing some bit on the side instead of running patrols, and nothing you say now will get back to your employers." Now the arms were recrossed and Bristow set his shoulders. "I'm certain. 1 a.m., followed by 4 a.m., and finally 7 a.m. Bliss nodded and gave a casual smile. "I see. Let me just clarify. Anything truthful that you tell me will not go any further, and certainly not to your employers. A lie, however, well, they may need to be advised if their own security guards are dishonest, so—" "Now, hold a minute. You can't—" "I wasn't finished. Please don't interrupt me again. I'm going to give you one final opportunity to answer my question. But I'm also going to provide you with one more piece of information before you do, so listen, and listen closely. Left unchecked, it takes an average of 4 to 5 hours for a body to burn itself out. You two came upon the body when the fire was virtually extinguished. So, if you stick to your previous answer, I would be duty-bound to wonder how come you both failed to spot it aflame when you were there 3 hours earlier." Cogger hung his head and sighed. "Shit, Ryan. I told you this wouldn't work. Okay, Bristow said. He ran a hand over his stubbled chin. Look, we were supposed to run a patrol at 4 a.m, but we didn't. We were not asleep. We simply didn't run the patrol. So you're right. The last time we were there was around 1 a.m. And there was nothing to be seen at that time? Bristow shook his head. Nothing at all. And we would have noticed. I'm sure you would have. The pair of you come across as alert and keen, determined to do the job you've been paid to do. For the record, that's what I thought your story was going to be. Think yourself lucky that I'm not reporting you both. However, we have requested CCTV footage and will now focus on that 6-hour window. You'd better hope that neither your employers nor the company they contract with looks at the footage and wonders why they see your vehicle twice instead of 3 times. You're not going to jam us up, are you? Cogger asked, his face twisted with anxiety. Not me, but I can't stop them watching that footage. It is theirs, after all. Don't worry, I doubt they'll be interested in any patrol times, other than the one where you found the victim. But I'd better not see anything on that footage that you haven't yet mentioned. Such as? Bristow said. Anything. Other vehicles being parked up or passing by whilst you were there, early arrival and delay over making your call to us. You gave us your story. The security recording better back it up, is what I'm saying. It will. We missed that one run, that's all. We have no other reason to lie to you. Bliss got to his feet. I'm very glad to hear it. I dare say your own people will want to chat with you two, but for now, I'm done with you both. As he and Chandler made their way back to the team, Bliss thought about the timing and could not shake the anomalies. Livingston had left the pub in Barnack at around 11:30 p.m. His body had not been in Kingscliff Road an hour and a half later, when the security patrol went through. But given the burn time, was probably set alight by no later than 1:30 a.m. So where had the young man been during those 2 hours? Was it possible that for some reason as yet unknown to them, he had walked there, and that having reached that spot he was then randomly attacked? And if so, why was he there? And where was he heading? As usual at this early stage of an investigation, there were far more questions than answers. That balance needed to change rapidly. What did you think of those two? Bliss asked his partner as they headed down the corridor towards major crimes. Not entirely sure. They both seemed a bit edgier than I would have expected, just because they missed out a patrol run. Yeah, something not quite right about them. I don't put them in the frame as knowing anything about our victim, Chandler clarified. Just covering their asses on something. Bliss was thinking along the same lines. We'll have another crack at them tomorrow, if needs be. In their absence, the case had kicked up a notch or two. The RAF had rounded up a team of cadets to help with the police search of the most likely route taken by the flying officer on his walk back to base. The murder scene itself had been closed, and both Bishop and Ansari were currently at the mortuary. Bliss did not envy them attending a burns victim post-mortem. He nodded enthusiastically as DS Short reported all of this to him and Chandler in the main operations area, whilst other team members worked the phones and computers in the background. If the victim is our missing RAF officer, there should be good dental records to ID him by if the teeth survived, Short went on. Other than that, we'd be looking to X-ray records or DNA. And let's hope it doesn't come to that, or we could be dragging our heels for days or even weeks. DNA results on fire victims can be very patchy and difficult to acquire. DS Bishop called in from the hospital to say the pathologist confirmed the deceased as a male, boss, Hunt said. And there are no additional reported mispairs either, Short chipped in. Thanks. Bliss ran a hand over his face as he considered how to get a read on the case. Try and get me and DS Chandler into Wittering tomorrow morning, would you please? In the absence of any firm direction, I think we have to follow our noses at the moment, and run with the idea that our victim is this missing logistics expert. I will want to speak with anyone who was with him last night, plus his immediate superior on the base. Also, find out for me if the barmaid our man was keen on is working tonight or tomorrow. Thank you, Sergeant. Will do, boss. But just to confirm, the airman did not spend the night with her. Bliss nodded, then turned to Chandler and raised his eyes. What do you think now? That you're probably right about it being him. I didn't know that about how long a body will burn for, so that was a good catch, regards our time window. Bliss laughed. I was bluffing. I don't think I'm far wrong, but I lied, because I thought they were hiding something. Remind me never to play poker with you. That cogger crumbled like a baseless warrant. We need that ID as quickly as possible, though. No way we can establish a firm reference point without it. And I'm also now really interested to know what that CCTV footage is going to show us. Yeah, don't hold your breath on that, though. Bliss turned back to Hunt. Any word from the company whose security footage we want? Still waiting, boss. Well, chase them up. We need that video. Hunt grimaced and made a note on a pad. Will do. The land belongs to Corner Chemicals. I spoke with the site manager, who told me he would happily pass it over to us, but they have to go through their legal department first, as it's a chemical plant, and there are all kinds of multinational concerns. It'll probably have to be referred back to their HQ in Sweden before we get a firm answer. OK, call them back as soon as we're done here. When you do, ask them to keep safe any footage from that road-facing camera in the hours from midnight until the body was discovered. We don't want to risk it being overwritten while they go through channels. He turned away, leaving his instruction hanging in the air. He'd been curt with Hunt, but was becoming increasingly impatient with the DC. It was one thing being decent at your job, but Bliss needed more from him. It wasn't enough for Hunt to perform well when asked. He also had to demonstrate some initiative. So far, that key component was lacking, and Bliss wondered what else he might do to motivate the young detective. Bliss left Chandler with the team while he headed back to his office. The room was hardly any bigger than the interview room they had used earlier, and Bliss had a way of working that made it feel smaller still. Cosy was the word he most often used to describe it, though when feeling less charitable, it usually became pokey instead. It was pretty much a cupboard with windows. Sitting back in his chair, fingers steepled to support his chin, he felt he had everything in hand, given the paucity of facts at his disposal. DCI Edwards would undoubtedly chew him out when she discovered he had pushed physical resources into searching for a specific individual before they had even identified the body, especially as he had requested assistance from the RAF to do so. Yet speed was of the essence, and he had no qualms about fighting her on it, even if, as he believed, the search would prove futile. To Bliss's mind, RAF officer Duncan Livingston had been burned alive and was currently residing in the mortuary at Peterborough City Hospital. He tried hard to focus on the possible drugs connection. Bliss was pretty sure that RAF employees had to undergo random drug testing, but that could simply mean the officer was a dealer rather than a user. Much more likely, in fact, given the punishment meted out. Peterborough was like any other city, in that it had its fair share of drugs-related crime. Nothing outrageous, but neither was it anywhere close to being under control. Behind the vast majority of local trade were organised crime gangs, who were also more likely than not to be running prostitution rings as well. One or two in recent years had been infiltrated and broken, but, as with nature, the drugs trade abhors a vacuum, and for every gang torn apart, two more ooze out from between the cracks in the structure they leave behind. Having returned to Peterborough less than 6 months ago, Bliss was not as familiar with the local OC as he would have liked. His work for first the Serious and Organised Crime Agency, and then the National Crime Agency, had provided him with a deep insight into the business. Gangland hits were not commonplace, but when they occurred, they were often messy and hugely violent affairs, and those associated with drugs seemed to draw the worst out of offenders. It was nothing for hacked-off limbs to be discovered, bodies found being deconstructed in a barrel of acid, or stuffed into vehicles crushed in breakers' yards. This necklacing methodology was new to Bliss, but it was not exactly out of line with hits he had worked in the past. It was an age-old crime with age-old solutions to age-old problems. Chapter 5. Bliss was back on his computer checking the case log when the desk phone rang. The caller announced himself as Flight Lieutenant Garth Holbrook. "I'm Flying Officer Livingston's day-to-day supervisor," the RAF officer explained. He had a young-sounding voice with the slightest hint of a Welsh accent. "First, Inspector, I would like to thank you for the search party you organised. I'm not quite sure what outcome I'm hoping for, but given Duncan's record here, I have to admit to my concern at his prolonged absence. Officially he is AWOL, of course, though until 48 hours has expired, it's by no means the most serious of matters. I've only just learned that you have a murder victim and that a request has been made for Flying Officer Livingston's dental records." Bliss was pleased to hear that Holbrook wasn't looking to screw his subordinate. Some people of rank had no problem scrubbing away an underling, in the same way they might a stain, in case a misdemeanour reflected badly on them and tainted their own career. It sounded like Holbrook was a solid leader. "Like you, Flight Lieutenant, we're all hoping Mr. Livingston walks back through your door with some tough explaining to do. Of course, that would still leave us with a murder victim to identify, but at least it'll be one that won't involve mountains of red tape and bureaucratic protocol." "Quite so. Either way, it's a ghastly matter and someone's terrible loss. As for Duncan's absence from duty, I can tell you without fear of contradiction that he has no obvious reason not to be on duty today, and nor was he unhappy here. To the contrary, Inspector Bliss, he was energised and looking forward to taking his career to the next stage. As for your proposed visit tomorrow, the RAFP have been advised of your request, and will ensure that any friends who were at the pub with Duncan last night are made available to you for interview. The first can be available at 10:30, and I'm happy to speak with you first, if you can be here by 10. The RAF had their own police officers stationed on every base, and Bliss knew they took their job every bit as seriously as those in the regular UK service. Holbrook had sounded almost deferential when mentioning them, and certainly they had a fine reputation. Bliss informed Holbrook that he and Chandler would arrive at the base at around 9:55 a.m. Sensing some traction at last, albeit entirely focused on a decent possibility rather than a certainty, Bliss rejoined his team in the operations area. As with the incident room, this large open-plan office space had recently been refurbished, most of the office equipment having been replaced. Each desk formed its own L-shaped pod, with 4-foot-high boards separating individual desks in each row. Glancing around, Bliss noticed that both Carmichael and Ansari were back at their bases. Bliss stopped by the young woman's side of the room first. "How are you doing, Constable?" he asked, injecting some levity into his voice. "Did you prove to be a fainter or an upchucker at the post-mortem?" Ansari looked up at him with eyes that already appeared older and wiser than they had been earlier in the day. She grimaced and said, "Both, I'm sad to say, boss. I thought I was made of sterner stuff." "I won the betting pool," Short called out, a huge grin splitting her perfect features. She waved a handful of banknotes at him. "There's sisterhood for you," Hunt said, putting a hand over the phone he had resting by his ear. "Mia was the only one who had Gull down for both passing out and blowing chunks." Short lobbed a pen at him and flapped the cash harder still, her grin becoming devilish. Her colleague made to return fire with a stapler, but failed to release his weapon as his arm followed through. "Next time, Barbie," he threatened. "Next time." "There won't be a next time if you call her Barbie again," Chandler said. "I've seen Mia skewer bigger and better men than you for far less." Short affected a mock curtsy, and followed by striking a pose in which she flexed her muscles. Bliss laughed along with the rest of the team. During his absence from the area, Short had married a solicitor with whom she'd had 2 children. He knew her winnings would be spent on the twins, and he was happy for her. Turning back to meet Ansari's doe-eyed gaze, Bliss chuckled as he recalled his own baptism in the bloody waters of post-mortems. There was a time when he would have laid a comforting hand on the young constable's shoulder, but these days that physical act of empathy was just asking for trouble, much to his chagrin. "Pay them no attention, Constable, and don't you worry about it. We've all been there, but very few of us kick off with a victim who has been torched. That's 2 horrors for the price of 1. It was gruesome. Ansari looked as if she might be about to dash for the closest toilet in order to hurl for a second time that day. But it's another procedure ticked off the list. Good way to look at it. Was it also informative? On a personal level, it was, boss. It's never going to be a part of the job I'll get used to, but I can see how useful it is in our investigation. We left without an ID, though, I'm afraid. No problem. I expected as much. Good to see you survived, anyhow. I'll check on your PM partner now. Carmichael, who was in the midst of studying for his sergeant's exams, was fairly laid back about the whole process. Whilst it was only his second burns victim, he had attended several post-mortems in his time at Thorpe Wood. "Nancy reckons we might get lucky on 2 fronts," Carmichael revealed. Nancy Drinkwater was the city pathologist, and as a favour to major crimes, had bumped up their victim in order of priority to ensure the most rapid turnaround possible. First, a dental records ID is looking good, as enough remained of the jaw to provide a decent set of x-rays. Second, she reckons she may be able to unearth what looks like a tattoo on the Vic's left upper arm. "That sounds like a positive step forward," Bliss said, nodding enthusiastically. "Did she give any clue as to how long they might take?" "Dental probably later this evening, or at worst first thing tomorrow. Tattoo will be a more lengthy procedure if her initial tests pan out. If they don't, she'll drop me a mail to let me know it's a no-go." "Good. Well done." They'd caught a break on the issue of dental records. Bliss knew that enamel was hard to break down, but in many cases where a victim has been burned so intensely, the jaw can just fall away and crumble to dust. Individual teeth could still provide a potential route to identification in those circumstances, but matching an entire complete X-ray was still far more favourable and considerably less time-consuming. Chandler had come up with no further reported missing persons. Of the young woman suspected to have gone into the River Nene, there was still no sign. A dive team had been in there for several hours, but between the point at which the body possibly entered the river and where the flow might have taken it by now, there was a great deal of ground to cover beneath those murky waters. The situation was made worse by them having to guess at the time the woman might have gone into the water. Bliss checked his watch. He had an hour or so before briefing. Time enough for a hot drink and a biscuit. "Coffee?" he said to Chandler. His DS nodded. She looked tired, purplish folds of skin lying beneath her eyes like bruises. "I'm gasping," Chandler told him. "You sleeping okay?" Bliss asked as they headed towards the canteen. "As well as ever." "Which is to say hardly at all, right?" Chandler gave him a sidelong glance. "Are you worried about me, boss?" "Of course I am. I can't afford to have yet another dozy copper on my team." "You've got a great team. You told me as much after the Delaney and Thompson operations last year." Bliss grunted. "I was probably drunk." "You probably were, and you'll probably be so again. Fancy a few after work, boss?" Bliss shook his head. "Nope, not tonight. I have a date." "Is that so?" "It is. Would I lie to you?" "Damn straight you would. But you know what? I believe you for once. Word has it you've been stepping out with someone." Bliss shook his head and chuckled. "Oh, word does it? Pen, I'm not sure that what I'm doing tonight would count as stepping out, but when you get to my age, a date is a date. And you don't ask questions." They found a quiet table and stretched out, grateful for the pause. They shared the canteen with a handful of uniforms, who sat in their usual seats close to the door. "How about you, Pen?" Bliss asked around the rim of his white mug. "Anyone new in your life? Anyone you're stepping out with lately?" "I'm in between boyfriends. The men I meet outside the job are all too insecure about the largely male environment I work in. That, and the number of dates I have to cancel because of work. As for other coppers, I really don't want to be that woman." Bliss nodded. I can understand. It must be difficult for you. Chandler had been seconded to a sex crimes unit down in London for almost a year, and had briefly dated her boss. It had not worked out. The amicable ending was a good thing, otherwise her DI might have chosen to cause problems for her, even though he had also breached protocol by sleeping with her. Bliss was aware that she had subsequently spent some time with a local businessman, but the relationship did not appear to have blossomed. "You ever think about getting out?" he asked her now. "You mean quit being a detective?" "Not even once. Why would you ask?" "It's something I think we all consider from time to time, especially when being what we are and doing what we do impinges so much on our personal lives." Chandler shook her head, wavy strands of hair flapping and settling in turn. "I genuinely haven't, boss. I'm not saying it won't come one day, just that I'm not there yet. I love my job." Bliss smiled at her enthusiasm. Sometimes he forgot just how much younger, less cynical and worn down by it all his partner was. "And your parents?" he asked. "What do they think about it these days? What do you think? I mean, if they haven't accepted it by now, they're not ever likely to. For at least my first 10 years in the job, they both still believed it was a passing phase, something I would grow out of, expecting me to move closer to home and shack up with someone whilst knocking out 2 or 3 nippers. I guess they've accepted it now, but it's more a question of tolerating rather than liking. Wait until you're running the whole place. Then maybe they'll be proud." Chandler gave a thin smile. "We'll see." A few minutes later they were done. The break had worked its magic. As they stood to go, Chandler winked at him and said, "Just in case I forget after the briefing, enjoy your date." "Oh, I will," he said. "I'm sure it will be everything I dreamed of." Chapter 6. Lenny Kaplan had come off duty just in time to join Bliss for a drink in the pub, opting for a cider as Bliss ordered his own Guinness. The two of them now sat in Bliss's lounge with plastic trays containing plates heaving with Chinese food perched precariously on their laps. Kaplan was a uniformed sergeant, whom Bliss had known since his days as a raw copper back in London. That the food was eaten in the company of a friend made it all the more palatable. "Remind me how long you've been in this place," Kaplan said, craning his neck to appraise the room. "I moved in the week before the Delaney Thompson case took off last autumn." His friend nodded, chomping down some chow mein, greasy noodles spilling out of the corner of his mouth. Kaplan swallowed before responding. "So, more than a few months, then? Only it looks and feels as if you moved in just last... Actually, it looks and feels as if you haven't yet moved in at all." Bliss dipped his head in the general direction of the media system spread out across the far wall. "I have all that, plus my albums, CDs and Blu-rays. What more could I possibly want?" A Tom Scott album was playing on the Riga deck. Bliss's one nod to pure tonal quality, though he had that backed up by a Marantz amp and his 30-year-old Tannoy speakers. Scott blew a mean sax, the renowned session player responsible for more than 20 albums, including those featuring both Joe Sample and Larry Carlton on guitars. Bliss enjoyed a whole range of pastimes, including sport and movies, but he only ever truly got swept away by music. And the kind of blues, jazz and funk he had discovered in the late 70s had stuck with him all the way. "There's more to life than this, Jimmy," Kaplan insisted. He got busy jabbing chunks of ginger chicken with his fork. "A media centre and 2 armchairs does not a home make." Bliss surveyed his castle with a fresh eye. There were no paintings or photos on the cream-coloured walls. The furnishings were exactly as Lenny had described, and in one corner of the living room he had stacked up a pile of unopened cardboard boxes. He had never noticed it before, but the house reeked of impermanence. "I know," Bliss said, shrugging, "and I do have more than this. I even have a bed. And I bet you still live out of suitcases. Not so, smart-ass. I have a rail." "On which you hang things up?" "If I had hangers, yes." Kaplan shook his head in dismay. "Oh, Jimmy, this would have been sad 30 years ago, mate. You're in your mid-50s. It's time to act like it, don't you think? Bliss forked a heap of rice and plum duck into his mouth. Then, still chewing, he set his tray on the floor, shuffled over to the large glass sliding doors that led to the garden, and reached around to the side to flick a switch. "There's also that," he said, gesturing with his hand towards what lay outside. During the day, irrespective of the weather, the garden looked beautiful. Its serene, zen-like styling hung beautifully together, with a koi pond, lashings of slate chippings and gravel, a number of standing stones dotted around, and plants that would flourish with time, care, and tenderness. At night, with tasteful and artfully placed illuminations, it presented a stunning view that was also serene in its simplicity. "Now, that is spectacular," Kaplan said, nodding enthusiastically. He raised his glass of sparkling water. "And I apologize. If you've been working on that, then—" Bliss cut him short with a harsh bark of a laugh. "Working on? No, Lenny. I paid others to do the actual work. That lot out there would have broken my back, mate. I designed it all and drew up the plans, but the labour and sweat was down to others. I should have known better. So you have no excuse for the fact that you live like a squatter, just that you do? Tell me, what do you go home to, my friend? What will your night be like when you leave here? You will walk into a warm and cosy house, made so, mostly, by your warm and cosy wife, all enjoyed by 3 warm and cosy children. You have all that. Why would you not want to be there, Lenny? It's more than enough. For you. Me? I have my music, my movies. And now I have my garden. And how about the love of a good woman?" Bliss flapped a hand at him and scoffed. "I've not exactly been a monk since Hazel passed. But you've nobody right now, clearly. And not for some time, I'd be willing to bet. You would lose your money, mate." "Really? Do tell." "It's something and nothing right now. Someone from the Nick." Kaplan laughed, his stomach rippling. "Of course it is. Dipping your nib into the company ink is a solid, long-term plan. It's not intended to be. We see each other occasionally. That's all either of us wants from it. Well, that's good in one way, I suppose. But don't you want someone to grow old with? I'm sure others have told you by now that it's okay to move on from Hazel. What happened was tragic. And with you being you, I know that you still blame yourself. Even if that were true, and it's bullshit, by the way, you are still entitled to live a normal life. I've had relationships. I even lived with another woman for a while down in Bedford. It's not that I'm avoiding the future, I'm just not actively seeking one. The way I figure it, I wake up in the morning, take my first breath of a new day, and I will have taken one step closer. Enough of those, and the future will come to me. But not in any good way if you don't throw off those shackles, Jimmy. What about that cop out in L.A.? You liked her, right? I did. Robbie Newman was a lovely woman. If I happened to live a bit closer than almost 6,000 miles away, I might be interested. But I don't, so I'm not. Kaplan leaned forward, squinting at Bliss now. So how about D.I. Burton? From what I hear, you two are quite chummy. Bliss did not respond. His eyes dropped. Ah, so she's the company ink. Kaplan grinned and nodded enthusiastically. Not a bad choice, Jimmy. But deliberately temporary and dicey. How come? Let's just put it down to the fact that I'm not interested enough to start something that might lead to anything more serious. Kaplan started to reply, but Bliss shook a raised finger at him. The conversation was over, at least as far as he was concerned. He did not feel the need to burden his friend with the knowledge that Hazel was upstairs at that very moment. She had never set foot in this house whilst alive, had never even visited Peterborough whilst she still drew breath, and had been murdered 16 years earlier in London. Despite that, every night he went upstairs to bed, Hazel was waiting for him. Not that he could see her. Nothing supernatural was occurring. There was no physical form, not even a translucent apparition for his breath to be captured by. There were no ghosts in his life. He was heartbroken, not hallucinating. Nor was he a spiritual person. although the kind of peaceful, calm processes prescribed by Buddhists were appealing to him. He did not therefore believe that his dead wife's spirit inhabited his new home. What he felt, what seeped into his pores every night while he lay in bed, was Hazel's presence, the knowledge of her, the fact of her life before she was so cruelly murdered and taken from him. Memories made real, he supposed. Hazel did not exist in this house with him. She merely occupied a room inside his head. No, his friend did not need to know any of that. Kaplan was done with his food. He set his tray down, and Bliss felt his friend's gaze bear down on him once more. "Why are you so concerned about me right now?" he asked. "Are you saying I shouldn't be? You're coming off the back of an extremely traumatic experience. Now you're sounding just like my mother, Lenny. That wasn't what I was shooting for. Concerned friend, more like. How is she, by the way?" "She's well, thanks. Loving life in Ireland. Still misses my old man, of course. You two should get together and swap stories." Kaplan took another swig of his water before responding. "All joking aside, that bloody investigation last autumn could so easily have gone the other way for you. Penny too. It must have been terrifying. For us both. But you know, we're also both fine. One evil, twisted fuck didn't survive, whilst another sits banged up awaiting trial. That'll do me. I'm happy in my largely bare rented property. I spend 10 or 12 hours a day at work, and when I need to relax I can come home and sit out in my garden, or plant my arse in a chair to watch a movie, or, like now, talk over some great music, and completely ruin the mood." Kaplan laughed, spreading his hands. "If you're happy, then, who am I to argue? Which brings me to other things. How are the spins?" The spins was the way others summarized and dealt with Bliss's medical condition. Meniere's disease affected his inner ear, gave him vertigo, among many other symptoms, and often caused his whole world to spin like a top. His subsequent loss of natural balance occasionally gave him the gait of a drunkard. It could be embarrassing at times, but it could also be something that wrought havoc with both his mind and body to the point of exhaustion. Mentally it was tough, dealing with a chronic illness that probably was not going to improve and could easily worsen. That worsening could include partial or complete deafness, even full disability. That could be a lot to deal with, but was something Bliss had parked in a dark corner of his mind. Obsessing could only do harm, and he had learned to cope with the strain. "Did Penny put you up to this? Did she ask you to fire all these questions at me?" "Not at all. She may have mentioned her concerns in passing." Bliss reckoned it was probably much more than that, but he let it drop. He came back around to the question and gave a straight response to his friend. "How are the spins?" "Much like a recovering alcoholic. I take each day as it comes, Lenny. It's the only way. I manage it as well as I'm able." "I'm glad to hear it. Happy to see you still pushing rocks uphill, mate." Bliss smiled. "It certainly feels like that some days. Anyway, how about you and yours? All well at Kaplan Towers?" He was starting to feel uncomfortable, with the focus squarely on himself. "Sonia and the girls are fine, thanks for asking. Sonia was saying only the other day how you hadn't been over since Christmas." Bliss had spent 2 days with his mother in Ireland during the break, but upon his return had taken up Kaplan's invitation to spend a day at his place out in Newborough with the family. "Hardly a lifetime ago," he said. "You getting any writing done, Lenny?" "Some. I may step up from blogging to the heady heights of self-publishing on Amazon." "Really? What kind of stuff?" "The best of my blogs." He laughed, and Bliss joined in. Kaplan's sideline was his humorous take on a copper's life. He was allowed to publish no true facts, but change a name, you change a fact, and that seldom alters the entire story. His bosses hated it, but the majority of his colleagues couldn't wait for the latest weekly update. A few took umbrage, and 1 or 2 had been vocal in their disapproval of the blog's openly mocking style. But Kaplan's view was that theirs was a stressful job at the best of times, And if he could both shed a light on the difficulties he and his colleagues faced on a daily basis, whilst raising a few smiles along the way, where was the harm? Bliss concurred, and was fully supportive of his friend's escape from the true horrors. "If only people really knew what went on inside our heads, eh?" Kaplan said. "How often we'd like to toss out the fluffy bullshit and beat one of those mouthy fuckers with a telephone book." Bliss nodded. These days the modern police service was supposed to be a fully inclusive, completely tolerant public service provider, as opposed to the force it had once been. The reality was that, for most young coppers coming through, that naivety lasted only about as long as it took to have their first volatile encounter with the public they were attempting to serve. Being verbally abused, spat at, physically attacked and threatened with weapons was nobody's version of fun. You had to work your way through it, and most did, but you were seldom the same afterwards. Their conversation drifted to other, safer topics, and Bliss felt completely relaxed by the time his friend's cab arrived to take him home. After Kaplan had left, Bliss walked himself through a minor physical workout, one designed to both keep him supple and improve his balance. He had noticed an improvement in neither, but faint hope kept him at it. The exercises allowed him to stay in reasonable shape for his age, which was a nice bonus. Bliss thought about his friend's observations earlier in the evening, and wondered if other people were equally concerned about the fallout from the Thompson-Delaney operation and the effect it may have had on him. He decided it didn't matter. He had been cleared for duty and felt no greater stress in relation to that specific investigation. Bliss suspected that, as with his health condition, the impact of his work was cumulative. It would catch up with him one day, but he did not see it happening for a while yet. As for his lack of commitment to the new home, no one had mentioned it before because no one else had visited him since his return. Bliss wondered what that said about him. He sat for a while in the living room, contemplating the new case. Half a day in, and he thought he had done everything within his means. The team were focused, actions committed. He could do nothing about the lack of identification in respect of his victim, but fully expected to have that information by the time he was finished at Wittering the next morning. It was reasonable to assume that by the time the case clicked into its 25th hour, he and his troops would have their first major leads to follow. He felt bad for whoever their victim proved to be, but his money was on the missing RAF officer, and that was going to present him and his team with far more problems than usual. Before heading to bed, Bliss had one final beer standing at his double-wide windows, staring at the koi fish in the back garden pond. He was restless once again, had the new case blues, but he could always rely on the fish to soothe his soul. By the time Bliss joined his wife upstairs, a new day had arrived without fanfare. Chapter 7. Bliss and Chandler were signed through the RAF Wittering security gate at precisely 9:58 a.m. The base was only a short drive up the A1M north of the city, and the traffic had been light. There was a 3-vehicle queue to access the base, but the hold-up was minimal. Having flashed their warrant cards, Bliss was instructed to park his car in a small area reserved for visitors, just inside the first set of perimeter gates. Flight Lieutenant Holbrook was waiting for them beyond a second barrier in a dark blue Ford. He stepped out of the vehicle to greet them, offering a warm handshake along with a troubled frown. The man was tall and lean, with fine blonde hair swept back off his forehead. He looked to be no older than mid-30s. Bliss was surprised to find the officer in civilian clothing, rather than the distinctive navy blue uniform. "It's officially my day off," Holbrook explained, as they settled into his car whilst he drove deeper into the base. "So civvies all the way. I thought I'd take you across to our operations centre first, where we can grab a hot drink, have a chat, and from there the RAFP will collect you and take you over to another building in which you can conduct the interviews." "Sounds good," Chandler said. "I've never been on the base before, but I've always loved the sight of that jet sitting there at the entrance." "You're not the only one, ma'am. Other than a Spitfire, there's no finer RAF symbol than the Harrier, in my view." Bliss grinned and glanced across at Chandler, knowing she would have winced visibly at the use of the term ma'am. "I'm sorry that the search of the route your officer would likely have taken home came up empty," he said to Holbrook. "When we're through here, I'm going across to Barnack to speak with the barmaid your man was flirting with. I'm not expecting to get anything more out of her than our uniforms did, however, and we regard her strictly as a witness at this time." They drew up outside a newer building than its close companions, a sleek design with a curved roof that looked as if it was cast from aluminium. "In many ways, I'm hoping Duncan is AWOL through choice," Holbrook said as they exited his vehicle, which he had parked in a reserved space. "I'd rather he was captured as a deserter than believe anything awful has happened to him." At the entrance to the building, ID checks were made, and the flight lieutenant gained access through a solid mesh barrier by using a biometric scanner. Bliss and Chandler followed him through the ground-floor corridor. Glass walls provided an unobstructed view into a high-tech, busy working environment, with giant monitors showing data from countless sources. "Impressive," Chandler remarked as they marched by. Holbrook nodded. "It is indeed. Everything is LCD, touchscreen, some latest-gen Intel processors, and impressive graphics cards. Information from across the globe flows through here 24/7. Chandler gave a stifled laugh. "Sorry, Lieutenant, I didn't mean to snigger, but whilst my boss here will have known all of those words you just used, in that context he would have understood absolutely nothing you said." Bliss threw her a look that suggested payback was due. Once inside the office, which was surprisingly small at no more than 12 feet square, Holbrook used the phone to request drinks, and then they each took a chair around his desk. "How confident are you that your victim is my missing flying officer?" Holbrook asked. "We've only recently learned that you're investigating this possibility, so it has come as a complete shock to us all." Bliss noted the anxiety in the man's eyes, heard a slight tightening of his vocal cords. The concern seemed genuine. "I find it best not to speculate, Flight Lieutenant. Back at HQ, in our incident room, as we kick around ideas as part of a team, then yes, we throw out all manner of theories. Out here in the wider world, my experience is that no one thanks you for whatever answer you give them. Of course, I realise that you were deeply concerned about your missing colleague, so I made some calls before setting off, and dental comparisons will be made at some point today, possibly before noon." Holbrook nodded and took a deep breath, releasing it with a heavy sigh. "Thank you for that. We're all pretty shaken up here, as you might imagine." Bliss was sympathetic. It was not that long since Chandler had been abducted by a crazed rapist and killer, and the hours he had spent waiting to hear news of her were some of the longest and most painful he had ever known. He knew better than most that the mind is capable of playing the cruelest games. "Of course," he said, "it's only natural. You mentioned yesterday that this is out of character, yes?" "Completely. Duncan is a fine young man, has been a model officer, and I was keen to promote him as soon as the next opportunity presented itself." "Would you say he's popular with his colleagues?" "Most definitely," Holbrook confirmed, with a firm nod of the head. "You'll meet 3 of his closest friends shortly. But he had plenty of others right across the base." "How about female officers?" Chandler asked. "We're reliably informed that the reason Duncan opted to walk home was because he fancied his chances with the barmaid who'd been serving him and his friends all night. Did he not have a steady girlfriend on base? Female colleagues who are friends, yes, but only friends. No romantic attachments that I know of." "Not even from their side? Something unrequited, perhaps?" At this, the flight lieutenant tilted his head slightly and spread his hands. "Look, I was Duncan's boss, but he was my friend as well. I cannot say definitively, of course, but I had no knowledge of any such relationship." "And no one off base either, as far as you know?" "Not that I'm aware. Not currently, and not for a while." "Do you not find that odd?" Bliss asked. His gaze narrowed as he searched the lieutenant's reaction. Young man, fit, career path ahead of him, stable living conditions, all that going for him, but no steady girlfriend. Holbrook shifted in his chair. Look, Duncan was clearly interested in women. Or why else would he have remained behind in Barnack to chat with the barmaid? I've known him for 5 years, and in that time he's had several girlfriends, each of whom were non-RAF. He simply never made commitments to any of them, Inspector, and happened not to be seeing anyone at this time, hence his interest in the barmaid, I assume. Bliss nodded. The lieutenant's observations were reasonable enough. On the wall behind Holbrook hung a notice board, onto which a large number of spreadsheets were pinned. None of it made any sense to Bliss, but he got a sense of the volume of data these people worked with. He was struggling to find his way into the meat of this investigation, and he sensed that was because he was having difficulty in fully understanding the victim. "And as far as you know, he has no financial concerns?" Bliss asked, his gaze dropping back on Holbrook. "None that I'm aware of. Is he a gambler? Other than a few outings to the Greyhound track in the city, nothing noteworthy. Does he like a drink? How about drugs?" "Duncan enjoys a drink just like the rest of us, Inspector Bliss, and if he ever considered doing drugs, and I believe that not to be the case, he could not have avoided being pinged for it on a random test. As I've said all along, he's a genuinely decent man and a terrific officer." "What is his job specifically?" Chandler asked. "I'm able to give you broad strokes only," Holbrook said. He swallowed and fidgeted with the band of his wristwatch. It was the first sign of apprehension that Bliss had noticed. Duncan was one of several flying officers working with No. 1 Air Mobility Wing, part of the Air Combat Service Support Unit. Essentially, the role covers all aspects of support logistics, at home and abroad, in support of both training and full-service operations. "Sounds like an important role," Chandler remarked. "It is. Logistics allow our forces on the front line to do their jobs. It's a mammoth task, believe me. A lot of responsibility for a young man to take on. Well, yes, I suppose it is. But you have to remember that all of our staff are extremely well-trained. It's a pressurized environment at times, but they all cope remarkably well." Whilst listening to the exchange, Bliss found his attention wandering to the view from Holbrook's window. Through gaps between buildings, he could see all manner of vehicles and a large number of staff on the move, a constant flow of traffic around the base. Away in the distance, a jet aircraft taxied across the tarmac, disappearing from view momentarily behind a stack of steel shipping containers. The sounds from outside were discordant and constant. It was like being in the centre of a small city. "Has there been any additional pressure recently?" Bliss asked, snapping back into the moment. "Nothing out of the ordinary," Holbrook replied, shaking his head vigorously. "Base closures over the past few years have had an impact, of course, but we've been provided with greater resources and staffing to help combat the effect. And with us maintaining only basic levels of presence in both Iraq and Afghanistan these days, I'd say there is actually less pressure than there was when Duncan first joined us here." Bliss believed he now had an idea of the sort of person their missing airman was. Everyone had their secrets, but Holbrook had described a decent and able young man looking to get on with his chosen career. Still, the flight lieutenant was Livingston's immediate superior, and Bliss believed that the airman's closest friends were more likely to know the whereabouts of any closets containing the odd skeleton or two. Just now he was seeing Livingston the man, not Livingston the victim. That needed to change. "A couple more questions," Bliss said, smiling gratefully. "First, do your jobs ever take you overseas, into combat areas?" "At times," Holbrook said, sitting back in his chair for the first time. "It entirely depends on circumstances. Both myself and Duncan have been to Saudi Arabia on a couple of occasions, and Duncan also went to Germany." "Recently?" "No. Neither of us have been anywhere at all in over a year." Bliss saw no reason to pursue that line. He knew that the RAF often stationed their planes in Saudi for operations in and around the Middle East, and Germany was a NATO area commonly used by UK forces. A worrying thought had begun to trouble him, but he set it aside until they knew more about the attack itself. "How about his family?" Bliss asked. "How are they taking it?" Duncan's parents were visited yesterday evening. The RAFP had to ensure he hadn't simply run back home for some reason, which he had not, and they were both apparently as dumbfounded as I am, completely at a loss to explain their son's absence. I take it no mention was made of our murder victim? No, though I'm by no means certain we were even aware of it at the time. They were questioned quite hard, as we have to do in such circumstances, much as you would have, I imagine, but we would never put such a notion in their heads unless we were certain. Do they live nearby? Chandler asked, hooking one leg over the other and moving her foot back and forth in a steady rhythm. The movement caught Bliss's attention momentarily. Holbrook's too, Bliss noticed. The officer would not be either the first nor last man to appreciate Chandler's shapely legs. Holbrook shook his head. Oh, no, they live up in York. Run a tea shop there. Bliss dismissed the parents for the time being. Any other family? An older sister. She's married and living in Canada. Bliss inclined his head. Would your RAFP have checked for movement on your officer's passport? Of course. All ports and airports are checked as a matter of procedure. Another dead end, Bliss decided. The investigation was full of them so far. Lastly, then, he said, more casually than he felt, are you aware of threats aimed either directly at Duncan or any of your personnel here at Whittery? Threats? Holbrook's eyes narrowed, and something pulsed in his cheek. Yes, you know the sort of thing I mean. From anti-war groups, anarchic demonstrators, that sort of thing. Bliss did not wish to lead the man, so left the question reasonably vague. Not especially. One or two of our cadets have reported the odd comment when they have been out and about in uniform on official duties, but that's the same for all forces right across the country. I take it you are aware of the All Forces Directive that was issued for us not to wear uniform when off base and off duty? Bliss nodded. I am. Which must help reduce the risk, I assume. So no overt threats, then? None that I'm aware of, no. Or none that you can tell me about? Holbrook raised a sheepish smile. A bit of both. And by that I mean I'm not aware of any threats, but even if I were, I'd probably not be able to tell you without obtaining authority to do so. Bliss decided they were done. He glanced across at Chandler, who shook her head almost imperceptibly. They thanked the flight lieutenant, who showed them out of a side door where an RAFP officer was already waiting for them in an open jeep. The officer introduced himself as Lundy and drove them across the base to where 3 men waited for them to be interviewed. I've allowed you 30 minutes with each, if you think that's long enough, Lundy explained. Actually, I'd like to see them all together, Bliss said. Really? The RAFP officer's eyebrows arched. You don't want them kept apart to see if they all have different stories to tell? If they had not already had hours together in order to prepare for this, then yes, that would have been my preference. If there is some kind of story to rehearse, they've had ample time to do so. Instead, I'll be looking at who takes the lead, the glances that pass between them, try and spot the weakest link, and perhaps select them to remain behind when I'm done with the group as a whole. Lundy nodded in a way that suggested he disagreed with the notion. Bliss did not mind. It was his case, his head on the block. Lundy was both a facilitator and an observer, whose presence in the room would be respected, if not exactly welcomed, by his fellow airmen. Bliss was aware that police officers in the armed forces were every bit as disliked and treated with as much suspicion and contempt by other forces' personnel as he and his colleagues were by the general public. He also knew that those in authority often abused the position, which served only to reinforce negative opinions. Lundy came across as a disciplined man, albeit a little tightly wound. "Do you happen to know Livingston?" Bliss asked him. "Only to say hello to in passing," Lundy replied. "Nothing official." "So it surprised you to learn he was AWOL?" "Yes and no. Men and women go AWOL far more than you would be aware of, Inspector. On the vast majority of occasions it's over something trivial, often something they can't control. Generally it lasts no longer than 24 hours. I admit to being concerned, now it's gone into a second day in Livingston's case. But whilst I wouldn't have expected it, I'll only be surprised by it if it lasts beyond this afternoon." "And the three friends we're about to interview," Chandler asked. "What are they like?" "Much the same as F.O. Livingston. I've never had cause to speak to them officially, so again I know of them rather than about them." 5 minutes later, Bliss and Chandler were seated in a large modern room, heated well, decorated in neutral colours, and an ideal choice for an interview that had to appear to be exactly that, as opposed to an interrogation. Lundy brought through flying officers Thomas, White, and Allen. Introductions were made, and Lundy informed the men that they were to answer any and all questions to the best of their knowledge. "Gentlemen, we are here in order to obtain your help in our efforts to locate your missing friend," was how Bliss kicked off proceedings. He did not want these men on edge. "From what I understand, Duncan's absence from duty is an aberration. You were all part of the search team that worked alongside our own officers, and so you will be fully aware that your colleague and friend was not found. I'm here to learn whether Duncan could be missing of his own accord, or if we have to point our investigation into channels I'm sure we would all rather not consider." Bliss kept his gaze on the three men seated opposite. At this stage, all three continued to face him, eyes front and centre. Each of them had run an eye over Chandler before taking their seats, but now their focus was squarely on him. He began by going over the story as he knew it, outlining their trip to Barnack. Livingston decided to stay on in order to flirt with the barmaid, right up to discovering him missing the following morning. "So, if that's an accurate description of events, let's go straight to the moment you each found out your friend was absent. Flying Officer Thomas, please explain to me how and where you learned Duncan was missing." Bliss was careful not to refer to Livingston's absence as him being AWOL. That formal term was one step away from denigrating the officer as a deserter, and Bliss thought these men would clam up tight if they believed the interview was in any way official at this stage. As he asked the question, his eyes scanned the reactions of all three airmen. Thomas's eyes momentarily flicked across to the RAFP officer, as if searching for permission to respond. White continued to stare straight ahead, while Allen flashed a quick glance at Thomas. "I share a house with Dunk," Thomas said. He was one of two dressed in uniform, and he sat with his hands clasped together on the table, thumbs worrying each other. He was on duty at the same time as me, so when I noticed he wasn't kicking about and I heard no noise coming from his room, I knocked. When I got no joy, I went inside. Dunk can be untidy, and if he even bothers to make his bed, it's only when he gets home off shift. The bed was made, so I immediately assumed he hadn't come home." "Was that a regular event?" Chandler asked. "Duncan not coming home?" "Not regular, miss, but it does happen from time to time. Sometimes he'd crash elsewhere on base, and occasionally he'd stay off base. We all do it." "So finding him not at home first thing of a morning was hardly unusual?" Thomas shook his head. "No, it was unusual, unless he'd arranged to stay somewhere overnight. If he did that, then he'd pack a bag and take his uniform with him. He hadn't done that, so it was strange, him not being there getting ready." "Tell me what your immediate thought was," Bliss said. "Your very first instinctive reaction." This time the young man smiled. It was easy and disarming. "I thought he'd pulled Karen and gone home with her. I assumed he'd either overslept or was getting a full English, if you know what I mean." "So you were not at all concerned?" he asked. "No, sir, not about that, only that he'd be late for duty." "Thank you." All three officers were of a similar age, build, and physical appearance. Tall and lean was how the RAF seemed to like them. Bliss turned his attention to the man sitting in the centre of the three, also in uniform. "Now, Flying Officer White, same question to you, please." "I worked directly alongside Duncan, Inspector. First I knew was when he didn't show for duty. Flight Lieutenant Holbrook was on the first of 2 days' annual leave, so Flight Lieutenant Butler asked me if I was aware of Dunk being ill. I told him we'd been out the night before, and as far as I knew, he would have a mild hangover at worst." "And when your friend failed to show?" "I didn't know what to think, to tell you the truth. I also thought he might have copped off with Karen, but I couldn't imagine him staying on wherever she lived, without at least calling in sick. Not to hear from him at all was worrying. Flying Officer Allen had a similar story to tell. He had not been on duty, as it was the first of 3 days' annual leave for him. However, he had been on base, and word had spread quickly. By lunchtime, pretty much everyone knew Livingston was absent. Bliss paused to consider what he had heard. Everything so far had rung true. He decided to press further. So you all initially made the assumption that Duncan had spent the night with the barmaid. The consensus was that Karen Bailey was gorgeous and friendly and seemed interested in their friend. Logical conclusions were drawn. So at what point did you start to have concerns? Bliss asked. Immediately, Allen said. No way Dunk would miss duty without notifying his commanding officer. Something had to be wrong. I went back to the pub at lunchtime. Karen told me she and Dunk had shared a kiss and a cuddle and that, but that her brother had picked her up in the car, and Dunk started to walk back to base. I got word through to the others, and then we heard about the appeal for volunteers to search the probable route home. I was part of the first wave, and those who'd been on duty came later. By then it was dark, though, so it was called off just after 6, I think. So your friend and colleague is missing, Chandler said, scribbling something in her notebook. In your own words, it's unlikely to be by choice, and there are no obvious signs that he was involved in an accident. Therefore, are any of you able to offer any thoughts as to what has become of Duncan? Bliss observed the 3 men. If one of them was the obvious leader, he would have expected the other 2 to throw a glance their way. But there were no exchanged looks, merely shaking heads. To Bliss, that suggested Livingston had been the head of this particular band of brothers. He wasn't in any trouble, Allen said, if that's what you're getting at. Look, we all like a laugh, and none of us are exactly quiet when we're out on the piss, but we don't cause trouble, we don't start fights, and we don't get involved in anything that might make someone take it out on Dunk. He wasn't like that as a person. Well, none of us are. I'm his closest friend, Thomas said. If there was anything going on, I'd know about it. I'm not covering for him. I've already had this out with our own police. I don't know where he is, and I have no idea why anyone might want to hurt him. Bliss nodded. He turned his head. Pen, anything else? When Chandler shook her head, Bliss got to his feet. I think we are done here, gentlemen. Thank you all for your time. Officer Lundy, if we could be shown back to our vehicle. 5 minutes later, Bliss was nosing the insignia out of the base and indicating to turn onto the A1M when his mobile rang. He pulled the car over, rested his foot on the brake, and thumbed the receive button. He listened, spoke only twice in response, then killed the call. He looked across at Chandler and slowly shook his head. Damn, that was Ollie. They just got a call from pathology. Dental records confirm our victim is Duncan Livingston. Chapter 8. The proprietors of the Coach Inn at Barnack rather grandly described the 18th-century honey-coloured limestone property as a hotel and restaurant. In fact, it was no more than a decent-sized pub, with a couple of rooms to let, and some wholesome hot food dished up for evening meals. Karen Bailey, the barmaid with whom Airman Livingston had fancied his chances, was serving drinks, when Bliss and Chandler entered the warm and snug bar. Jet-black hair with olive-tinged skin, Bailey looked to be barely out of her teens, and was every bit as stunning as Livingston's friends had described her. Bliss caught her eye, leaned across the bar, and showed his warrant card. "A word when you're done, please," he said, pointing over towards the table at which Chandler had just pulled out a chair. A couple of minutes later, Bailey checked with the landlord before joining them at the table. "This is about Duncan, I assume," Bailey said, fidgeting with a chain around her neck. "Have you found him yet? Is he okay?" The detectives had agreed not to share their fresh information with the young woman. Bliss had reasoned that the two had not been close enough for confirmation of the airman's murder to require reporting to Bailey, and Chandler agreed that news of his death might cause the barmaid to falter. even clam up completely during the chat. Bliss ignored the question and instead said, "Miss Bailey, how about you fetch us a couple of drinks for now, plus order us a ham salad sandwich each to go. When you come back with the drinks, we'll have a chat. I'll have a bottle of whatever lager you do, and lime and soda for my colleague, please." He handed the barman a 20. "Have one yourself while you're at it." "That's unusually generous of you," Chandler said, removing her jacket and folding it across her lap. "I thought I saw a moth fly out of your wallet earlier. You cheeky bint. When was the last time we went anywhere and you paid? You even got away with the baguette yesterday. Bloody hell, how long are you going to hold that over me? And did you just call me a bint? You do know that's a derogatory term and I could have you on a charge for using it." Bliss hiked his shoulders. "Believe me, I know worse. And probably more appropriate terms for you, should I choose to use them. Anyway, my word against yours. Who do you think the DCI will believe?" Chandler just looked at him. "Yeah," he said, nodding. "Stupid question." Bailey returned to the table, carrying a tray. She set it down, and Bliss was pleased to see a bottle of Peroni starting to sweat. After handing Bliss his change, Bailey took a breath and said, "So, can you tell me anything?" "Not at the moment," Bliss replied. He took a long swig straight from the chilled bottle, using the moment to consider his next words. "I know you've already been through this with the uniformed officers, but we'd like to know a little more about your relationship with Duncan Livingston." Bailey forced a breath through her nose and shrugged. "There's really nothing to tell. We didn't have a relationship, not in the way I think you mean. Duncan and I got on well. Whenever he and his friends came in for a drink, he chatted me up for a bit. I flirted back." "So you were interested in him?" Chandler suggested. "Yes, sort of. I mean, he's not my usual type, and definitely not the sort of bloke I would bring home with me. But he was nice enough. And 2 nights ago, when he was here last, he stayed behind after his friends had gone. Why was that exactly?" The young woman smiled and ran a hand through her silky, thick hair. To Bliss it looked like a well-practised gesture. "I mentioned that I was being picked up a bit later than usual. Duncan offered to wait behind with me. I think he thought there might be something in it for him. We had a natter, and when I got a text from my brother to say he was outside waiting, I kissed Dunk goodbye. You know, to thank him for hanging around. That was the sum of it, really." "Did you offer him a ride back to base?" Bailey nodded. "I said I'd ask my brother, but that as we were headed south, we'd be on the wrong side of the A1. Bliss leaned forward a little. "You sound as if you weren't sure about him getting that lift. You also mentioned earlier that Duncan wasn't the sort of bloke you'd take home with you. What did you mean by that, Karen?" "My family are travellers. I have 3 brothers and a sister. Duncan was a bit too clean-cut and straight, if you know what I mean. My family don't tend to trust men in uniform. Not even the armed forces. The police I can understand, but the RAF? A uniform suggests a certain kind of person, honest, upright, bound by rules and regulations. I love my family, don't get me wrong, but they don't really want to associate with anyone who's part of the establishment. And by virtue of that, might not necessarily like it if you were either." Bailey nodded. "I hope Duncan turns up safe and well. But there's no future for me and him. There was nothing between us, other than a bit of harmless flirting." "He saw it that way as well?" Chandler asked. "He didn't try it on for more that night?" "No. Believe me, I can look after myself. If he had, I would have slapped him down. But no, he was sweet and gentle. He didn't push." "So were your parents or siblings even aware of Duncan?" Bliss said. "That you and Duncan were flirting a little bit with one another?" It occurred to him that a family who held a long-standing suspicion of anyone in uniform might consider taking matters into their own hands. He wondered if the brothers might have jumped Livingston as he walked back to the base. Bailey's eyes widened and she shook her head, her hand reaching for her thin gold chain once more. "Oh, God, no! My brothers are protective of me as it is. And if they thought an airman was after me, they—" Her voice tailed off. Her features grew stern and a deep ridge formed between her eyebrows. "Oh, I get it now. I see what you're suggesting. We're travellers, so we beat the crap out of anyone we don't agree with. Well, no, as I was about to say, they would not have taken kindly to it, and would for sure have dragged me away. But they would not have touched Duncan, provided he gave them no reason. "I'm sorry for any offence caused," Chandler said, resting a hand on Bailey's arm, "but it had to be asked. It wasn't because you're travellers, though. We'd have asked exactly the same of anyone with a large, overprotective family. So you're saying Duncan's flirting, or even his presence when you came out of the pub and got into your brother's vehicle, would not have been enough of a reason. First, nobody other than his friends, or one or two regulars here, were aware of Duncan and me being close. Second, I asked Dunk to give me a few minutes before he left. My brother had no idea he was even there, let alone who he was or where he was headed afterwards." Bailey continued to fidget with the chain around her neck as she spoke. She took a couple of quick sips from her own drink. The young woman seemed to be unsettled, but Bliss figured that was probably more due to the line of questioning than anything she might have to hide. He moved on to discuss the evening in more general terms, asked whether there had been a recent change in clientele. Bailey laughed at that, telling them she could name the drinkers by heart, and that strangers would stand out like a polar bear on roller skates. According to the barmaid, Sunday night had been an ordinary night, and the four airmen had been loud but fun and well-behaved as usual. By the time they were finished with their drinks, they were also done talking. Bailey fetched them their sandwiches and thanked Bliss for her drink. He sat in the car with the engine idling for a few minutes after the interview. He wanted to know what his partner's immediate impressions were. "I liked her," Chandler said, "and I can see why she's a big hit with the airmen. Did you clock the pulling of that chain around her neck? Seemed like nerves to me." "Well, she was being spoken to by two detectives about a young man currently AWOL. That alone would be enough to unsettle most people. But throw in her family's antipathy towards us and the uniforms, and I imagine that sends it up a notch or two." Bliss nodded. He did so reluctantly, "I suppose. Did you get the sense she might be hiding something? Like the fact that she knows what happened to Livingston?" "No, boss, she had no clue. That much I am sure about." As he drove out of the car park, Bliss eyed the pub. He could see inside one of the windows, and Karen Bailey was back behind the bar, deep in conversation with the landlord. He agreed with Chandler's opinion. Bailey was completely unaware of what had happened to the young man she had flirted with. As for others within her family, that was another matter entirely. Chapter 9. Bliss had just finished the morning briefing, when he was informed by a uniform that he had a visitor waiting for him in interview room 2 on the ground floor. Whilst receiving a member of the public at the station was unusual, it was not unheard of. Occasionally a nervous witness would demand to speak only to the person in charge of an investigation, and Bliss hoped that was the case this time. He and his team could do with a break. The briefing had been short and to the point. They were chasing leads. He took the stairs down and stopped by the front desk on his way through. These days it was often unstaffed, but a female PC was talking on the phone and making handwritten notes on a ring-bound pad. She rolled her eyes and shook her head as Bliss approached, clearly not appreciating the conversation she was having. A few moments later she was done. A woman wanted to report her daughter's school principal as a child abuser for allowing staff to hand out too much homework, she explained. "I trust you directed her to the Education Minister, Steph." "I did indeed. Let that bugger earn his corn for a change. Your lady is in 2. "Thanks. Did she say what it was about?" "No, sorry, sir. Gave her name as Mrs. Curtis and asked to see you. Said she'd discuss the reason for her visit with you and you only." Bliss thanked the constable and headed to the interview room, which was 2 doors along a side corridor. His leather-soled shoes made a clomping sound in the narrow space, and he could hear the reluctance in his own gait. He wasn't in a particularly good mood. The previous day's revelation that their torched murder victim was the missing airman had stuck in Bliss's craw and refused to dislodge. A frustrating afternoon of chasing their own tails had led to a second successive unsatisfactory evening briefing. Other than now knowing the identity of their murder victim, the team had no further leads. CCTV footage had been expected overnight, as the company on whose property the cameras stood had eventually agreed to provide it without the need for a warrant. The digital video had still not arrived as arranged, and Bliss had instructed DS Short to contact the company to find out the reason for the delay. Beyond that, his team were working flat out on nothing and running on fumes. Because he was about to meet with a member of the public, Bliss first adjusted his tie and then entered the room with a warm smile plastered across his face. He came to an abrupt halt, the smile fleeing his lips, as his gaze fell upon the woman sitting on one of the soft chairs on the far side of the room, waiting for him. The last time he had laid eyes on Mrs. Curtis, she had gone by the name of Emily Grant, and had just informed him that she had no intention of continuing their fledgling relationship when he moved down to London to take up his posting with the newly founded Serious and Organised Crime Agency. "Hello, Jimmy," she said now. The deep, strong voice he remembered was now weak, both her eyes sunken and glazed. Emily looked as if she and sleep had become strangers recently. Otherwise, the dozen years that had passed since their last night together had been extremely kind to the person his team at the time had referred to as the Bone Woman. She had gained a little weight, perhaps, and now had a vibrant copper tinge to her shoulder-length hair, and Bliss was struck by the lack of impact time seemed to have had on her. She wore a royal blue coat over a black and white checked dress and black leather boots that came just below the knee. She looked good, but decidedly uncomfortable. "Emily, Sorry, seeing you sitting there took me by complete surprise. I'm shocked, truth be known. How are you? You look great." "Thank you. I'm sure that's not entirely true. You are, though. Lean and fit." "Were you expecting fat and clapped out?" The smile she gave was perfunctory at best. Pulling at a mask of makeup that Bliss saw now was more heavily applied than had once been usual for this particular woman. He also noted that Emily had not responded to his inquiry as to her health. She was there for a purpose, not idle chit-chat, and it had to be important for her to have come to him after all this time. Bliss softly closed the interview room door behind him, then took a seat close to the woman, whose company he had enjoyed for only a short time all those years ago, yet had nonetheless left a positive and lasting mark upon him. "Let's ignore the niceties for now," Bliss said. "Tell me why you're here and what I can do for you." Emily looked down at the hands clasped together in her lap for a moment, before taking a deep breath and raising her head to face him. "Did you hear about the incident on the A1 last week at the Norman Cross Junction?" "The suicide? Caused a pile-up that blocked the northbound lanes for hours? That the one?" "Yes. Only it was not a suicide." Bliss arched his eyebrows. "Oh, you have evidence to suggest otherwise, Emily?" She shook her head, and now Bliss could see great pain behind the redness of her eyes. "Not evidence, no. I don't really know how to say this, Jimmy, so please bear with me. The victim your investigators are suggesting committed suicide was my husband. I know you must get spouses and other family members making such claims all the time when similar incidents occur, but I'm telling you straight that my husband did not take his own life." Bliss blinked. His eyes dropped to her left hand, where he noticed the rings for the first time. Now the name given to him by P.C. Casey made sense. It was a strange quirk of human behaviour that when people stopped being in your life, you rarely thought of them in any way other than how they were the last time you saw them. There was no reason whatsoever why Emily Grant would not have moved on and got married in the past 12 years or so, yet, for some reason, the possibility had never occurred to Bliss. "Tell me what you think happened instead," he said, recovering quickly and forcing his train of thought back on track. "I don't know the answer to that. I wish I did." "There would have been no inquest yet, as it's far too soon. So no coroner's verdict either?" "No." I suppose you think my coming to you like this is premature. But neither the police nor the pathologist are looking at any other classification, as far as I can tell. Certainly not the police investigators. Other than the fact that Simon left no note, and I'm aware that most suicides don't, I have no evidence to refute the police and pathologists' opinions. All I have, in Simon's defence, is what I know inside to be true. Bliss knew how things usually went from this point on. If it were any other member of the public, he would attempt to influence their state of mind by laying out the wealth of readily available data on the subject, data that suggested nobody knew anybody as well as they liked to think they did, that people became depressed for no apparent reason, and often when they did, they were either unaware of it until they took their own life without any thought or planning, or were ashamed of having a mental weakness, and so hid it from everyone else until they had planned their suicide to the nth degree. Bliss had no desire to steer Emily through these banalities. He did not know if he believed her version of events, only that he cared enough to be compassionate and understanding towards her now. "What is it that you'd like me to do, Emily?" Bliss asked. "What do you want from me?" "What I'm asking for is a favour. I would like you to speak with the accident investigators, perhaps even the pathologist if necessary, to have them provide you with details they might be keeping from me, perhaps to try and protect me, to explain to you why they are so certain that Simon took his own life." Nodding absently, Bliss said, "I can do that. Not officially, of course. I can have a word on the quiet, though. But, Emily, what if they confirm and convince me of their findings?" With the back of her thumb she wiped away a stray tear that had sneaked its way through her defences. Emily was a demure woman, always stylish and elegant in both the way she dressed and deported herself. She would not enjoy making a fuss, and would certainly not be here now unless she was absolutely convinced by her own beliefs. "Then I will probably ask you to do more, for further favours. I know there is no reason why you should, Jimmy, but I'll ask anyway. You're my last hope, my only hope." He understood that level of commitment. "How long were you married?" 7 years. We dated for a year beforehand. "Was he from your field? Did you meet at work?" Bliss had first met Emily Grant when she delivered a day-long training course relating to human decomposition. Her speciality was anthropology, with a passion for archaeology thrown into the mix. She had been working with a team at the Bronze Age dig on the outskirts of the city, and when Bliss and Chandler were called out to Bretton Woods following the unearthing of human remains, it was Bliss who had asked the Bone Woman for assistance on the case. "No, not in the least." Emily shook her head dismissively. "Simon was a freelance journalistic photographer. He worked anywhere and everywhere on the planet." "I see. Sounds interesting. You still over at Flag Fen?" "Not anymore. I work in Cambridge, lecturing in anthropology." "In Cambridge or at Cambridge?" "At the university, yes." "Impressive. But you still live here in the city?" "Close enough, out in Home." Bliss knew the village, just a few miles south of Peterborough. He sensed he was rubbing his scar too often, licking his lips more than he should. He was anxious, and his heartbeat was running way above average. He felt curiously self-conscious. Emily Curtis was a stranger to him, but Emily Grant had been so much more than a friend. Their last evening together, in early 2006, was a long way back in the past, and the paths that their lives had taken since had not crossed again until now. Once again he was taken with this smart and intellectual woman's manner, her grace and style, even in such obvious distress. Bliss was not a fan of regrets. Once upon a time he had allowed himself to wallow in them. No longer. If he had a mantra to live by, it was to focus only on what could be controlled. The past was not one of those things. He and Emily Grant had simply not been destined to be together, though he had thought about her often, and with great fondness in the intervening years. Bliss felt a deep sadness emitting from her in waves, and decided he would do everything in his power to help. "Emily, I am truly sorry for your loss," he said, turning sideways and edging forward on his seat. "You're an intelligent woman, so I won't waste time explaining how this is most likely going to turn out. I'm working a really awful case right now, one which demands my full attention. But I promise you I will find time to talk to the right people about your husband. I can't tell you exactly by when, but I can see you are hurting, so I won't let you linger like that for long. Give me a day, 2 at most. Is that all right by you?" The bone woman got to her feet and held out her hand. 3 rings gleamed and sparkled on the other. "I'm extremely grateful to you, Jimmy. I truly am. Despite what happened between us, I felt we parted on good terms, and if I had to choose anyone to be in my corner right now, it would be you. Please take all the time you need. I'll do what I can, I promise. I know you will. I'm counting on it." She tilted her head a little and narrowed her gaze. "By the way, how are you these days? You look good, but I know you have that awful condition to contend with." Bliss smiled ruefully. "It's as under control as it can be, thanks." "You certainly look as if you're on top of it." "For the most part, that's true. And that's really the best I can hope for." "I heard about what happened on the Norfolk coast a few months back. I thought about you a lot while that awful series of murders was going on. Prior to that, I had no idea you were back here in the city, of course. Why would I? Then I saw that media interview you gave, and seeing you again on TV brought back some fond memories. I followed the investigation closely. Poor Penny. How is she? Well, I hope." "She's fine. Back on the squad with me." Emily smiled. "I'm pleased. You always were a good team, you two." "So people tell me." Bliss matched her smile. "I hope you both got the help you needed after your close call with that madman. It must have been such a traumatic experience." "It's mandatory these days. You go through something like that and you have to tolerate the psych sessions." This time Emily shook her head and put a hand on his arm. "Same old Jimmy. Regarding something designed to help as something to endure instead." Bliss brushed the comment aside. "We each handle things in our own way. I find my path through, always have done, always will, I guess." "I hope so. I will need some of that resolve myself in the coming days and weeks, to strike my own passage through such a devastating loss. Anyhow, I wish you well, Jimmy." Emily opened up her shoulder bag, withdrew a purse, and took a white card from one of its many pockets. "You can reach me on either of the numbers here." Bliss took the card, nodded. He handed her a card of his own. "My mobile number is on the back," he said. "Call me if you want to. Any time." And then the two shook hands once more, like strangers. Chapter 10. Bliss was in the canteen, towards the rear of a long queue by the till, about to pay for drinks for him and Chandler, when D.C. Carmichael came barreling over, cheeks flushed and eyes wide. He virtually shoved other members of staff aside in order to deliver his message more quickly. "Boss, you have to come and see the footage we got from that company out near Kingscliff." Bliss grinned at the man's pink-cheeked enthusiasm. Carmichael was prone to outbursts of excitement over very little. "Did it capture a vehicle?" he asked. "Yes, boss, and so much more. We have it on the big screen in the tech ops room." There was something flickering in Carmichael's eyes, something more than his usual bluff eagerness, something that told Bliss this was going to be worth his time. He glanced around the canteen and spotted Ansari chatting with a couple of uniforms at a nearby table, and called out to her. "Gull, get your ass over here. Pay for these drinks, please, and then get them up to us in Tech Ops. Get yourself whatever you want and join us double quick." Bliss did not wait for a response. He stepped out of the queue, then followed Carmichael and Chandler, who had already turned to head for the canteen's exit. He had previously decided not to tell her about the visit from the bone woman. He felt as if this one was on him alone. "You remind me so much of Gene Hunt from that TV show Ashes to Ashes," Chandler said to him over her shoulder. She wore a big smile and shook her head in admonishment. "You're so mired in the 80s. That's because the 80s was the best decade known to mankind. And anyway, Gull knows I wasn't being sexist. I didn't tell her to get the drinks because she was a woman. She happened to be the first member of the team I clapped eyes on, that's all. You're still stuck in your ways?" "Yeah, and I'm still your boss, so zip it, D.S. Chandler." They began heading up the stairs. "Which reminds me, have you started studying for your inspector's exam?" Chandler turned her head and screwed up her face. "I'm not sure I want to." "What? You were all for it last time we discussed it. You're a shoo-in, and a natural." "To be honest, I don't know if I want the responsibility. I see you having to handle all the politics, all the bullshit with the DCI, and ask myself if I could deal with it. Or if I want it that much. At the moment, I really don't know the answer to those questions." Bliss liked that response. A lot of detectives were keen to move up the ranking ladder as quickly as possible, so that they would have to spend the least amount of time out on the streets, actually investigating crimes. His partner was taking the opposite viewpoint, dedicating herself to the role Bliss still saw as the primary function of any detective worthy of the name. They had reached the Tech Ops office, which was usually inhabited by 2 civilians who handled all of the technical evidence that came through the system. It was a small room, a tight square that felt smaller than it was due to all the equipment stacked up on shelves and desks. But as they entered, they discovered only Bishop and Short waiting for them. Without a word, Bishop first waited for everyone to find a space, then hit a button, and the huge, wall-mounted screen flickered into life. Bliss hardly blinked, seldom took a breath, and maintained the silence as he watched a white van draw up. The footage itself was grainy, and the only light was that which spilled out from the chemical plant, but it was sufficient to reveal everything that took place next. 2 men exited the front of the van and walked around to the rear. Larger than average builds, but no giants. They opened the doors, at which point a 3rd man jumped out of the back. He and the driver then reached inside and hauled out a 4th man. Despite the poor light, it was clear to Bliss that the man yanked out by his collar and thrown to the floor was Duncan Livingston. Not only was he dressed differently to the others, but he was also the only one of the 4 whose face was completely uncovered. A face ravaged by terror. The next 10 minutes were tough to watch, as the 3 men took turns in beating the airman, first with their fists, then boots, and finally what appeared to be steel pipes. Throughout the vicious assault, the 3 men handing it out gestured animatedly. Their faces were unrecognizable, as they were hidden by checked scarves pulled tight around their heads, leaving only their eyes and noses uncovered. As they gestured, the scarves seemed to move excitedly as well, as if angry words were being yelled out. As the beating ceased, Ansari appeared at the door clutching a tray of hot drinks. Bliss shook his head, and she retreated without a word. If that initial 10 minutes was hard to witness, what followed next was unbearable. The driver reached back inside the van and pulled out a car tire, while his front passenger withdrew a red can. The beaten airman could be seen to plead for his life, but after a couple more blows and kicks, seemed to accept his fate, and remained kneeling and still, as the tire was slipped over his head and forced down until it wrapped around Livingston's arms and upper torso. Bliss felt himself shudder. The man had literally been beaten into submission. The contents of the can were then poured over the RAF officer. There was a slight pause as his attackers gesticulated wildly with their arms. Amidst the movement, one of the 3 brushed an arm against his scarf, which shifted, leaving only his mouth visible for a few moments. It was clear to Bliss that the man was repeatedly shouting something out, spitting it into the young officer's face. Then the van driver took a step backwards, flicked open a lighter, lit it, and tossed it into the petrol-saturated, sunken bowl of the tyre. The fuel ignited with a fierce explosion of flame. Livingston reacted as if electrocuted, jerking and spasming, flapping around like a netted seal, as the flames erupted and roared, cloaking both the tyre and the airman's entire head. Those responsible for his truly horrific death stood and watched until the body slumped forward, their arms raised joyously, as if in victory. Then, with the minimum of fuss and no further outbursts, all three climbed into the van's cab and drove away, whilst their victim continued to burn. "Turn it off," Bliss said, as the vehicle disappeared from view. "Do you want to run through it one more time?" Bishop asked him. Bliss shook his head, chin almost resting on his chest. "Not right now. I've seen more than enough for one day. One lifetime, actually." He felt sick. Physically, something nauseating rose up and filled his throat with acrid bile. Bliss grimaced as he swallowed it back down, scorching his gullet in the process. Prior to watching the CCTV footage, he had considered a burned body to be the most disgusting thing a person could ever lay eyes on. He had been wrong. Watching it burn in the first place was so much worse. Bliss turned to the sergeant. "Bishop, please go track down a lip reader. Right now. I want to know what they were shouting at the end there." He jerked his head in the direction of the door, and Bishop immediately stood and left the office. "That looked very much like an execution, boss," Short said, her eyes narrowed and red-rimmed. Bliss guessed she had wept the first time she had seen the footage. It was yet another reminder to him as to how he and his colleagues lived with the reality of things the general public could scarcely imagine. "Some gangland thing. You suggested drugs before. That's what it looks like to me now." "It could well be, but my mind has to be open to all possibilities. Has anyone from the security company, or the company whose property they were patrolling, seen this footage?" "I believe so, boss," Carmichael said in response. "My understanding is that the reason for the delay in sending it to us was that their legal people wanted to see it before releasing it." Bliss nodded. It made sense for it to have gone down that way. He briefly wondered how they had coped with what they saw, given that even seasoned coppers were sickened by the footage. "Get onto them immediately," he said. "Make sure that what we have here is the only copy and that the original is secure. I don't want this on fucking YouTube or Facebook earning thousands of hits." Bliss turned his gaze on Chandler, who sat wordlessly alongside him, her eyes vacant, hands preening her hair. She was locked away somewhere. A place where the torching of people did not and could never occur. Her mind had acted defensively and shut down as much as it dared, whilst still allowing her to function. He knew this because they had discussed her reaction to human misery on several occasions. They all needed a happy place to think about on days like this. He turned away, shocked to his core by what he had seen. Saddened, too. From everything he had learned about Flying Officer Duncan Livingston, the young man had been a credit to his family, employers, and his country. No one deserved to die the way he had, but someone who chose to serve their nation did deserve the best team to investigate their murder. Bliss was convinced he had that team, and he determined to make damn sure whoever was responsible would be both collared and convicted. Having sat through that security video, nothing less would be acceptable to Bliss. Chapter 11. There were times when you had to take your mind elsewhere, even if only for a few minutes. It was a critical safety valve, one you had to drop in and out of if you were going to psychologically survive a murder investigation. Chandler had sought her happy place, and now Bliss stood on the staircase landing, staring out of the window. Gradually, What he was overlooking became an indistinct haze, and instead of the car park and open wasteland beyond, he saw his garden back at home, the plants luxuriating beneath a summer sun, running water splashing over stones, the bamboo bridge, his favourite acers bobbing gently in a subtle breeze, and the koi with their languid grace and effortless motion. He took a breath, held it, released slowly. Repeated this several times. Bliss needed this, understanding that he had to calm himself in order to see the operation ahead, rather than that which lay behind. He recognized the benefits of unwinding, a temporary release of focus that would allow it to be revisited with a fresh and accepting mind. Bliss was due to meet with Detective Superintendent Fletcher and DCI Edwards in an hour. It was cutting it tight, but he thought there was time enough to drive over to the mortuary at the city hospital. That gave him no leeway to consider, so instead he just moved. It was a 5-minute drive along the Soak Parkway, a further 5 to find a parking space, and walk to the ground floor area towards the rear of the building. He hoped the pathologist would be available and not elbow-deep in gore. In terms of case consideration, there was a viable reason for him to visit the mortuary. The charred corpse of the murdered airman offered the investigating team nothing further, but Bliss decided he would thank Dr. Nancy Drinkwater for her efforts on his behalf, before moving the conversation on to other business. Operation Compound would lend his presence in her domain an authenticity, and would not look out of place if his visit was reported. As he entered the pathologist's dimly lit lair, Bliss was relieved to see the woman herself sitting in her office at the far end of the corridor, door wide open. To his left were the pathology rooms, with their shiny stainless steel tops, glossy tiled walls, floors designed for dense drainage, and shelves supporting all manner of horrific-looking tools and jars of liquid containing notable pieces of human being. As the sound of his shoes announced his presence on the shiny passageway floor, Bliss waved at Drinkwater, as he always did. "Hi, Ray," she called out, waving back energetically with both hands. Bliss threw an easy grin into the mix as he entered her workspace. "I've told you about that Ray thing before, Nancy. It has to stop." The woman, in her mid-30s and depressingly full of vitality, pulled a face at him. She was short and stocky, generally jovial and welcoming. "It's not my fault. I can't stop thinking about him when I see you. My mind just goes there. From certain angles and the way you speak, you could be his twin. Well, you know, if he did a couple of stone. I look nothing like Ray Winston, Nancy. You've clearly been knocking back too much Prosecco." "Uh-huh. I suppose you'd prefer it if I compared you to Tom Hardy. But then, what male wouldn't? You should see it as a compliment. Some women are hot for the worn-down, grizzled look." Bliss chuckled. When she moved, Drinkwater bounced around like Tigger on speed, and even when sitting she was all tics and spasms. Clearly a woman with a lot of nervous energy to burn off. Bliss felt exhausted just looking at her. He remained standing, leaning against the side of a bookcase containing all manner of medical textbooks and journals. "I came mainly because I wanted to personally thank you for going the extra mile on our victim. I know you must have had to bust a gut to get us that ID so quickly." Drinkwater's beaming smile vanished in an instant. "Oh, who the hell could possibly do such a thing, Jimmy? No one human, with human emotions or values. Believe it or not, Nancy, there were actually 3 of the bastards. They beat him for 10 minutes first. I've just come from watching security footage, and I don't mind admitting it turned my stomach." "I keep telling myself such monsters are in the minority," Drinkwater said, with a shake of the head. Her soft, unruly curls danced. "Only some days it doesn't feel like that. You see the worst of the end results in here, Nancy. It's bound to colour your view. Indeed, darker shades of black, just like my clothes and my heart. Now, that's just not true. You've got a heart of gold. I've always said that about you." You old smoothie, you! Drinkwater smiled at him and winked. You must really want a favour this time. Bliss decided to ease into the real reason he had come. Now that you mention it, Nancy, I hope you don't mind, but I'm also here about another case that passed across your desk recently. A man by the name of Simon Curtis, killed on the A1 a week or so back. Drinkwater nodded and snapped her fingers. Oh, I remember that one. In fact, it will take me a while to forget. Talk about a horror show. He jumped from the bridge near the Stilton Junction and, as fate will have it, landed on the windscreen of a car passing beneath the bridge. The momentum of the vehicle and the angle at which he struck it meant that Curtis went straight through the windscreen rather than bouncing off. Well, most of him did, anyway. The part of him that entered the vehicle was decapitated, and also had one arm torn off. Worse still, considering he chose to do what he did, the poor female driver was struck in the face by his head and body and was killed instantly, leaving her 2 children without a mother. I have no time for suicides, Jimmy, no matter what their sob story, and suicides that kill or injure others go directly to my shit list. What's your interest, anyway? I'm asking about it on behalf of a friend. Bliss decided not to reveal his relationship with the dead man's wife. And, please don't crucify me for this, but did you actually find any evidence to conclusively prove Mr. Curtis committed suicide? The pathologist stiffened. Her head came up, straight and rigid. Whilst Drinkwater had not yet officially recorded her findings, Bliss appreciated she would not be happy having her opinions questioned by someone uninvolved with the case. "What's this all about?" she asked him. "Nothing official. Nothing I'm asking to be written in stone. All I am asking is whether there is any clear and irrefutable evidence that Simon Curtis took his own life. To my mind, especially after what you just told me, it would be impossible to say for certain, just by examining this particular body. Would that be correct?" "It would. In pathological terms, usually one would look for signs of a struggle immediately prior to death. But in this case the body was so horrendously damaged by the impact that there is no possibility of my saying with any degree of certainty that he jumped. Equally, there's nothing to say he was pushed either." "How about alcohol? Drugs? You ran a tox screen, yes?" "Toxicology report was negative across the board. Same with the blood test for alcohol." "So unlikely to have been an accident?" "I would agree." The pathologist tugged at her hair a little. The mass of curls flowed way down past her shoulders. The gesture indicated she was not entirely comfortable with the conversation. "Jimmy, you seem to be looking for a way to determine that this was not a suicide. May I ask why?" Bliss realized that he owed Drinkwater an explanation. "Albeit not a complete one, of course," he said. He buried his hands deep inside his trouser pockets. "I'm sorry to blindside you with this, Nancy. There's nothing contentious going on here, though. I'm genuinely just seeking information. Simon Curtis's wife is an old friend. Until earlier today I hadn't seen her in a dozen years, but she came looking for my help. She refuses to accept that her husband took his own life. I'm simply running it down." Drinkwater eyed him warily. "Not attempting to change minds? No, nothing like that, I assure you. I'm not looking to steer this verdict one way or the other. I would never ask that of you. What I am prepared to do, however, is run it down to its logical conclusion and make sure that assumptions are not being made. Based on my vague knowledge of the case, it seems to me that without any firm evidence, this may end up being an open verdict. I'm simply trying to ascertain whether that evidence exists." "That sounds fair enough." Drinkwater relaxed her posture and nodded, her smile also returning. "Sorry if I seemed to suggest you were trying to bend the rules." Bliss nodded. "You didn't seem to, Nancy. You did suggest it. And you had every right to. Inside this arena, I'm in your world, and it's your job to question motives." "Thank you for saying so. I suppose I do get a little overprotective and defensive at times, particularly when my work is queried. I have to say, though, whilst this one certainly does scream suicide, I expect in the end you'll be right. An open verdict looks on the cards." With those words, Drinkwater had told him more than she ought to have done, and deliberately so, Bliss thought. She was far too wily to have done so accidentally, with a slip of the tongue. Her official report was not complete, yet the pathologist was telling him that she would not be assigning the death as a suicide, that whilst all the signs were apparent, there was insufficient evidence to draw that conclusion. "Thank you," Bliss said. "You're a diamond." Drinkwater smiled and dismissed him with a wave of the hand. "Any time, Ray. Any time." Chapter 12. For a change, the three of them were coming together in DCI Alicia Edwards' office. It was the first time Bliss had known Detective Superintendent Fletcher to take a meeting anywhere other than her own space. The room was much smaller and would feel cramped with 3 people in it. Bliss hoped to arrive before Fletcher, as he was curious to see where Edwards would sit. Unfortunately, they were both already seated when he arrived, and Edwards was in her usual chair behind her own desk. "Good to see you, Inspector," Fletcher said as he walked in and closed the door behind him. Bliss took his seat alongside the superintendent before responding. "It's been a while, Ma'am. That must mean I've not done anything recently to piss you off." Fletcher had a disarming smile, and she used it now. "The day is young, Bliss. Plenty of time for that to change." "I take it this meeting was arranged in order for me to bring you both up to speed on our dead RAF officer case," Bliss said, easing back into his chair and hooking one leg over the other. He wanted to appear anything but defensive, though he recognized the irony. Had a suspect done the same thing, Bliss would now be regarding them with renewed interest, believing they had something to hide. He was confident that neither of his superiors had been in an interview for a long time, and would not have picked up on the innocent gesture. "Yes," Edwards said. "And whilst we're on that subject, Bliss, the superintendent may not be pissed off with you, but I certainly am." "No change there then, boss. What did I do wrong this time?" "The search you ordered, Inspector. You did so long before you had identified the body as being that of the RAF officer. That's a lot of man-hours wasted out there on a fruitless search." "I would hardly organise a search for someone we had already found." Edwards glared at him. "You know full well what I mean, Bliss." "I do. And I was caught between a rock and a hard place, boss." Bliss maintained his relaxed posture, even though he felt anything but. He had expected the rebuke and was prepared for it. On the one hand, I had a gut feeling the burned victim was the missing airman. On the other, I didn't want to pursue that line of inquiry. If he was lying in a hedge somewhere, I thought some action was better than inaction. "That's all very well, but you made no mention of arranging the search when you were last sat in this office." "Because I hadn't done so at that point." Bliss spread his hands. "You can check the logs. Look, I know what it looks like in retrospect. At the time I didn't have the advantage of 20/20 vision." "So where are we now with this operation?" Fletcher asked. Bliss was grateful to the superintendent for stepping in and effectively cutting Edwards off from any further attacks. "Unfortunately, managing to identify the victim has added no immediate momentum to the investigation, ma'am. However, that may change once we've had time to fully digest the contents of some CCTV footage we received a little earlier. It's unlikely that we will get anything on the vehicle, nor the 3 men clearly responsible for the murder. However, right near the end, one of them did accidentally reveal his mouth and start shouting something out. I've requested an expert lip reader who will hopefully tell us what was being said." "Another expense you failed to clear with me first," Edwards snapped at him. "With respect, it was the logical next step, and you would have authorised it. I believed time to be of the essence, so I decided not to waste any. My team and I need a focus." "You're usually pretty good at working out an operational strategy, Inspector," Fletcher said, shifting in her seat rather than just turning her head to face him this time. "What are your thoughts on this one?" "I have to admit it's not immediately apparent," Bliss replied. From every account I have, Duncan Livingston was a decent, hard-working young man who liked to drink and to laugh, but did not do drugs and had no gambling habit. My immediate thought upon seeing the body and the way the poor young man had died was a likely drugs angle. We're just not seeing any evidence of that at the moment. In fact, we're not seeing a clear angle at all. My strategy is therefore non-existent right now. But I'm hoping that will change after our lip reader has reviewed the footage. I spoke with Group Captain Donald Muir from Wittering, Fletcher said. He was at pains to thank us for providing bodies for the search, and in the way his men were approached yesterday when being interviewed by yourself and D.S. Chandler. Clearly we will want to liaise very closely with the RAF on this, and you have managed to open the door very nicely to that effect. As such, I'm arranging a joint media briefing. Myself and Muir will attend. After the briefing, we will be interviewed by both BBC and Channel 4, plus Look East, the Beebs regional news programme. The briefing is at 5 p.m, Inspector. I would therefore ask for an update by 4:30 at the latest. The briefing is being held at the base. Bliss was relieved not to have been called upon to attend the circus. His relationship with the media was tenuous at best, and when he was front and centre, it always became personal. They enjoyed digging up his past as much as he enjoyed burying it. I'll give you everything we have, ma'am. I'll send you both an update pack. Good, Edward said, scratching something on a lined sheet of A4 paper on her desk. It's important that I am as current as the superintendent. I don't know what your caseload is like, Bliss, but let's keep on top of this one. Given our victim was a member of the armed services, it will become high profile in no time at all. The super and I will not be the only ones crying out for a result. No pressure, then. Bliss followed the comment with a smile, but it contained no humour. He thought the DCI was making a point in front of her own immediate superior. But he did wonder what Edwards thought he might be doing without her sage words, sitting back with his feet up, reading a book. Also, he wondered if Edwards even realised what she had just confessed to. Someone as intelligent as the superintendent would have picked up on the DCI's observation that she was unaware of his caseload, which, from his line manager, was hardly a glowing testimony to her own attention to detail. Unfortunately, Inspector, Fletcher said, the DCI is correct. There will be a great deal of outside attention. I want you to focus on achieving a rapid result, whilst we keep the media at bay. My advice to you, if cornered by them, is simply to refer them to our briefings. I look forward to hearing from you later in the day. That sounded to Bliss like a dismissal, and he was glad of it. He took the opportunity to spend some time in his office, where he checked the case log. Noting there had been no updates since the arrival of the security video, he headed across to the incident room. There, Bishop informed him that the expert they were waiting for was due in less than half an hour. Bliss found Chandler, and together they took the opportunity of grabbing a quick catch-up over a drink purchased from a vending machine. The squad break room wasn't overly comfortable, but was adequate for brief moments of escape, and would do in the circumstances. Bliss brought his DS up to speed on the meeting he had just left, after which Chandler shook her head and grimaced. When are the media going to realise that we can't be fixated on the case 24/7, whilst pandering to their every whim at the same time? Never. Because we live in exactly that sort of society these days, Pen. A 24-hour news cycle to fill, online feeds to update, bloggers to beat to the punch. The last thing any of them care about is the result. It's the frenzy of the hunt for news, not who did what and why. Chandler laughed, and I thought my views were jaundiced. You know me and journos, Pen, all over me like a rash when they thought I was fucking up. But when I came out on top, they didn't want to know. I detest them. Not all, surely. You must have got on with a few when you were with soccer and the NCA. That's true, but they were a different breed entirely. The ones you'll see sniffing around this case are looking for a story. The ones I dealt with during that period away from murder squads were looking for the truth. It's funny, but the more time they have to fill and the more hours they have to compete, the media seem less and less keen on spending a little chunk of it telling the truth. Doesn't sell advertising space, I guess. You've not done a media briefing since you walked out on that one last year, have you? No, and I won't be doing one again before retirement day, I hope. So do the journos, probably. Don't you believe it? Even my walking out on them was something to report, because it was a negative thing. Now, negative does sell advertising space. Chandler's phone rang. It was Bishop. Their expert had arrived. They quickly finished their drinks, then made their way back to Tech Ops. Julie Barnes was the lip reader who had driven down from Lincoln. Bliss knew Barnes to be in her early 60s, but she stood straight, moved fluidly, and might easily have passed for a woman 10 years younger. They had met during his first year in Peterborough, on another case where CCTV footage featured prominently. What you were about to see is harrowing, Bliss told Barnes after the greetings and introductions were over. We are going to keep it short, and our tech gurus have edited the footage so that much of the background is obscured. Even so, you will get the gist of what was going on, and I have no doubt you will be sickened by it. I apologize for that in advance. After explaining in greater detail the background to what would be shown on the sequence, Bliss gave Bishop the nod to get on with it. At Barnes's request, the lights in the room were extinguished, providing her with the screen as the only source of stimulus. The Tech Ops people had done a great job with the clip. That which could not be obfuscated had been pixelated, and only for a brief moment was it clear that a writhing body had been set alight. What stood out were the faces of all three perpetrators, and the exposed mouth of one in particular. At this point, Bliss noticed something he had missed during the first viewing. He thought about what it might mean, but kept it to himself. Barnes asked for the film to be run 3 more times. After the 4th, she nodded and asked for the lights to be put on again. That was something I won't forget in a hurry, Barnes said, her cheeks pinched and pale. I thank you for obscuring that as much as possible. Not at all. I wouldn't wish to subject you to the full impact of that film. Were you able to tell what they were shouting out? Bliss asked her. Oh, yes. The one whose mouth became exposed I was able to read very clearly indeed, and to a lesser extent the other two as well, despite scarves obscuring the lower half of their faces. I have to confess that to a certain degree I wish I had been unable to. All three chanted the same phrase on several occasions. I'm confident of that. It's a phrase we are all sadly familiar with these days, I'm afraid. Bliss closed his eyes. He knew. His pulse quickened, and he felt his throat squeezed tight. He had feared precisely this. Despite his initial impressions, it was not drug-related after all. It was so much worse. Allahu Akbar, he muttered. Barnes turned to him, eyes wide, and clearly taken by surprise that he had guessed correctly. She gave a single nod of confirmation. Jesus, Bishop said. Bliss gave a grim smile. Close, Ollie, he said softly. Close. Chapter 13. The incident room was virtually silent throughout the BBC news broadcast. In the item relating to the murder of RAF M and Livingston, they first showed excerpts from the media briefing, before segueing into a joint interview with Fletcher and Edwards. Bliss, Chandler, Short, and Bishop watched the entire thing without comment. Only when the item moved on to another feature did Bliss swivel in his chair and turn to his colleagues. Tell me what you're thinking, he said, folding his arms across his chest. You informed the Super and DCI about the lip reader's findings, yes? Bishop asked. He set his jaw and his eyes narrowed. I did. Then what I'm thinking is, well, actually what I am wondering is, why did I just waste my time sitting through that homogenized bullshit interview on TV? Why are they not telling the truth? Why was there absolutely no mention of the terrorism angle? It was the agreed strategy, Bliss responded. Agreed by whom? Did the RAF agree? Did the victim's family agree? Did you, for that matter? Bliss cleared his throat. As a matter of fact, I did. The stunned look on Bishop's face told Bliss his DS could not have been more surprised if Bliss stood and slapped him around the face. Bishop's subsequent look of fierce reproach compelled Bliss to explain himself further. "Look, I didn't enter my update meeting with Fletcher intending on agreeing to any such plan of action. However, the super did not think we had enough time to either confirm the lip read with a second opinion or consider a finely tuned response to the obvious outrage and concern such an admission would have engendered, and she was right. You don't label a murder as horrific as this one an act of terrorism without being 100% certain, and neither do you do so without having fully briefed all of the many departments who will subsequently be involved, in addition to ascertaining the correct responses to loaded, likely questions." "But we are certain," Chandler agreed. "We don't need a second opinion." "Perhaps not. But when it comes to this particular subject, we're a very small cog in a very large machine. You must understand that there is a protocol for this sort of thing, and there was simply not enough time to enact it. Since my meeting, Fletcher has had to inform both MI5 and the counter-terrorism unit in Cambridge. They want to spend time with this before releasing any confirmation of terrorist activity." "Well, I never thought I would ever hear you, of all people, talking about protocol in the face of doing the right thing." That stung Bliss, especially coming from his closest friend. Bliss chewed on his bottom lip for a moment or two, collecting himself. He realized the tension within the room was heightened by the knowledge that terrorism seemed to have made its evil way onto their patch. Even so, there were times when following the rules was the most prudent course of action, and this was one of them. "I understand how you all feel. But it's not as if we're going to be hiding behind this forever. It's a stalling tactic, until we're doubly certain. You have no idea how much shit is going to rain down on us, and from what height. Counter-terrorism is the least of it, believe me. Dealing with MI5 is no laughing matter. And if you think our red tape is thick and wide, wait until you get to grips with theirs. Also, it's not only officialdom we have to be wary of, it's the reaction from the local community. All sides of the community. We don't want to spark an incendiary reaction until we absolutely have to. Come on, people, you know me. If I genuinely believed this to be wrong, I would say so." Bliss glanced around at his colleagues. Judging by their faces, his words seemed to have done the trick. If there was any lingering dissent, it was going unsaid for now. He decided to push on and broaden the discussion. "Let's accept for the moment that our lip reader is correct. Why here? Why now? Why Livingston?" "Remember that attempted abduction of an RAF serviceman at Marham?" Short said, looking across at him through a concerned frown. "And then, a little while later, another possible attempt near Aldershot Army Barracks." She reached back to wrap an elastic band around her hair to form a ponytail. It was a mannerism she displayed when mentally setting the object of her focus, the equivalent to rolling up her sleeves. What we have here is not an unheard-of extremist move. Bishop was nodding. "I remember the RAF Marham incident well. There was a real spike of racial tension out there on the streets for a week or so afterwards. Didn't the investigators conclude in the end that was most likely a road rage incident instead, and so played down the possible terrorist link?" Short nodded. "They did. Not sure there were too many who believed them, though, Ollie. A lot of servicemen and women, as well as fellow cops, I have to say. Reckon the RAF and county police decided it wouldn't do to scare their people too much, especially in light of what happened to poor Lee Rigby a few years back. And here we are, doing it all over again," Chandler chimed in. Her countenance had lost none of its indignation. "Whitewashing over something people have a right to know about." "Cut it out, Sergeant," Bliss warned, with an edge to his tone. Friend or not, Chandler was close to crossing a line. Her obvious indignation felt as if it was aimed squarely in his direction. He gave a disapproving shake of the head, hoping there was enough warning in his eyes for Chandler to both read and take notice of. Chandler got to her feet and stood with both her hands on her hips. "I'm not saying anything we don't all fundamentally agree on, boss. The Marham threat was genuine, and you know it. It was swept under the carpet." "Which you know for a fact, do you?" What I know for a fact is that the RAF officer was threatened with a knife by two men of Middle Eastern appearance, who attempted to bundle him into the back of a van, and when no one was traced it was dismissed as probable road rage, and nobody refers to it any more. Have you ever heard of a road rage incident that went that far? It stinks, and you know it, Inspector. The use of his rank told Bliss exactly how angry Chandler was. He understood, could even empathise, but was not prepared to let her get away with her outburst entirely unscathed. He held up a hand, palm out. That's enough. Your outrage may not be intended for me, but it's certainly being directed at me right now and is getting us nowhere. Let's not wander off track here. What did or did not occur during that specific incident has nothing to do with this investigation into the murder of RAF officer Livingston. How can we know that? How can we know what? The two men who carried out the attack and near abduction were never found. What if this is them? Marham is what, 50 miles away? What happened here could quite easily be the same people, only this time they got what they came for. This time their target was torched and burnt to death. What do you have to say about them dismissing the incident in those circumstances, boss? If Chandler had not raised an interesting and valid point, Bliss's own anger at her continuing to press him would have spilled over. Instead he nodded, wound his irritation back in, and responded in a calm, even tone. There are a lot of ifs and buts there, D.S. Chandler. He raised a hand to forestall another emotive eruption. However, I take your point. Look, if I have failed to make it clear to you all, let me do so now. I am firmly on your side. If this is what we believe it to be, then I will be at the front of the queue, looking to expose it as such. If this is what we believe it to be, I can categorically guarantee that I will not allow it to be swept under the carpet. Not whilst I'm in charge. And therein lies the rub. Because if this is what we believe it to be, it is far bigger than you, Sergeant, bigger than me, bigger than everybody in this nick. We will not decide who gets to know the truth. But I can at least help to steer it in the right direction. What I'm asking for here is your trust. Your faith in me that I will do everything in my power to inform people, but only when all of the procedural ducks are in a row, and we are prepared for the fallout. Deal? There was not even a moment of pause, only nods and yes bosses, Chandler included. Right, Bliss said, grateful to have wrestled it back. So let's return to it. These days there are an awful lot of people in this country who disagree with our current or prior presence in various foreign lands, and our role in any previous or ongoing conflicts. Do any of you have knowledge of this, having spilled over into confirmed threats against our armed forces locally? Short nodded. She cut a diminutive figure, but when she spoke, everybody listened. Bliss had initially thought this was because of how attractive she was, but having worked alongside her, he now understood that the real reason was because Short spoke in an authoritative manner that demanded attention. Boss, I had to interview a couple of RAF cadets who were the victims of some verbal abuse from a bunch of young men they took to be from the Muslim community. At the time, it seemed like a bit of bravado from the group, a show of anger in relation to what was happening in Syria and what had happened in both Iraq and Afghanistan. Those nations were mentioned specifically, and the term jihad was also overheard. Nothing physical, and by their own account the cadets were more angered by it than genuinely concerned for their safety. Angered by? Bliss prompted. Short glanced down at her feet, then back up again. To be blunt, boss, they were angry at being hounded like that in their own country. They didn't feel this might also be the country of the young men who barracked them. I mean, unless these cadets knew otherwise, it's likely that the barrackers were born and raised here, just as the barrackees were. I don't believe they were thinking straight, one way or the other, at the time, boss. In my view, they were shocked by what had happened, and were simply reacting to that. Sounds to me as if they might just have harboured some less than tolerant views about these young Muslims. That may be the case. On the other hand, they didn't see a great deal of tolerance aimed towards them either. And I have to say, some assumptions are being made about them in retrospect, right here and now. Bliss frowned. "You sound as if you're speaking up on their behalf, DS Short." "Someone has to, boss. They are young men too. They are doing what they believe in as well." To them it seemed a little unfair that their views were regarded as racially insensitive, while the views of the men taunting and harassing them in the first place were politically legitimized. "And there, in a nutshell, is a prime example of where this will eventually lead us," Bliss said, meeting the eyes of each of his colleagues in turn. "I understand both sides of the argument. The problem for many is that grey has been leached out of the debate. Things have to be black and white, no room for nuance. Most debates on the subject begin with a plea of understanding, which is swiftly followed by the word but. And it is that word and everything that follows it that tells you everything you really need to know, not the bollocks that comes beforehand." "I'm sorry, boss," Chandler said, retaking her seat. Absently, she picked up a pen and then immediately threw it down again. "I mean, for speaking out the way I did, not for my views on the whole Marham debate. I can see it's a tough call to make. I can also understand why everybody wants to wait for final confirmation before lighting the touch paper. It's really a lose-lose situation for us." It was. Bliss knew that whenever the investigation team released news of the terrorist link, it would be the wrong time. One group or another would claim it was too soon, whilst others would rail about the announcement coming far too late in the process. There would be political pressure applied. Community and extremist groups would be up in arms. Plus, Bliss recognized the need to pacify members of his own team. The final decision was, for now, out of his hands. He doubted it ever really would be his to run with, and fully expected DCI Edwards to take over whichever aspects of the operation that were not handed across to MI5 and counter-terrorism as soon as they had made their presence felt. He also sympathized with and admired Short's stance on the subject of how the cadets had reacted to being taunted. Disrespecting the uniform and what it meant to those young men was never going to go down well. Bliss knew that when you wore a uniform, there was an automatic sense of entitlement to respect for the service and work carried out on behalf of the public. Lapses in judgment on all sides were commonplace, however, and the negative reaction from the cadets was understandable, if not entirely acceptable. Bliss had little stomach to pursue the matter further, so he called a halt to the meeting and instructed the others to go home and rest up, ahead of what he expected to be a horrendously busy day. As his colleagues filed out of the incident room, Bliss checked his watch and remembered a conversation he needed to have. The road policing lead investigator has overall responsibility for all road incidents resulting in death or serious injury. As far as Bliss could recall, they were ranked by category, from D up to A+, and were most commonly referred to as simply the RP. Brian McGeechan had acted as lead on the incident involving Simon Curtis, and it took Bliss just 2 phone calls to discover that McGeechan was not only currently on duty, but also in the building. The Road Traffic Division was situated on the ground floor at Thorpe Wood, and the Road Traffic Collision Team took up a couple of offices within that division. Bliss nodded a greeting to a couple of other uniforms as he made his way through the area, before knocking on the RP's closed office door. McGeechan was of average height and weight, with a spray of freckles across his face and arms, exposed by rolled-up shirt sleeves. Whatever hair he had was fine, tinged an ochre shade of red, with a sweep-over that wasn't fooling anyone. He looked up and peered owlishly through rimless spectacles at Bliss as he entered. After a few brief introductions and the offer of a coffee, which Bliss declined, the 2 men got down to it. "So, what can I do for you, Inspector?" McGeechan was a sergeant, but Bliss had no desire to even try pulling rank to obtain the information he sought. He explained his interest in the Simon Curtis incident and politely requested an informal review of the findings so far. Thankfully, the RP was both affable and willing to show his cards. It was an ugly scene, that's for sure, McGeechan said. He shook his head at the memory, eyes clouding over as if he could still see it. There wasn't a whole lot of Mr. Curtis's body left in one piece, and what he did to the poor, unsuspecting driver of the car he landed on was both catastrophic and instantaneous. Fortunate that it didn't cause other serious collisions, I suppose, Bliss offered, attempting to strike up a bond between two cops who have seen it all. That's true enough. Anyhow, whilst our working theory is that Curtis jumped, taking his own life, we really have no concrete evidence either way. No witnesses have come forward to say they saw Curtis himself immediately prior to him going off that bridge. The remains apparently offer nothing conclusive to suggest he was forced over the rail. Toxicology would not suggest he was drunk or drugged enough to accidentally tumble over. So, whilst it has all the appearances of a suicide, it could just as easily be misadventure or, conceivably, murder. Bliss blew out a breath. He wasn't entirely sure what decision would be preferable, certainly not where Emily was concerned. But provided suicide remained off the formal records, she would at least be able to request a further look into her husband's death. Thank you, Sergeant. I appreciate the candour. So your experience and gut tells you he jumped. But you can't provide the evidence to back that up. That about right? McGeechan nodded. Spot on. I'm still waiting for dribbles of forensics to come back, but I'm not expecting anything to alter what I'm seeing right now. You'll let me know if that changes? Sure. Must be something about that bridge. I wasn't here at the time, but apparently one of your lot took himself off that same bridge 10 or 12 years ago. I remember it well. You do? McGee.
As this quiet moment unfolds, let the soft music guide your thoughts into a calmer space before the story returns.
McGeechan's eyes flared. I thought you only posted here last year. Bliss nodded. My second time in the city. Bobby Dunn was the DS who jumped that night, and I was his DI. He'd just attempted to shoot me after I'd exposed him as a murderer. The RP stared at him for a few seconds, mouth agape. Then he sighed and hung his head. Me and my big mouth. I'm so sorry, Inspector. It's no problem. It was, of course, always would be. Having uncovered Dunn's complicity in murder and corruption that involved a number of other experienced and influential officers, Bliss had lured Dunn to that location near the bridge over the A1M, had forced his sergeant's hand, but had failed to ensure Dunn remained inside the vehicle. Realizing his life as he knew it was over, Dunn had opted to take it by jumping from the bridge and hitting the road scant seconds before an articulated lorry slammed into his crushed and crumpled body. Of all the regrets in his life, this one featured highly in Bliss's thoughts, or had done. He had no time for such wallowing these days. Certainly it was not something he allowed to dominate his thoughts for too long any more. Bliss shook it off, for now. About to leave, something popped into his head. Did you happen to find his vehicle anywhere nearby? He asked. McGeechan arched his eyebrows. Vehicle? Yes, that bridge is hardly the kind of place you'd really walk to from anywhere. If his wheels were not parked up there, then it begs the question as to how he got to the bridge. It does indeed, and you're right, Inspector Bliss, you'd expect to find a vehicle close by, and we didn't. Something to follow up with Mrs. Curtis. I'll do it, if you like. I'm going to update her anyway, so I could ask about her husband's car, unless you'd rather make it formal. McGeechan said nothing for a few moments, before pursing his lips and shaking his head. No, you fill your boots, Inspector. Just drop me a mail with her response, would you please? I'm keen to know myself. Of course. Appreciate it, Sarge. Bliss thanked McGeechan for the information and headed back up to his office. He hadn't eaten anything since breakfast, and though hungry, he had little appetite to actually consume anything more substantial than a couple of Twix bars that he bought from a vending machine. It would be fuel at most, and he decided to pick something up on his way home. With his team having left for the night, Bliss took some time for himself to sit and soak up the silence, pondering what to do about the information he had for Emily. On the plus side, it was obvious that Curtis's death was not going to be ruled a suicide, and death by misadventure was not on the cards either. The negative had to be the fact that the incident would almost certainly not be investigated as a crime, given the complete lack of foundation or evidentiary support. What Emily would take from that was suicide in all but name. Such were the circumstances of Curtis's demise that no positive verdict was possible. A witness might yet come along, someone who may have seen the man wandering back and forth across the bridge before leaping to his death, or a vehicle pulling up on the bridge, dragging Curtis from it and tossing him onto the road below. Both seemed highly unlikely at this stage. But without that firm evidence one way or another, the coroner would have little choice but to leave the matter open, and Bliss would have little choice but to reveal the truth to Emily. He mentally ticked things off. Having spoken to both the lead investigator and pathologist, there was nobody else to interview, nowhere left to turn. It did not appear to amount to much detective work, but the truth of the matter was that Bliss was in the hands of other specialists. If they could not either confirm or deny the suicide verdict, there remained little more for him to do. Bliss wanted to help. His feelings for Emily Grant had never been in question, but they had both moved on, and he now had to decide how far he was willing to go in pursuit of a crime that had almost certainly never occurred. Chapter 14. It was gone 9 by the time he got home, 1:30 when he'd finished his takeaway pie with chips and a chilled bottle of Budvar from the fridge. He had eaten his food reluctantly, and having pushed it around the plate for what felt like ages, he finally pushed it aside with more than half still on the plate. Bliss sat in his armchair, staring out of the doors at the illuminated garden, its lighting bathing the plants and rocks in a cool shade of blue, and creating shadows that were at once benign and dynamic. The fingers of his right hand absently toyed with Emily Curtis's business card. His courtesy cut-off point for making personal calls had come and gone, but he felt sure that Emily would not mind hearing from him at any hour, if it concerned her husband. He debated with himself for a further few minutes before reaching for the phone. Emily picked up before the third ring had died. Bliss took his time explaining everything he had done so far, including who he had spoken to, gradually easing into the meat of the conversation which he knew would not please the woman he still had feelings for. After a moment's pause, Emily said, "So, while neither the lead investigator nor the pathologist can provide any firm proof that Simon's death was self-inflicted, they are both of the opinion that it was." "That's about the long and short of it, yes," Bliss agreed. "In their expert opinion, it remains the most likely cause. The problem being that once the official verdict is announced, which is most likely to be either open or misadventure, I'm not sure there is much chance of you being able to force through a follow-up investigation. Initially I thought you might, but the more I think about it, the less convinced I am. But if my husband didn't kill himself, then it stands to reason that he was murdered." And I understand why you would think that way, Emily. I really do. But for the police to spend time and money on looking into your claim, they would have to be convinced that there was a case to investigate. One conversation with the lead investigator would almost certainly mean that would lead nowhere. Whilst there is no evidence of a suicide, neither is there any to indicate murder. The absence of evidence cannot be taken as a signal to broaden the investigation, not without support from the lead. Are you not able to convince the investigators, Jimmy? Bliss heard the hesitation and reluctance in Emily's voice. She would not want to try and lead him, but by this stage she probably felt as if she had no other choice. Whatever hope she clung to was now slipping from her grasp. Not a chance. Bliss shook his head at an empty room. I don't know the man personally, so there's no influence there. From what I know of him, he's an officer who takes the job seriously and operates by the book. If he recommends an investigation based on non-existent evidence, his bosses will be all over him like a rash. It would never get past them. They would shut him down, and he would have thrown a spanner into his own career wheel. So that's it. There's nothing more to be done. Bliss heard the desperation in Emily's voice, devastation also. He felt it was time to shit or get off the pot. Either he dropped it there and left Emily to try and figure out a way of continuing on her own, or he ignored the sane voices in his head and volunteered to do precisely what he should not do at any price. Officially, he said, closing his eyes and accepting his weakness, but there are avenues I can explore myself, in my own time. Yeah, but not without misusing official resources. And you're willing to do that for me, Jimmy? No. Yes, I am. Won't that cause problems for you at work? Yes. No, not necessarily. Look, Emily, there's no doubt that I will have to be cautious. And there's a limit to the type and volume of data I can access without arousing suspicion from a boss who hates my guts. However, there are things I can do and will do. I have to warn you, though, it may not take us where you would like it to lead, and, to be honest, you may not care for it if it does. What do you mean by that? Emily sounded concerned now, her voice catching in her throat. Think about it. If your husband's death was neither accidental nor self-inflicted, then you have to wonder who wanted him dead and why. I've been doing this job a long time now, and the answers to those two questions are never normally positive in any way, shape or form. When you go digging, Emily, you can never know for certain what you will unearth. Believe me, I know that to be true. I suppose I've been so focused on proving it wasn't suicide that I hadn't fully considered the repercussions if I was proven correct. Then I'd suggest it's about time to do that now, Emily. If you want me to pursue this as far as I'm able, you only have to say the word. But you have to be prepared for the worst and know that you will be able to cope with whatever I learn. Understand and accept that there are some rocks you should never overturn. Bliss could hear Emily breathe, behind which he felt certain he could detect a soft sobbing. Realization of what exactly a further investigation might open up had led to a fresh welling of tears. He doubted Emily was in the right frame of mind to be receptive enough at the moment to think clearly. But this was a woman determined to prove her husband had not killed himself, no matter what the cost. "Please do this for me," she said eventually, as he had known she would. "I will," Bliss told her, his voice gentle and contemplative. His best guess was that things were about to get ugly again. Chapter 15. It was 11:27 p.m. when Bliss's mobile chirped. A text from DCI Edwards demanding his immediate return to the station. Bliss responded with a curt text of his own. Briefly he contemplated driving over in his casual clothes, but decided instead to slide back into the suit he had been wearing all day, albeit with a clean, fresh shirt. As a token gesture of defiance, he left the tie behind. The first stirrings in Bliss's gut began when he was directed into the incident room rather than the DCI's office. That indicated either his entire team had been summoned in from home, or Edwards had some serious company. As he pushed open the door, he immediately saw that it was the latter. In addition to Edwards, the detective superintendent was also seated at 3 tables pulled together to form a single larger one. Fletcher sat at the head, Edwards to her right. To her left sat 2 people, neither of whom Bliss recognized. The male looked to be of South Asian or Middle Eastern descent, not far shy of 60, and sporting a grey beard and moustache. He also wore heavy, dark-framed spectacles. The woman was a couple of decades younger, Bliss guessed, smartly dressed, raven hair pinned high on her head, and no stray wisps. Bliss took them in and felt his stomach lurch. The cat was very much out of the bag, he thought, and probably not in a good way. Fletcher got to her feet as Bliss entered the room and closed the door behind him. "Thank you for joining us, Inspector," she said, as if he'd had any choice in the matter. "Apologies for dragging you back in at this unsociable hour, but things have moved on a little since we last spoke." The super swept her arm out, indicating the 2 visitors. "Please, allow me to introduce you to the City Member of Parliament, Judith Haverstock, and Dr. Saif Kamani, leader of the City Muslim Council." Bliss shook their hands before taking his own seat next to DCI Edwards. His eyes flitted from face to face, all the while keeping his own features neutral. A flush rose into his cheeks, making him feel unnaturally warm. His problem was that, as yet, he did not know if he was going to have to think on his feet and lie to these people, or be compelled to reveal investigative strategies and information that would normally never be shared with anyone outside the service. Neither was acceptable to him, and there was a worm burrowing into his head, whispering as it squirmed, insisting that he was already being presented as the sacrificial lamb. It was Edwards who spoke next. "Inspector Bliss, it would appear that we have a leak somewhere within the department. Only a small number of people had all of the information, yet news of what was captured on the security footage we had investigated by a lip reader has spread beyond the walls of this police station. Both Ms. Haverstock and Dr. Kermani have subsequently been invited along to this meeting in order for us to discuss both what we know and also to see if we can reach an agreement as to the way Operation Compound proceeds from this point on. I'm sure you would concur that this situation has the potential to become explosive," Haverstock said, regarding Bliss with wide brown eyes, and a look just a little too fervent to be taken as open and honest. Bliss was thankful that he had opted for the suit, given everyone else in the room was formally attired. He cleared his throat before responding, his hands clasped on the table in front of him. "In reference to the leak, I can't say I'm surprised. There were doubts about the story issued to the media earlier, and it's really no wonder that they went digging a little deeper. However, I would argue that it's quite possible the leak did not come from inside this building. The RAF were informed, as was their right to be, and whilst they agreed to wait until the appropriate time for the truth to be revealed publicly, it's possible that someone with access decided to get it out there now. Let's not forget that both MI5 and the counter-terrorism unit have also been informed, so the small number of people who possessed all of the facts is not so small after all. We can circle back to that at a later date. What's done is done. As for the situation itself, yes, I can imagine all too well how it is likely to be perceived on both sides of the divide." In response to this remark, Kermani's head jerked up. "I don't believe using terms such as divide will help soothe community fears, Inspector. Perhaps we're dealing with semantics here," Bliss suggested. "But are you denying there is a divide?" Bliss caught the glare from Edwards on the periphery of his vision, but he had eyes only for the head of the Muslim Council. The man blinked behind his spectacles and sniffed, as if a sudden bad odour had attacked his olfactory senses. I believe this city has a justifiably proud reputation as a multicultural one, Kermani replied. Here we go, Bliss thought, leaning forward. In for a penny. With respect, sir, that didn't answer my question. I've always believed that nobody can tackle a problem unless that problem is first recognised and accepted. And whilst I would agree that Peterborough is, by and large, a tolerant and compassionate city, to ignore the divisions that most certainly do exist would be foolhardy. Frankly, if even the 5 of us in this room cannot agree on that basic premise, then what hope do you have for the rest of the city's inhabitants out there? I think we may be veering off track here, Edward said, flint in her voice. And with respect again, boss, I think this is exactly the track we have to pursue. Let's not hide behind the truth. Let's embrace it instead. There is nothing wrong with accepting the simple fact that divisions exist. They do in every walk of life. But they need not cripple us. Once you acknowledge them, they lose their power and mystique, and you can look to improve them. And there will never be a better time to do so, in my opinion. Kermani switched his attention to Superintendent Fletcher. Bliss huffed his disappointment and clicked his tongue. Whilst he had a lot of time for Fletcher, she was still a political animal, and he felt sure that his voice would be the last to be accepted. To his surprise, it was the parliamentary member who jumped in to offer hope. I understand exactly what the inspector means, Haverstock said. The nod she gave was sanguine, her countenance resolved. And I have to say I completely agree. As Dr. Kermani has suggested, we ought to be proud of the way this city has embraced all cultures. You only have to look at the shops along Lincoln Road to see how people from different nations live side by side, and do so relatively peaceably. That does not mean we should simply congratulate ourselves and bury our heads in the sand as to the imperfections. However minutely, racism and fear still exist. And if you accept that, then you also have to accept the fact that there must be a divide. I think the point Inspector Bliss is making is that what happened to this poor RAF officer may widen that divide if we ignore its existence. Bliss smiled and bowed his head slightly in both gratitude and deference to Haverstock. His enthusiasm for politics had waned many years ago, and he did not hold politicians in high regard. But this woman was refreshing, if what she had just stated was anything to go by. I'm sure we can all accept that no city is perfect when it comes to racial and cultural harmony, Fletcher said, wrestling back some control over proceedings. And I do believe we can only make progress if we are honest about any failings we may have. Sometimes you cannot do anything about it and have to adjust your expectations. A community rubs along together in the main, and you try to ensure it continues to do so. Today, however, we have reached a potential flashpoint. The superintendent took a breath to gather herself before continuing. It seems very likely that Eamon Livingston was killed by Islamic extremists. I hope none of us here would look to argue against the fact that such extremism does exist, and that it may even exist in our midst. That said, these vile people may not be local at all. Discovering their identities is certainly a priority for this major crime unit. MI5 and counter-terrorism will take a lead on this. But to what degree exactly will become clearer tomorrow when I meet with my counterpart at the Cambridgeshire CT unit, as well as somebody from the security service. What is clear, however, is that this sort of incident will undoubtedly inflame various groups. A right-wing backlash is inevitable, and we must do what we can to ensure our Muslim community feels safe and that their justifiable fears are allayed. Equally, if these terrorists are local young men from the Islamic faith, then we will look to you and your colleagues, Dr. Kermani, to speak out against them, and to also help root them out if they are still here with us. Bliss was impressed. Fletcher had spoken only sound common sense, but in his experience that was unusual in these sort of circumstances, especially from such a high-ranking officer. His glance drifted towards the doctor, who appeared troubled. "I have a hard job believing that these men came from within our community," he said. "And they may well not," Bliss pointed out. "The location makes it just as likely that they were from Northants, perhaps even Leicestershire. Even further afield is always possible. However, we have to look at this in two ways. Firstly, damage will be done irrespective of where these men came from. For some people, the fact that we have another terror attack will be enough to taint the entire Muslim population. For some within that population, they will see Islamophobia everywhere, even where it does not exist. They will refuse to accept the culpability of their fellow Muslims and rail against the allegations. That is incendiary, no matter how cosy things may be right now. And secondly, if those three men do come from right here in Peterborough, then the animosity factor kicks up another notch and takes us to a whole new level." "Either is unacceptable," Haverstock said, "yet also unavoidable. Our job surely has more to do with containment than prevention. You can't dictate what people think." Bliss managed to avoid scoffing at that statement. In his view, the elite had been practicing thought control for decades. "But we can police it to help soften the blow," Edwards chipped in. "We can prevent any formal rallies, any marches from taking place, add additional officers in areas where sparks are more likely to fly, such as outside mosques. We can also step up surveillance on our known right-wing agitators. I'm sure if we request extra support from counter-terrorism, we'll be given boots on the ground." "Armed officers?" Bliss asked. The room was silent for a few seconds. It felt to Bliss as if nobody wanted to be the first to utter the unspeakable. He could have cheered when Fletcher took on the challenge. "Absolutely," she said, her mouth then forming a pinched slit in her wan face. To his left, Bliss noticed Edwards nodding in agreement. They had reached a critical point in the proceedings. His mind drifted back to the location of the airman's murder, the security video. Something had bothered him at the scene. It also niggled at him whilst he watched the video footage. It was an ethereal thought, lacking any substance. Yet it pulled at him again now. He and his team had so far been following a path provided by the scene itself, and the meagre scraps of evidence they had been able to glean from it. Nothing about it was exactly complex, but at the same time there was some aspect of it that rubbed him up the wrong way. Kermani was speaking now. "My people will not appreciate an armed police presence on their streets and outside their places of prayer. It will make them feel that they are being persecuted rather than protected." "Which is surely where you come in," Bliss said. "You are in a privileged position right now, Doctor. You are hearing firsthand the thoughts and plans of an investigative team. You're not an outsider looking in on this one. You know what our intentions are, and as a community leader it behoves you to spread the word to your people. If they try to suggest otherwise, shout them down. Facts should trump wild speculation or unjustifiable fear. I realise it's not for me to tell any of you what to do, but if it were me, I'd be doing everything I could to have you, plus Ms. Haverstock and our own detective superintendent, run a joint meeting at which all of this is fully explained." "I think that's a splendid idea," Fletcher said, beaming at Bliss. "Let them see the three of us together, being honest, telling them how things are, and joining together to stamp down on any dissenters. Our people must come to understand and respect the fact that, whilst we will not tolerate terrorism and extreme views, neither will we stand idly by whilst innocent people with moderate views are persecuted." Bliss did his best to hide a grin. Irrespective of his wishes, Kermani had now been placed in an invidious position where he could not object, as doing so would now be simply counterintuitive. To his credit, the man was nodding amiably and appeared not to be overly concerned at the prospect of taking this to his council and community. His was a lofty position amongst his fellow Muslims, and his presence was not only needed but critical to the overall strategy. Quite rightly, the doctor was intent on speaking up for his community, but he also appeared to be willing to work with others to quell the inevitable fallout following any terrorism-related announcement. Without taking time to consider his doubts further, Bliss felt strong enough to speak up at that point. "I would like to say just one thing further. Actually, it's more of a request. The thing is, there is something bothering me about both the crime scene and the security feed, and I would feel a whole lot better if you could delay any formal media briefing until I've had a chance to examine it all out one last time." Bliss felt the full force of their scrutiny. "I can't explain it," he said. "Not right now. This is probably precisely what it seems to be. On the other hand, as the detective who caught this case, I would feel a whole lot better if I were 100% certain before classifying it as an act of terrorism. I'm sure you can all understand that." Less than 10 minutes later, just Bliss, Edwards, and Fletcher were left in the room. The doctor had shaken his hand gratefully as he left, whilst the MP's smile had been warm and friendly. "What the hell was that all about, Bliss?" Fletcher demanded. He saw no anger in her troubled features, only genuine concern. "We just about convinced Kermani and Haverstock to jointly announce our findings to the community, and apparently obtained their full support, when you weighed in with this delay request at the last second. Would you rather be wrong or right about it when you stand up there?" Bliss shot back. He felt he was on firm ground. "Look, Ma'am, I know that came out of the blue and it blindsided you. I wasn't sure I was going to say it until the moment it came out of my mouth. But you know that niggling feeling, right? The one that raises hairs on the back of your neck. So far I've been going along with the evidence, which is steering us down this particular road. All I'm saying is that I want to have confidence in that evidence." "And you don't?" DCI Edwards spat. "A bit late in the day to be raising your objections now, Bliss. To be fair, I was thrust into that meeting just now with no time to prepare or discuss my concerns with you first. Like I say, I went along with what we had, and what we have is potentially destructive. Before igniting the fuse, I just want to be as certain as I can be that it's accurate, that's all." "You have 24 hours, Inspector," Fletcher said. She shook her head at her DCI's immediate look of protest. "Alicia, keep a lid on your complaints for the time being. Bliss is absolutely within his rights to bring this to our attention if he feels somewhat compromised. We had a good debate tonight and reached some good conclusions. Our strategy is clear and we have joint support. Waiting a day will give us more time to liaise with counter-terrorism and MI5. It would be good to have our additional resources in place by the time we make any announcement." Edwards made no comment. Bliss could tell she was inwardly fuming. He didn't care. He had bought some time and done the right thing for the investigation. Time to either confirm or disprove their findings so far. Chapter 16. "And just what do you expect to find when you check out the crime scene again?" Chandler demanded. They were heading north on the A1, York still more than 2 hours away. Overnight, Bliss had decided to speak with the victim's parents, and wanted to do so in person. He had risen early, eaten a bowl of porridge, and downed 2 mugs of coffee. Afterwards, and feeling the buzz of caffeine, he showered, shaved, and pulled on his best suit. Before leaving the house, Bliss placed a call to arrange the interview through the local police station. Rather than collect Chandler at Thorpe Wood, he sent a text to let her know they were going to meet with Mr. and Mrs. Livingston, and that he would pick her up from home. As soon as they had settled into the journey, Bliss updated his DS on the late-night meeting, as well as his concerns over their evidence in the case. His partner was less than thrilled at learning of the delay in announcing the potential threat. Shaking his head, Bliss responded to Chandler's question. "I have no idea what we might find. What I do know is that I've thought of little else all night. And there are 3 things that bother me. That's 3 things too many for my liking." "And they are?" Chandler stared straight ahead, her voice betraying the frustration she clearly felt. Bliss removed a hand from the steering wheel and began counting them off using his fingers. "First of all, why that precise spot?" You could probably travel up and down the entire length of that road, checking out both sides of it, and not come across another security camera aimed out onto the road itself. Is that just a coincidence? Secondly, those 3 men who murdered our airman were at pains to cover up their faces. Is it just another amazing coincidence that one of them happened to reveal his mouth towards the end when they were chanting? It certainly seemed to me that the so-called accidental slip was anything but. Finally, I want to know whether that camera always faces in that direction, and every time I think about it, I come back to how fortuitous it was for us that there was enough of a clearing in those tree branches to provide us with an unobstructed view of what took place. Bliss pushed the car hard, eyes constantly checking mirrors as well as the road ahead. Chandler he saw only as a peripheral figure shaking her head throughout. It was his impression that the shaking grew less animated the longer he went on making his points. "So you're saying—" "I don't know. What are you saying?" Chandler asked him. This time he turned to glance at her. "I'm saying there are an awful lot of things that just happened to go our way whilst that murder was being committed. I'm saying I'm not a great believer in fate, conspiring to work in our favour in quite that fashion. I'm not convinced, Penny. And I need to be." Bliss continued by explaining to his DS what had become clear to him in the early hours of the morning, that it could be considered a real break having that van park up where it did, and a minor miracle that the CCTV camera was able to provide those stark images through the trees that lined the side of the road. But for one of the men to reveal enough of his mouth to capture evidence of the Allahu Akbar chant was off the charts in terms of evidence provision. It required all 3 separate aspects to align in order to turn their investigation away from a drug-related theory into a terrorism reality. And Bliss was not buying it. The first time he watched the video, he had thought the unveiling of one suspect's mouth to be staged. Nothing he had seen during the 4 subsequent views alongside the lip reader had convinced him otherwise. "From what you tell me, you seem to have had everyone eating out of your hand at that meeting last night," Chandler said. "You took a huge risk in steering them away from it again." "But it's your risk to take, I suppose." It was, but Bliss could not ignore the scepticism in Chandler's tone. "You think I'm wrong? I get that. Maybe you think I'm working against the team view. I get that too. But I have to call it as I see it, Pen, irrespective of whose toes I trample on." They drove the rest of the way in virtual silence, punctuated by the odd, irreverent aside. Bliss was deep in thought for much of the journey, but he sensed Chandler had stopped speaking because she feared venting. That was fine by him. People were entitled to their own opinions, and whilst Chandler clearly disagreed with him and believed they ought to be moving forward rather than pausing to draw breath, she would suffer in silence for the most part. His partner rarely argued case strategy with him, deferring to both his rank and greater experience. That she felt strongly enough to call him on it this time was a mark in her favour as far as he was concerned. Bliss did not like a kiss-ass. Rather than navigate the narrow and teeming streets of York city centre, Bliss opted to make use of the park and ride scheme. For less than the price of a parking ticket elsewhere, they had a hassle-free experience on a cramped but comfortable single-decker bus which took them from the huge car park on the outskirts of the city to within a 2-minute walk from their destination. Bliss loved the warrens of streets and alleyways within central York, a Roman-walled city on the confluence of the rivers Ouse and Foss. The city charmed him every time he visited, and you could walk around for hours discovering something new each time you turned a corner. Colin and Audrey Livingston lived on the floor above their tea room, located in one of the many intriguing nooks and crannies that comprised York's central shopping district. The street they were on luxuriated in the charming name of Shambles, a single-track thoroughfare so narrow that it contained more square yardage of pavement than road. The couple were buckled by the burden of their grief, and whilst they had been assigned a family liaison officer, the pair had declined to have the FLO remain with them. Their daughter was due to join them, but for the time being they chose to be alone, or at least as alone as a murder investigation could leave them. Bliss had not been looking forward to the interview. Speaking to the recently bereaved was never a pleasant duty, but in cases of murder the sudden loss often turned family members into virtually catatonic mannequins. In this case, the mission he and Chandler were on was a fact-finding one, not fact-providing, which was not a position of strength. The decision to come was as much out of duty and respect as it was in the hope of taking something positive from it. Bliss accepted that the couple were bound to ask questions, but they would have to be fended off as firmly, though politely, as possible. The racial tensions back in Peterborough were not Bliss's only concern the previous night when he raised the spectre of an altogether different slant on things. There was no way he wanted to put this couple through the awful misery of believing their son had been the victim of terrorism, only to have to withdraw from that statement inside a day or two. It was only right that the airman's parents were provided with the kind of closure that comes from being told exactly what took place, why it had happened, and at whose hands. When offered a cup of Earl Grey, both detectives accepted. It was standard practice whether you wanted a drink or not, as for some reason this simple act broke down so many barriers between the police and the public. A few minutes later they sat in a small, overstuffed living room and spoke in general terms at first, during which condolences were offered and accepted with gratitude, before Bliss pushed on. "Everything we have so far suggests your son was extremely happy in his job," he said, setting his cup down into its saucer. He ignored the chocolate digestives fanned out on a chipped white plate. "Was that your impression?" "Very much so," the victim's father responded. His tone and manner were resolute. Duncan was career RAF all the way. He had the right kind of skill set to move into industry if he had chosen to, but that never interested him. "You were Air Force as well, I believe." "I was. An engineer by trade. Then we decided upon a different lifestyle." "Which was when you opened this place?" Chandler asked. It was Mrs. Livingston who answered that one. My doing, for the most part. A small, ineffectual-looking woman, she appeared to be running on muscle memory alone. Her hair was all over the place, and she wore no makeup. Each of her 48 years was on display. As she spoke, Mrs. Livingston toyed with a silver necklace bearing the old St. Christopher's medal. We had visited York on so many occasions down the years, and while there is an awful lot of competition in the business, running our own tea room here was something I really wanted to do. That's understandable. Chandler sipped her drink and raised her cup. And a very nice brew it is, too. We're not Betty's, my dear, but we do our best. Bliss smiled. Betty's cafe tea rooms were on a different level altogether. Linen tablecloths and napkins, bone china crockery, gleaming cutlery, and daily queues outside the door and down the street. "How about Duncan's personal life?" he prompted, keen to get back on track. "No issues that you were aware of? No run-ins with friends, girlfriends? Did he ever mention any concerns in that regard? Any threats made against him?" Again it was the father who took that one up. "None whatsoever. That doesn't mean there were none, only that Duncan never spoke of it. He was the kind of person whose stock response was, 'Yeah, not so bad,' when asked how things were. But I feel certain he would have spoken to us if there was anything serious going on in his life. We're a close family, Detective. That must make this whole thing doubly awful for you both. Coming without any warning whatsoever, I mean." "Yes." The man's eyes were glazed, looking internally, it seemed to Bliss. "It's a terrible shock. Duncan had so much going for him, especially with his recent promotion to celebrate." Bliss shot a glance at Chandler. Their eyes met, and he gave a single shake of the head. "Promotion?" he said, as if barely interested. "When did that happen?" "Actually, it's about to. Was about to, I should say." Livingston swallowed and blinked back a tear. Duncan told us he was being promoted into a different department and was going to pretty much double his income. He told us he would be able to help out during lean periods for the business. He was due to start this week. Is that so? You must have been thrilled. And proud? Very proud. The job is nothing like the ones that were available in my day, of course. Much more technical now. Duncan was a whiz at that sort of thing. Bliss nodded, then carefully steered the conversation in a different direction. His mind was buzzing for the next few minutes as he ran through the possibilities. Either Flight Lieutenant Holbrook had withheld vital information from them, which Bliss doubted very much, or Livingston had lied to his parents. If that was the case, why? To boost himself in their eyes? That didn't feel right. These two were clearly already extremely proud of their son. No. Bliss was convinced that their victim had done so in order to explain away additional income. Perhaps he had been right all along and this was somehow tied in with drugs. Either way, they had just discovered the first black mark against Duncan Livingston, and Bliss believed it would prove to be telling. Chapter 17. On the way back to the station, Bliss detoured out to the spot where their victim had met his brutal end. He parked up in the small dirt drive by the barred gates where the body had been discovered. Then he and Chandler walked across the road to the clearing, into which Bliss had probed when they first came to the crime scene. Bliss edged his way closer to the area where the trees had appeared to spread their branches wide, like hands stretching out their fingers. He spotted the security cameras. One of them remained pointed out towards the road. Bliss confirmed that it lay too far back into the grounds for it to have been physically moved from this side of the fence. Plus, now that he thought about it, the security company themselves would surely have mentioned something if the camera had not been focused exactly where they had intended. Bliss halted and turned. "Give me a leg up," he said to Chandler, cupping his hands together and lacing the fingers to indicate exactly what he wanted her to do. "Right here?" "Right here." "You going scrumping, Jimmy? If so, I have to tell you I don't think this is a fruit-bearing tree." "I'm going hunting," Bliss said. "Hunting? For birds?" "For evidence." Chandler formed the grip to support Bliss's foot, and after a couple of trial movements to build up a bit of momentum, he took off and reached up with both hands to fasten onto one of the lower branches. It was thin enough for him to obtain a firm grip. Beneath him, Chandler struggled and steadied herself by planting her feet wide. Feeling with his other foot, Bliss found a large knot to step up onto, and then levered himself up another couple of feet using his elbows and biceps. He glanced back over his shoulder at the road, followed a straight line all the way across to the CCTV camera, then dollied back his focus to closely examine the branches of the tree he was in. It took only seconds, but he found exactly what he had expected to find. "I'm coming down," he called out. "Better mind out, Pen. This could get ugly." Back on the ground, following a couple of clumsy, aborted attempts, Bliss brushed down his jacket and trousers, freeing them from leaves, flecks of bark, and clumps of mossy soil. He bent forward at the waist and spent a few seconds rummaging around through the undergrowth. Chandler was almost frothing at the mouth, waiting for him to speak up, but he left her hanging while he surveyed the clearing once more. Their drive back from York had done little to thaw the frost between them, their idle chatter stilted and unconvincing. It was an unusual state of affairs between them, but Bliss had let it slide. His DS broke before he did. "Well," Chandler said, "you want to tell me what that was all about?" Bliss grinned, nodded. "I'm happy enough now that the camera points out onto the road naturally, that it hasn't been tampered with. That's 1 out of 3 issues I had." But the van did not park where it did by coincidence. You want to know why?
No, let's discuss North Korea instead, or my recipe for lemon drizzle cake.
Patience, grasshopper. And a little less sarcasm might help too. Pen, the thing is, those branches up in that spot don't spread out fortuitously, as I previously thought. Some have been bent right back, so much so that I can see the tear in them where they've been snapped, just not all the way through. Other branches did have clean breaks, and I found plenty of the missing sections in the undergrowth beneath the tree.
So you're suggesting they were cleared away deliberately, creating a gap through which the security feed could capture what took place that night?
That's what I suspect. I would think it's the local council's responsibility to carry out any trimming, as the trees are on this side of the fence. I doubt they go that far back, though. We can check with the owners to see if they do so themselves every now and then. But I don't believe that's the case. I think whoever murdered our airman wanted it captured on film. Moreover, wanted their chanting captured on film.
Chandler was nodding now, her eyes bright and eager.
That makes sense when you put it all together in that way.
But that is just your interpretation of events at the moment, and doesn't actually disprove the terrorism theory. Maybe these three extremists wanted it seen in order to prove it was a terrorist act.
Bliss took a breath. No, I don't see it that way. Think about it, Pen. If they had wanted to advertise their act, they could have done so in 100 better locations, where the entire thing was guaranteed to be both captured on CCTV and left in the open for anyone to find. That's what these people want, to terrorize. This is too abstract, too vague. This, to me, reeks of an incident they wanted to come across as coincidentally filmed, wanted us to discover, with the specific intention of it eventually leading us to believe it was a terrorist attack on a member of the armed forces. They wanted us to think it, but were unwilling to expose themselves as the perpetrators, the way these people so often do. Ultimately, if you drill down deep enough, it was neither one thing nor another. And that's what convinces me this is not what we're meant to believe it is.
Okay, I see what you're getting at. For argument's sake, let's say you're right. I'm still having a problem with the camera up there. Why would it be focused on a road which is usually obscured by trees?
My betting is it's not so much the road, rather the little drive and the gate where I'm currently parked. I reckon if we were to view footage from that camera prior to it being pruned back, there'd be enough of a view to see who comes and goes over there, to see if anything parks up in that clearing.
The point of which would be?
I can't say. Maybe that's also their land. Maybe whoever owns that land has a deal with the chemical company to utilize that one camera on their pole for its own security. Or it could be that they are just doing the sensible thing and covering all angles.
As we should, Chandler said.
As we should, Bliss agreed, as if it had been his point all along.
Chapter 18. DCI Edwards was stepping out of the incident room just as Bliss and Chandler were walking back in. The three almost collided.
"Bliss, my office," Edwards said, striding away without waiting for him to respond. He glanced at Chandler and screwed up his face in mock angst.
"Whose cornflakes did you piss on this time?" Chandler whispered.
Bliss shrugged and shook his head. "Fucked if I know," he replied, in an equally low voice. "It must just be a day with a Y in it." Bliss followed Edwards along the corridor, up one flight of stairs and into her office. She had waited for him by the door, which she then closed behind him. Bliss frowned. His smile wiped away in an instant.
"Please take a seat, Inspector,"
Edwards said, moving around the desk and sitting down. Bliss followed suit, wary now, alarm bells ringing inside his head. This had all the hallmarks of a bollocking, yet as far as he was aware he had done nothing to warrant one, although that had never stopped his DCI from handing them out before. Yet there was something almost tender about Edward's stern countenance as she appraised him.
"Inspector Bliss, I have to inform you that at approximately 11:30 this morning—"
Marjorie Thompson was taken to Peterborough City Hospital, where she was pronounced dead on arrival. Something solid seemed to emerge from absolutely nowhere to lodge in Bliss's stomach. It felt like a shell had been blasted into his gut. What happened? Thompson had a meeting with her solicitor regarding her trial. As per their usual arrangement, Miss Craig brought Thompson a treat. A can of Dr. Pepper, which is not available inside the prison. The way Craig tells it, Thompson drank it all and crushed the can. She then became animated and, at one point a little later on, appeared to suffer a severe coughing fit. Craig was about to call for help when Thompson settled back down. Miss Craig now accepts this was most likely a diversionary tactic. She says Thompson's eyes and speech started to become weak, and then Craig felt something warm on her own legs. She looked down to find blood, and lots of it, beneath the table. Thompson had manoeuvred the can so that it split, and then she pulled it in half and used the sharp edge to open a vein. Bliss exhaled. There was a slick sheen on the palms of his hands, and they felt clammy. The office did not seem to have enough air in it for the two of them. He licked his lips and worried his scar with his left thumb. Marjorie Thompson was awaiting trial for aiding and abetting her son in the abduction of D.S. Chandler with intent to both rape and murder her. Bliss had met Thompson many years earlier when her own young daughter was raped and murdered. Thompson suspected her then-boyfriend, who was the victim's father, but the investigation had cleared the man. Bliss signed off on that decision. Just last autumn, Bliss and his team investigated a series of rapes and murders and tied them in with a prisoner on death row in California. Lucas Delaney was the man Bliss's team cleared of raping and murdering Marjorie Thompson's daughter a decade and a half earlier. But the two also had a son together, and it was Malcolm Thompson who was the foul beast running riot in Peterborough. Having abducted Chandler and lured Bliss out to the Norfolk coast, the two men had scuffled before the soil around their bodies on the edge of a cliff gave way and dropped the younger man like a stone to his death. Despite everything the man had done, Bliss tried desperately to save him. Not a moment of sleep had been lost in coming to terms with the fact that he failed to hold on to Malcolm Thompson's hands on that awful rain-drenched morning. He decided now that no further sleep would be lost at the news of the monster's mother taking her own life. It would save the taxpayer money, and both him and Chandler from having to face a trial and all the bullshit that went with it. Even at the end, it seemed, Marjorie Thompson had failed to figure out the best way to exact her revenge. Before heading back down to speak to his team, Bliss made a couple of calls. The first was to an elderly man by the name of Joe Lakem, husband of the first murder victim Bliss had seen following his return to the area. In a calm, neutral manner, he told the widower about Marjorie Thompson's suicide. "We spoke about closure before, Mr. Lakem," Bliss added. "I think you have it now." "You know what, Inspector, I think I do." There was relief in the man's voice. Release also. Bliss knew Lakem would feel unburdened, something he himself still yearned for. He then called D.I. Angie Burton from Sex Crimes. Burton had been involved with the Thompson-Delaney case. In addition, since the investigation had ended, Bliss had spent more time discussing it with Burton than anyone else. Chandler was too close to it, and too close to him. There was just the right amount of distance between him and Burton. "How do you feel about it?" she asked him. He had recounted the events exactly as laid out by Edwards, with no allowance for emotion. "Hard to tell. Truth is, I'm not sure if I feel anything. No pity, that's for sure. But no pleasure either. She was a despicable person, just like her ex-boyfriend and their evil spawn. I'm happy there won't be a trial to endure. Beyond that,
I really couldn't care less. You want some company tonight, Jimmy? He laughed. Even to his own ears it sounded bitter. You think I need it because of this? I told you, Angie, neither my thoughts nor my day have changed in any way. If you're worried I'm going to go home and dwell on this, then please don't. There's no need. It's not going to happen. And what if I'm the one who wants the company? What if I do feel bad? Why would you? I'm not saying I do, just asking, what if? Do you? Not right now. That could change. Let's not pretend the world is a worse place for her absence. Bliss could feel himself becoming angry, and he did not know why. The line was silent for a moment. Then Burton said, Have you never, for one moment, allowed for the fact that the person Marjorie Thompson became was sculpted on the night her own daughter was raped and murdered? That she too was a victim of Lucas Delaney? What would be the point? Bliss said. There's no coming back from what she did, no matter what drove her to it. Please don't ask me to feel any remorse or any pity. She knew what her son was doing. She actively encouraged it. And then she set him loose on Penny. I wondered when we would get around to Penny. Burton's voice was simmering with her own mounting anger now. This is not about her or your feelings for her. This is about you and your lack of, I don't know, empathy? Compassion? You see Thompson as a straight-up, cold-hearted bitch who sanctioned and possibly even promoted murder. All I am asking is that you consider for one moment the events that led her there. Bliss took a breath. He wished now that he had never made the call. He realized where the anger was coming from, and that he was expected to feel something he could never feel, and so be ashamed of it. Except that he refused to. And I'm saying I don't see the point. It won't change a thing. It won't bring anyone back, it won't prevent any of the rapes that occurred, and it won't turn back time and have me nowhere near that cliff edge last year. But it could change something, Jimmy. It could change you, and the way you see things that you allow to sit there in the dark. For just a second or two Bliss considered his response. He could be tactful, he could roll it back. One way or another, they would end up sleeping together. But that would not be being true to himself. Instead, he said, In that case, I don't want to think about it any more, and I don't want to discuss it any further. If that's what it would do to me, then I don't want to make that change. I can live with how I am, Angie. Can you? The gap between them had become a chasm. Bliss knew there would be no bridging it, even before Burton spoke again. Jimmy, I'm sorry you feel that way. I hope that one day you will reconsider. Until then, I think it best we each find company elsewhere, if that's the way you want it. One more thing. What was that crack about me and Penny? There's nothing going on between us, Angie. We're partners, that's it. Really? Would you have risked your own life for any other member of your team the way you did for her last year? In a heartbeat. I'm not so sure, Jimmy. You put yourself in great danger. Maybe you need to ask yourself if you really would have done that for anyone else. I don't have to ask. That's what I'm trying to tell you, what you seem incapable of understanding. If it had been Bishop, Short, you, or even a member of the public, I would have done exactly the same thing. You want to know why? Because I didn't think about it. I didn't consider the risks. Maybe if I had, I wouldn't have even done it for Penny. Or maybe you only did it without thinking because it was Penny. Bliss let that hang out there between them for a moment. Angie was wrong. He was convinced that given the exact same circumstances, with someone else standing there on the edge of the cliff with Malcolm Thompson, he would still have intervened. Chandler was his partner and friend. That was it. You're wrong about me, he said finally. About me and Penn. Angie sighed. Keep telling yourself that, Jimmy. I hope it's true. Just make sure you don't ever regret it. He ended the call and breathed deeply.
He would mend fences with Burton as a colleague, but they were done as a couple. Not that they had ever truly regarded themselves as such. He drew a line under it. No harm, no foul. They had both accepted their commitment to each other as an unenduring moment in time. That time now appeared to be over. Bliss nodded to himself and went in search of his team. The incident room was as full as Bliss had ever seen it. He had issued an email insisting that everyone who was able to stand and or breathe without assistance had to attend, as there were major questions to both ask and answer concerning their case. What he had not reckoned on was the appearance of both DCI Edwards and the superintendent herself. They stood side by side at the back of the room. Bliss felt as if he had stepped into a coliseum, though he was unsure whether that made him the lion or its prey, and from whom the thumbs down might come. The room reverberated to a low hubbub of voices, which increased the longer Bliss took to get his thoughts in some semblance of order. He realized that what he was about to tell the team would appear to take them a full step backwards, if he was proven correct. But as far as he was concerned, it was a step in the right direction. "Thank you all for coming," he called out, raising both hands and then lowering them slowly to indicate a request for silence. He grinned and added, "Not that I gave the majority of you much of an option. However, I think by the time I'm done, you will agree with me that we have reached a critical juncture when it comes to Operation Compound, and it is vital that each of us knows exactly where things stand." Bliss took a sip of water before continuing, a little unsettled at how anxious he felt. This was a big moment for both himself and his team. If he got it wrong, they would survive, but he might not. Whilst he and Chandler had been up in York talking with the victims' parents, D.S. Bishop had taken charge of the rest of the squad to delve deeper into the van, their potential terrorists, local links to extremist organisations, and all whilst attempting to keep a lid on everything so that further leaks were avoided, especially to the media. Now Bliss was about to puncture their bubbles, and he took no pleasure from it. "Okay, here it is," he said. "Initial CCTV evidence which suggested that the murder of Airman Duncan Livingston was an act of terrorism may have been concocted for that very reason, to lead our investigation to that conclusion, and away from the truth." The explosion of voices was immediate, and Bliss fought hard for a full 30 seconds to bring the briefing back under his control. He went on to inform them of his discovery back at the crime scene, laid it all out for them as to how the apparent coincidences may not have been quite so coincidental after all. Bliss studied their faces all the way through and saw both doubt and dismay on each of them. "Let me be very clear," he said. "At this point I am not ruling out terrorism. I'm not even fully convinced of it myself right now. However, I think if you were all to analyse the security footage and assess the SOC for yourselves, you would also conclude, as I have done, that there is ample room for doubt. I can't lead you all by the hand, so ask yourselves this. How likely is it that this van would stop in pretty much the only location on that road where it could be seen by a single specific camera, which was only able to provide an unobstructed view due to branches having been either broken or bent backwards, and that one of the men responsible for murdering our victim happened to dislodge his scarf enough that we could identify the exact words he was chanting?" "Unlikely, but still possible, surely," DC Hunt said. "Absolutely. I've already said we are not ruling it out entirely. We will still investigate that angle, the difference being that we will also be looking at it from the viewpoint that it could have been staged." "But why?" Ansari asked. "Why would these men go to such lengths? Just to stir up hatred?" Bliss shook his head. He wondered what the Super and DCI were making of this, but he did not have either the time or inclination to pander to them. "No, I don't think that was their aim. The purpose, I believe, was simply to point us in the wrong direction. Their intention was to kill Livingston, but in order to lead us down one particular investigative path, they gave us a trio of terrorists. While we're looking in that direction, they are having it on their toes the opposite way. A sleight of hand, if you prefer." The sea of faces was now mostly nodding rather than shaking, as the possibilities seeped in. Open minds were key in solving cases as complex as this one was proving to be, and whilst Bliss understood that his team would be disappointed to have their operation take such a major step back, they would also come to realize that the right way was the only way, and detours were simply obstacles to overcome. "Boss, I have a question," DS Short said. As ever, her eyes were narrowed in concentration. "If the intention was for us to discover that security footage, why leave it to chance?" Bliss was prepared for that particular line of thought. For their ruse to work, it would be neither obvious nor entirely hidden. The camera was not an easy find, but it was definitely something a thorough investigation of the crime scene and surrounding area would uncover eventually. He paused. There was some mild chatter between officers. Fletcher and Edwards were also deep in conversation, their heads close together. Bliss decided to call it quits while he was ahead. If he was ahead. "I'm going to let you all go now and have some time to think on it overnight," Bliss told them. "But let's keep this positive thought to the fore. None of us would actually wish this to be an act of terrorism, with all the implications that dreadful scenario brings with it. If we can prove otherwise, then we can all rest a little easier. Just so long as we don't get it wrong and get hit by another one," a uniform chipped in. "I understand why the city might not want this to be terror-based, boss. But neither should we ignore it, simply in order not to tread on the toes of certain members of the community." There were a few murmurs of agreement with this point of view. Bliss gave a couple of sharp nods before responding. "I understand what you're saying, Constable Lee. Believe me when I tell you that if I become convinced that terror lies at the root of this, I will go after these people with everything I have, irrespective of who tries to get in my way. Over them, around them, even through them. I believe I've earned your trust on that. Equally, whilst the evidence currently suggests a terror link, I now believe that evidence to be potentially unsafe. I can't ignore that. I'm sure you will agree. Tomorrow I will assign a small team to go back over the footage and to also revisit the SOC as I did today. I will discuss everything with DCI Edwards, as well as whoever visits us from MI5 and the counter-terrorism unit. I would hope that a clear strategy will present itself by lunchtime tomorrow, or by evening briefing at the latest. That is all." As the room emptied, both Fletcher and Edwards moved against the tide and made their way towards Bliss. Chandler stood by his side, supportive as always. Though she may not necessarily agree with his theory, Bliss was comforted by the knowledge that his partner would stand as one with him. "You made some good points, Inspector," Fletcher told him. Her tone was neutral, features impassive. The super seldom gave anything away when it came to body language. "Last night you requested 24 hours. In your estimation, do you have enough to request a further delay in releasing what we know right now, rather than what we suspect?" "I think making the call now, ma'am, would be unwise. I believe the alternative theory I've put forward merits further investigation. I fully accept that we are extremely unlikely to have a definitive answer by this time tomorrow, because in order to do so we would have to have located the 3 men concerned, interrogated them, and have received positive answers. That's not going to happen. However, if we reach a consensus that my theory is equally valid, then the right thing to do is hold back on releasing what we have." "And when it leaks and we both look incompetent and, worse still, liars?" Edward said, arms folded beneath her chest. "You really think this will hold water another day?" Bliss took a beat. Ever the politician, the DCI was hedging her bets and thinking of number 1. He shook his head and said, "You know me, boss. I'm not the one who cares about public opinion. I care only about getting the job done and getting it done right. It is my belief that the right thing to do here is hold back on the whole terrorism angle until my theory is ruled out. If the media blow that, then so be it. Let them be the ones to do the wrong thing." "And we get caught up in the maelstrom?" They would have a field day at our expense. Again, boss, that's not my department. My job is to steer the investigation in the right direction. And to do that, we have to consider every single aspect of the case. Let's leave it be for tonight, Fletcher suggested, stepping in to diffuse the situation before it became a fully blown argument. I will speak to our MP and community leader and apprise them of the possible turn in the case. I suspect they will be relieved not to have to step out into the media glare. Bliss knew Edwards would be seething. That was something he had become accustomed to. He was being given time by Fletcher. Now what he had to do was make the best use of it. The moment he and Chandler had the room to themselves, Bliss turned to her. "Thank you for waiting with me. It was obvious from the muted voices and dispirited looks that the team are uncertain following that briefing. I'm confident I can reel them back in, but it helps having you by my side." Chandler nodded. "Always. You okay, boss? You seem a little distracted." Bliss thought about his conversation with Edwards, followed by the disagreement with Burton. His partner was right. Both were distractions, neither of which he needed right now. Chapter 19. Bliss sat in the back garden listening to Jeff Beck make those long, deceptive bends as he worked his way through Goodbye Pork Pie Hat from the Wired album, appreciating how much Beck got out of that scrap of wood. A set of 6 strings and a couple of electronic pickups made him realize that it had been so long since he had even taken his own guitar out of its case that he might as well consider himself to now be an ex-guitarist. It was a chastening thought, one that made Bliss feel as if he had lost something significant from his life. Time was something other people had, in which to ensure that they did more than merely exist. Bliss recalled his conversation with Lenny Kaplan. He had mentioned having his music and his movies and his garden to come home to. The truth was, these days he seldom even switched on the TV. Music had become little more than a background to his obsession with his work, and he continually had to force himself away from investigations to snatch a few minutes in the garden. One by one, the things that made him human were dribbling away, and Bliss worried that the remaining husk would be incapable of functioning out in the real world. He and Chandler had grabbed some food on the way to him dropping her home. Sub Express made a great mesquite chicken sandwich, and Chandler enjoyed their pizzas. They used the mealtime to catch up on other things. Bliss sensed his friend was as indifferent to Marjorie Thompson's suicide as he was. Her own pain lay in an ongoing case to find her teenage daughter, the girl abducted many years ago by her Turkish father and subsequently relocated. Bliss had done his best to encourage the Home Office to do more on Chandler's behalf, but their reach was insignificant in Turkey, and no one was sure if the girl was even still residing there. Chandler's family had rallied around and were a close-knit unit. Still, there was that loss, and Bliss was aware that nothing could possibly fill the void. It ate away at his friend and colleague like a cancer, but he was determined that it would not end her. Bliss enjoyed these infrequent chats with Chandler. They could often be intimate and deep, prying into the darker recesses of each other's lives. Yet, for him at least, they were also cathartic, a balm to the wounds inflicted by the investigation and the pressure from their DCI. Chandler's earlier irritation with him had all but vanished. At one point she even attempted to squeeze some juicy gossip out of him. "So, a little bird tells me that you and a certain DI from the Sex Crimes Unit have been making the beast with 2 backs." Chandler said it in such a nonchalant way that Bliss considered teasing her a little, but the phrase she had used put him off. "I hate that euphemism. If your little bird or the office jungle drums or even the bloody grapevine are implying that I have been seeing Angie Burton, then they are correct." Chandler beamed at him. "I knew it.
I'm so pleased for you, boss." He shook his head. "Don't get carried away. It's already over, if it had ever really begun. We hooked up when we could. It was going nowhere, just a bit of fun. She has 2 kids who were not looking for a surrogate father. Angie was not interested in any long-term commitment, all of which suited me perfectly." "So, what, you were friends with benefits?" "Another saying I don't much care for. How about we were 2 people who sought each other out when we wanted to? What's wrong with that?" Chandler inverted a triangle of pizza and fed it into her mouth, thin strings of cheese hanging like cotton and adhering to her chin. She chewed on it for a moment, then swallowed it down. Nothing at all. I was glad you had someone, that's all. I mean, I'm still the spinster cat lady, unable to bounce back from an affair with my old boss. But I can still be happy when my friends are happy." "Who said anything about being happy?" Chandler picked up another slice and laughed. "Trust you. Getting your end away with a nice woman like Angie, with absolutely no ties and no expectations of any, and still you're not satisfied." Bliss grinned. "Oh, I was satisfied, believe me. But you know me, Pen, better than anybody. When am I ever truly happy? When you're nicking villains? Well, there is that. So you and Angie are over? What happened?" Between mouthfuls of his warm, crusty, toasted sandwich, Bliss went over his earlier conversation with Burton. He knew there would be no judgment from his partner on the subject of pity for such a vicious and ugly criminal as Marjorie Thompson. Chandler shared his views on the subject. There was a slight pause before she said, "She'll come around. You 2 will be fine. You know, people still wonder about us, you and me." Bliss recalled Los Angeles detective Robbie Newman suggesting the same thing, having spent only a few days with them on the Thompson-Delaney case. He was not at all certain they had managed to convince her that there was nothing going on between them. "Why ruin a beautiful friendship, eh?" he said, meeting Chandler's direct gaze. She nodded. "Indeed. That's a good enough reason. Well, that and, you're really old. Can't argue with that. But thanks for the reminder." He chuckled and let it slide. By the time he waved her good night and started for home, Bliss was in a sombre, contemplative mood. The bench he perched on, whilst sucking on the fat neck of an ice-cold bottle of Budvar, was the only object that looked out of place in the serene garden. Its wood, now grey and brittle, beaten by both weather and time, bore a brass plaque on its central horizontal slat. The park bench had been passed down to Bliss upon his father's death a couple of years back. Wounded in World War II, Bliss's grandfather had become a spy who ran a dozen ops in France helping the resistance. Upon his death, the bench had been donated by a grateful nation, and for a time had rested in Coronation Gardens Park in Leighton, East London, just a few hundred yards from where the man was born and raised. The name engraved on the brass plaque read, "Edward Bliss." Beneath that another line, "British hero and true friend to the nation of France." Bliss's father had decided that, rather than keep the bench treated and polished and maintained, it should be allowed to wear down with the passing of time. Bliss had continued to allow it to grow old gracefully, in the way the man to whom it was dedicated had never been given the opportunity to do. Tonight was the very first time he had sat on it. It made him feel relaxed, if a little melancholy. News of Marjorie Thompson's death had reminded him of Emily Curtis and her wait for updates concerning her husband. Over his first beer of the evening, Bliss had tasked himself with stretching his mind in search of answers. It wasn't difficult to find a starting point, because if Simon Curtis did not take his own life, and an accident seemed very unlikely, then someone had heaved the man over the rail on that bridge and allowed him to plunge to his death. Bliss still considered suicide to be the most likely cause, but could not yet rule out murder.
The difficulty lay in the difference between how those two methods would be investigated. Bliss used his laptop to access the police central database system. There was much he could find out about Curtis from further conversations with Emily, but there might also be things she was not aware of, like a criminal record, for instance. But Simon Curtis proved to be squeaky clean, officially at least. The search was cursory at this stage. Bliss needed to keep off the radar, as he had no sanctioned connection with the incident, and the last thing he needed right now was a reprimand for misusing police resources. There were more checks he could run, but would only do so if his next chat with Emily proved inconclusive. In bed before midnight, having exercised and then showered, Bliss felt an ache in his bones that he recognized as being more than purely physical. He slept fitfully. In the dead of night he awoke suddenly, sitting upright, alert and ears straining. Something had woken him. A sound, out of place and out of time. His immediate concern was whether it had come from inside or outside the house. Bliss padded barefoot across to the bedroom window and parted the curtain enough to provide a view out into the garden and the houses beyond the back fence. Other than the faint glow of a single street light, the night was dark, the moon concealed by an overcast sky. No shadow looked as if it did not belong. Nothing moved. He listened again, straining this time, but all was quiet. Still somewhat light-headed, Bliss spent the next 10 minutes searching his house, wearing just a t-shirt and shorts. He found nothing disturbed, and nobody lurking in a dark recess. The sound did not come again. The remnants of a dream came to him, filtering through the fog inside his head. It was one he'd had before. A recurring nightmare vision of Malcolm Thompson's face at the moment their hands had come apart, followed by the man flailing helplessly as he fell to his death, swallowed up first by the thick fog, and then the cold embrace of the sea crashing against the cliffside below. Bliss shook it off and returned to bed, but was unable to find that deep sleep he so badly needed, and rose long before dawn to confront a brand-new day. Chapter 20. Bliss knew the pair were from the counter-terrorism unit the moment he stepped through the incident room door. DCI Edwards was cozying up to them, for one thing. She seemed to be fawning all over the male officer in particular, who was admittedly good-looking in that foppish Hugh Grant sort of way. His partner was short and squat, and seemed to be listening intently to the conversational din going on around her. The other thing that set the two apart from everyone else in the room was that they had dressed to impress. Bliss did it himself whenever he had to visit squads in other areas. Newest shirt and tie, best suit, even shined shoes. On your own turf, you just went with whatever came out of the wardrobe first. Edwards introduced the pair as Inspectors Kate Garner and Robert Hilton. They greeted Bliss with warm, friendly smiles. He responded with one of his own, which was followed by handshakes all round. It was all bullshit. Each of them knew it. Still, they played their roles in the charade. Call it a jurisdictional consideration or turf war. It amounted to the same thing. The CTU wanted to run with this investigation alongside the security service, but so did Bliss. At least as far as he was able before MI5 finally had a presence on site and took command of the entire ship. Trouble was, he knew he would not have Edwards on his side. "Excuse me for one moment," Bliss said. "I just need a quick word with my DS." Bliss slipped across to Chandler, sat down on the other side of the table she was occupying, and raised a hand to forestall anything she might be about to discuss. "Nod and smile, no matter what I say," Bliss told her. "When I stand up and go back to our friends from the CTU, you slip off and tell Short to tell Bishop to disappear for 5 minutes. During those minutes he is to go as quickly as is humanly possible to the super's office and inform her that we have two of the CTU's finest here. Chandler leaned back in her chair to better appraise him. Her gaze slipped from him to the two newcomers and back again. You don't think she already knows? I don't believe Edwards has told her yet, no. If I read our beloved DCI correctly, she'll sell us out first and then report back to Fletcher afterwards, when it's too late for us to claw it back. So why the chain letter? I can go up? No. If Edwards is watching, I don't want her to later make an obvious connection. Call me paranoid, but I think she'd like nothing better than to hand this over to CTU, and I also think she knows that goes against the grain for Fletcher. Let's put up some firewalls between us and Edwards, so that she doesn't think of you and I having this chat, followed by you disappearing just minutes before the super bursts through those doors. Even our beloved DCI is capable of making that sort of mental leap. As he stood, Bliss's mobile rang. He caught Edward's eye and pointed to the phone, indicating he would be just a minute. It was Emily Curtis, wondering if he had anything to report back. He moved away to a quiet corner of the room, lowering his voice as he spoke. I'm about to start a briefing, Emily. Let me get back to you later on. For the time being, I'll simply say that from everything I've learned, whilst your husband's death won't be ruled a suicide, I can find nothing to explain why he would be murdered either. It's not as if he would have been strolling across that bridge and set upon in a chance encounter. We need to talk, so let's arrange something when I call back. Do we need to have a private chat before I run the briefing? Bliss said to the two CTU inspectors when he rejoined them. I take it DCI Edwards has caught you up with things as they stand? Garner was the first to respond. She had the sort of vibrancy about her that belied her physical appearance. Bliss immediately took a shine to her. It may take a while before we're comfortable with a single unified approach, she said. So how about the four of us meet afterwards? Bliss nodded. That's fine by me. Without waiting for any form of affirmation from his DCI, Bliss headed for the front of the room and got the ball rolling. He made a point of referring to Garner and Hilton, asking his team to welcome the newcomers and to provide assistance where possible, before switching to Operation Compound itself. With nothing new coming in overnight, things have not moved on since we were last here. To summarize, we have evidence that indicates a terrorist attack on a lone individual, but there is doubt hanging over that evidence. That doubt is the only thing standing between us and MI5 swooping in and taking over command. We have a very short window of opportunity here because the media won't be kept at bay much longer either. We also have the dead airman's parents and family to consider, not to mention the RAF itself. So I think it would be best if a small team attended the crime scene to examine the area pretty much as I did and report back their findings. Only DS Chandler and I have so far re-examined the specific spot where I believe the tree branches were both pruned back and adjusted to provide a clear view for the security camera. I did so with a particular bias, as it was my impression that things were not quite as they seemed. Fresh eyes are needed, and this represents a critical point of the overall investigation. Today we have to make a call on this, so those who do check it out must do so with open minds. Inspector Hilton from the CTU raised a hand and called out, "If you don't mind, D.I. Bliss, I'd like to tag along." "Not at all, Inspector. I was going to suggest one of you did just that. So while you're out there, I want someone from my team to also speak with the site manager and security company. I want to know whether those tree branches are trimmed on a regular basis, and if so, when they were last worked on. I'd also like an explanation for why that one camera looks out over the road. I have my own theories, but I would like some facts established. DS Bishop, please assign 3 team members plus the inspector, and let's get going on this. That is all for now." With the room emptying, Bliss suggested he, Edwards, and Garner continue talking where they were, rather than shifting to the DCI's office. He did so mainly because he felt like discussing options on neutral territory, but also because he hoped to see Detective Superintendent Fletcher crashing open the door at any moment. He assumed that Bishop being back in the incident room meant the message must have been delivered. "You really think this could be a setup?" Garner asked, when it was just the three of them seated around one of the double-width tables. "That someone went to such lengths in order to make us believe an act of terrorism had been carried out against a serving member of the armed forces?" Bliss did not even have to think about it. "I do. I can't tell you why, not at this stage. Could be political agitators looking to start some sort of race war in the city. This may well be about inducing fear, and if fear wins, then we're all screwed. Could be whoever murdered the airmen wants us looking in one direction rather than the one in which they are located. If you saw the scene for yourself, I think you'd be suspicious of it, at the very least." "I guess we'll see what Robert has to say when he returns," Garner said, nodding. She gave another warm smile, and this time Bliss sensed it was genuine and appreciative. He reciprocated. "If we look ahead while we're waiting," Edwards said, "then we can get a jump start on where we take things next. I'm thinking this may be better all round if it's the security services call from that point on." Bliss noted Garner nodding in the periphery of his vision. His attention was on his DCI, with respect, as and when it's proven to be an act of terrorism. I'll be happy to hand it over to the CTU, because at that point it'll go straight up to MI5 anyway, and they will run it how they see fit. It's their speciality, their remit, and we'll provide whatever assistance we can, given it's a crime no matter what the motive. Until that time, however, this has to be our operation. We can make it clear that a terrorist attack is one of several theories we're acting upon, have MI5 and SCU liaise with local relevant groups to make progress on that particular path. At the same time, though, we also make sure people are aware that the other leads we're following are just as important and every bit as likely." "And what leads would they be, Inspector?" Edwards asked. She looked extremely pleased with herself, Bliss noticed, because she knew precisely what the answer would be. "I don't know right now, but we'll dig them out. We'll have some movement before we make an announcement." "So, if not terrorism, then either an incitement to a potential race war, or an effort to mask the real reason the airman was murdered." Garner paused after asking the question. After a while she nodded. "I can see where you're going with those routes, D.I. Bliss. If the evidence is as compellingly open to debate as you believe it to be, then of course we don't want to create smoke where no fire exists." Garner put her head back and cursed. "Sorry, that was insensitive of me. What I mean is, the CTU has no desire to stir things up amongst your local community groups, nor their detractors, without clear evidence. Nor do we want to take up Five's valuable time on what may well be nothing more than a facade. Equally, I'm sure you both understand that we always have to err on the side of caution. It doesn't take much to send things off the rails these days, and the last thing we want to be accused of is avoiding a politically sensitive outcome whilst sitting on our hands." "I'm clear about that," Bliss said before Edwards could speak. He was liking Garner more every time she spoke. "I understand and appreciate the thin line you walk, and we're now trying to maintain that balance right alongside you." Bliss felt he had to fight his corner. There was still no sign of Fletcher, and it was up to him now to ensure that the investigation remained his, at least until further evidence was discovered. The CTU was a necessary component of the police service in the UK. Their expertise required more often than anyone would like, and far more regularly than the vast majority of citizens were aware. He had no issues with handing this off at the right time, provided he was the one to make that call. The CTU would eventually act as liaison between Bliss's team and MI5, with the spooks calling the shots. However this proceeds, the liaison paths are going to be complex, Edwards said, her narrowed gaze telling Bliss he would hear more about this later. The RAF, the victims' parents, various community group leaders, the regional MP, our own detective superintendent, plus any number from the higher echelons both here and down in Cambridge.
I would suggest a formal focus group is in order. How about you, Inspector Garner? I think that's essential. Until the stage at which we can positively rule out terrorism, we must function as if we are reacting not only to the incident itself, but a possible long-term threat. After all, if these men can do it once, what's to prevent them from doing so again? The words were chilling, but Bliss could not disagree. If he had misread the situation, and the murder of Duncan Livingston was an act of terror, then it could not be regarded as a one-off. The threat remained very real, because if they were terrorists, then the three men in the white van could strike again at any time. Chapter 21. When he left Peterborough back in 2006 to start work for the newly formed Serious and Organised Crime Agency, Bliss did so in the midst of some earnest soul-searching. He had come to the city from London whilst under a cloud, and he was making the return journey with his career very much on the line. As much as he wanted to blame others for his misfortune, Bliss understood his part in his own downfall. Accepting this was the first step towards changing the way he approached both his job and other people, as was recognizing how long the transition would take, and being honest with himself as to whether he was capable of making it all the way. The life he had lived with his wife Hazel was one that constantly teetered on the brink of unravelling. As a couple they took chances with life and all that it offered. Discovering his wife's mutilated body was unbearable, being suspected of her murder, a time of utter despair, and finding out that his wife had been first stalked and then murdered by a fellow cop, a man they had both encountered during one of those brink-teetering times of their life, an assault on the senses. At the time, Bliss was unable to tear down the political brass wall that stood between him and justice, and in a fit of rage had meted out his own form, leaving the cop responsible sucking liquids through a straw in hospital. Moving to Peterborough had represented a fresh start for him and the dogs, and whilst an understandable reserve and lack of trust had prevented him from fully opening up to most people, his bond with Penny Chandler was formed almost immediately, and without any second guessing. Life was unspooling acceptably, until the investigation that rocked policing in the area to its foundations, tearing down the triumvirate edifices of rank, secrecy and history, to leave the resulting battlements in tatters. He had done nothing wrong. In fact, Bliss was praised for his efforts in tackling years of silent treachery, yet the result was his being ostracised and forced to move on. During the case that wrought havoc upon his life, and resulted in the suicide of a man whom Bliss had considered a friend as well as a colleague, he met the Bone Woman. Emily Grant, as she was back then, stole a piece of his heart, without him being aware he had any to spare. Their relationship was in its infancy, in a state of flux following his actions in the latter stages of the investigation, and Emily was not ready to give up her life and uproot herself in order to join him in London. For a few days they toyed with the notion of a long-distance relationship, but reality quashed that idea before it got any further. The wounds were not deep, and Bliss was a quick healer. He threw himself into his work, as well as several relationships. He never quite forgot the Bone Woman, though. Not for long. Bliss was confused about her being in his life once again. But when he called back and she suggested they meet to discuss her husband's death, he did not hesitate. He had agreed to listen, to help, and would not let her down now. They met inside Ed's Easy Diner at the extra service area where the A1M met the A605. Both Bliss and Emily ordered a coffee, but when the drinks were served he added a side of nachos with cheese. Bliss was happy for this to be a rushed meeting, because he still wasn't sure how he felt about talking to the Bone Woman after all these years. For her part,
Emily appeared equally ill at ease. "With official records telling me nothing, I'm looking to you for more in-depth information," Bliss said, blotting the corners of his mouth with a serviette. "If this is murder, somebody went to an awful lot of trouble. That kind of thing doesn't usually happen for no reason at all. I do have a couple of more immediate questions for you, though." "I'm ready. Fire away." Emily set her chin and confronted him with determined eyes. Today she wore the same coat, which she had removed upon taking her seat, to reveal a tasteful grey pinstripe dress, and what Bliss assumed were the same leather boots. He was suddenly glad he had chosen to wear his best suit again, this time with a navy blue tie. It was good to feel close to being in her league. "Your husband's car," he said. "Do you happen to know where it is?" "I have no idea. I haven't given it any thought. He drove it on the day in question. That much I do know." "That's as I suspected. So another indicator that this was neither a suicide nor an accident. Otherwise someone would have found his car parked nearby. And yet I can't possibly imagine why anyone would want to murder Simon either." Emily's hands were shaking, so much so that she had set her cup down on the table. "Emily, you're an intelligent, savvy woman, so I'm going to rule out all the usual things we'd normally go through at this stage, such as a jealous husband of someone he was seeing, or some crank you were seeing, and the usual gambling or debt problems. I'm sure you've already wandered through those little mental minefields and come out the other side. If there was anything there, you would have told me by now, I'm sure, so let's look elsewhere." "That sounds fine. Thank you for not putting me through that particular ordeal, as I have already been there and back with the police who visited me. I'm not sure I would cope with revisiting any of those subjects again quite so soon. So where do we begin, Jimmy?" Bliss had given this plenty of thought on his drive over. He believed there was an obvious starting point. Your husband was a photographer. You told me he specialized in real events, and had also regularly travelled abroad. Did he ever mention encountering something whilst working that concerned him, frightened him, perhaps? Anything that had made him wary or extra cautious lately? Emily smiled. It radiated out of her, in spite of her grief and the solemn topic of conversation. "If you had known Simon, even briefly, you would be aware of my husband's demeanour. I wouldn't say he was bottled up, exactly, but he held himself together very well. No matter what the subject, no matter where in the world he found himself, irrespective of conflict, Simon rose above it. He had recently been to Syria, and experienced traumatic incidents firsthand. Yet he seemed to take it all in his stride. Okay, as a freelancer, he would pick his topics, go where he felt it was necessary to document photographically, and then sell on his photos, right? Yes. As I understand it, he would occasionally be asked directly by an editor if he would be willing to take on an assignment, but for the most part he went through his own internal selection process. Can you recall who his editors were? No. The word seemed to carry with it an extra emphasis. Bliss wondered about that. Simon and I agreed that his work was out of bounds, other than the shots he felt he wanted to share with me. I got the impression that he thought if I knew how dangerous some of his work was, I might worry all the more when he went away, perhaps even to the point where I attempted to compel him to stop. Neither of us wanted to stray into that sort of territory in our relationship. I imagine you worried plenty, nonetheless, Bliss said gently. If he knew Emily at all, he was as certain as he could be that she was a woman who felt deep concern, yet never once complained. Of course. Again that radiant smile. I knew the kind of work he did, but not the specifics. That was to protect me, I'm sure. Mostly it didn't, but I suspect I may have feared for him more had I known precisely where he was and what he was doing at any given moment. Which leads me neatly to whether you knew what he was currently working on. Emily took a breath. Something small and sad passed across her face.
That's just it, Jimmy. Simon wasn't working on anything. Not that I knew of. He was on a break, taking time for the business side of his business, meetings, working on ideas, research for future stories. Okay, but that's not a dead end. It gives me 2 more avenues to explore. Am I right in thinking that you don't know what he worked on last, nor what possibilities he was researching? Partially. Prior to Syria, his last job was in Myanmar. He was unable to get anywhere near the conflict zones. So I do know he diverted to Bangladesh. He was untroubled when he came home, and believe me, I knew whenever a story had affected him badly. As for his current research, no, I have no idea, I'm afraid. There was a slight lull in the conversation while Bliss put it all together. Curtis had not exactly left him any breadcrumbs to follow. He felt that whatever had happened was tied up with the man's work somehow, but he had yet to find a way to prise open the door leading into that aspect of Curtis's life. "Did your husband have a portfolio of work?" Bliss asked. For some reason he was still uncomfortable thinking of Emily as having been married. The word husband was like vinegar on his tongue. A website, perhaps? Emily's eyes flashed as she drained her cup. She nodded and said, yes, he did. It was little more than a gallery for some of his shots, plus his contact details. It seemed to do the trick. Good, I'll check that out later. When he worked at home, did he do so from an office? Yes, we shared a space. So would it be possible for you to access his notes, his computer? We could assess his browsing history. There was no answer right away. Bliss assumed Emily was concerned about the pair of them stomping all over her husband's privacy. He understood if so. On the other hand, the man was dead, and she wanted answers. If you think that's the only way we can make progress on this, then fine, she said eventually. Her voice was thick with reluctance. I'd like to do more, but as I've explained, my hands are tied when it comes to doing anything official, and if my bosses caught on to my involvement when I'm already heading up a high-priority case, I think I'd be for the high jump. Bliss felt bad that he was unable to offer greater comfort. He was already stretching himself because it was Emily who had asked. The husband's notes and computer files and history now appeared to be the only way to find out more about Simon Curtis's recent state of mind. Having settled the bill, Bliss assured Emily that he would find time to pursue the matter as far as he could, after which he would call to arrange a visit in order to search the office at their house in Home. This time, when they said goodbye, they shook hands less like strangers, but still crushingly awkward. Afterwards, Bliss headed straight back to HQ. The team had returned from the crime scene, and a small group of people awaited him in the incident room. The first to speak was Hilton, the CTU inspector, who had accompanied the team to the location. First of all, D.I. Bliss, I'd like to thank you for your cooperation in this matter. I've now had the opportunity to reflect upon the video footage, the scene itself, and the views of yourself and your team members. I have to admit that I am swayed by your instincts on this. Your colleagues were able to discover that the camera in question is actually recording footage for the owners of the land opposite the chemical plant. They pay a small fee for having it positioned on the pole within the grounds, as well as an annual sum to the same security company. My understanding is that it was set up to monitor access following an attempt by travellers to move onto the property. Secondly, the local authority is responsible for the trees and hedgerow along that road, and they trim back only whatever overhangs the road itself. That, allied to the fact that the pruning is clearly recent, suggests it may have been done in order for that specific footage to be witnessed. Whilst acknowledging that, however, Edwards jumped in, gathered closely with her new friends from CTU, it is conceivable that what we see is what we were meant to see, terrorists showing themselves to have carried out an act of terror. Then why not do it more publicly? Bliss argued. I'm not suggesting they would have done it in full view of the general public in broad daylight, putting themselves at risk. I'm asking why they would not make it more apparent.
There are many more appropriate locations where this could have taken place if this was genuine.
That's a valid argument, Bliss, and it has been duly noted. On the other hand, it is open to debate. The fact of the matter is we do not know for sure, and because of that we have to act accordingly.
So you're going to go with it? Announce it as a terrorist attack?
We're not quite that gung-ho, Garner said, smiling easily. Her green eyes glittered beneath the shielded ceiling lights. We are in agreement that this is described as a possible terrorist attack, and that the investigation is both ongoing and far-reaching, and will assess several other possible reasons behind the attack.
Bliss was stunned. He felt his stomach give way as if trapped in a lift that suddenly dropped several floors. The ever-present whistle in his ears became a clarion call. "You reached an agreement without my being present," he said. His hands clenched and unclenched, and he felt a vein pulsing in his neck. He wanted something to punch, or better still, someone. "How nice for you all. Thank you for waiting to discuss that agreement with me."
"Bliss," Edward snapped, a stark warning in her voice. "It wasn't like that at all."
"Well, exactly what was it like, Chief Inspector? I'm not suggesting you deliberately waited until I was elsewhere to reach this agreement, but I do wonder how it came to be reached without the lead investigator's input being taken into consideration."
"Perhaps you and I should discuss this in private, Bliss."
Edwards was now hugging herself, signalling to Bliss that she was reining in her own temper. "Oh, I have no doubt we'll do that. Discussing things in private seems to be all the rage." Inspector Garner attempted to intervene at that point.
"Look, our intention was not to cause any issues between you nor to tread on your toes, Inspector. The fact is, we were all aware of your views on the matter, and we did take them into consideration. We spoke at length with our contact at MI5, and indeed your own superintendent. This is not a slight against you. In point of fact, it was your influence that led us to settling on an announcement that merely hinted at the possibility of a terror atrocity."
It was appeasement. Bliss was angry, not stupid. He recognized the statement for what it was, yet at the same time it was impossible for him to ignore it without calling the woman a liar. Frustration raged within him. He was not disputing the call they had made, not entirely, only that they had done so without him. Once again he wondered where Fletcher was, as she had yet to show her face. About to say more, Bliss was interrupted by his mobile. He answered without looking at the screen. "Bliss," he said, his feelings spilling out in that single utterance.
"Jimmy, I'm sorry. Is this a bad time?"
It was Emily. Bliss turned his back and lowered his voice. "No, just work stuff. Can this wait?"
"Of course. I apologize."
Bliss heard something in her voice that told him this was not the case, that it could not wait. "No, I'm the one who should apologize. I snapped at you when I'm angry at others. Tell me why you called."
"Someone broke into my home, Jimmy, while you and I were together. They broke into the office. They took Simon's notes, his files, his laptop. They took everything."
Bliss closed his eyes and cursed silently. As Emily broke down, she sobbed, crushed by this turn of events. Without so much as a glance in the direction of his boss or the CTU officers, Bliss walked out of the room and into the corridor, which was thankfully empty. "Listen to me," he said. "Get out of there now, Emily. Dial 999 and report the break-in. Don't discuss anything that you and I have talked about. I can't get away from here right now, but as soon as I'm free, I'll be over. Text your address to me, and Emily, tread carefully, because this just ratcheted up a notch." Chapter 22. Bliss found it hard to concentrate on the meeting. The phone call from Emily was vexing him. What had started off as a heartfelt request for help, and initially had all the appearances of a suicide, had now become something else entirely, a potentially much darker beast altogether. Also, rattling around inside his head was a tidbit he had learned earlier. He could not stop himself from wondering whether there was any connection between the travellers, seeking entry onto the land adjacent to the crime scene, and Karen Bailey, the barmaid whom Duncan Livingston had been keen on. It would be interesting to discover whether her family, and those looking to take up temporary residence in those woods, were one and the same. Realizing he had missed some of the conversation going on around the table, Bliss pulled his mind back to the present. As an attempt at moving forward on a single agreed-upon course, it was a joke. In addition to himself, DCI Edwards, and now Superintendent Fletcher, seated around the large oval table in the conference room were the CTU pair, the MP and Muslim Council leader, and one other man whom Bliss did not recognize. Fletcher, so Bliss had discovered to his chagrin, had been in a separate meeting all morning with MI5 down in Cambridge. When she entered the room, she did so with the newcomer. He was introduced as Monday from 5, with no further explanation or details provided. Whilst Fletcher led the following proceedings, Bliss could not help thinking she was the marionette whose strings were being manipulated by the man from the security service. "Thank you for your opening thoughts," Fletcher said, taking everyone in with one practised sweep of her gaze. Her hands were clasped together on the table before her, next to a sheaf of papers clipped together to form a single briefing document. "I have called each of you here so that by the time we make any form of announcement we are all singing from the same hymn sheet. First, then, let me explain what we are about to do. I've arranged a media briefing for later this afternoon, during which I will reveal that one of the strands of our investigation will assess whether the murder of RAF Officer Livingston could have been an act of terror. I will confirm that we have security footage, whose content, and circumstances surrounding it, led us to that conclusion. I will, however, also stress that this is only one of several strands, and that we are not yet declaring it to be an act of terrorism at this point, due to doubts over the efficacy of that same evidence." Fletcher paused for breath, looked around the table. "Any questions so far? I will be continuing on with how I envisage this investigation moving forward, and intend to cover each of our roles within it." All eyes were fixed upon her, but no one spoke up. Bliss kept his tongue, for the time being. "Good. It has been agreed that the investigative strand looking at the terrorism angle will be headed up by MI5, as is their jurisdictional duty. The security service will be ably assisted by the CTU, as well as senior police officers. They will, of course, liaise closely with our own major crimes team, as whatever the reason behind the attack, the murder itself remains a crime. I will be the direct point of contact and will liaise with both my DCI and DI in order to secure necessary personnel and resources. Meanwhile, DI Bliss, with DCI Edwards as overall SIO, will follow up on any other strand. For instance, I know that Inspector Bliss was particularly interested in a possible drug-related angle initially. I should also make it clear at this point that there is a swell of feeling that we are only being led to believe in this terrorism angle, and that it is, in fact, not an overly credible possibility. I realise, Ms. Haverstock and Dr. Kermani, that you have not had access to the evidence we have all spent time with, but I can assure you that whilst initially an act of terror was made obvious, D.I. Bliss was right to raise his concerns over its authenticity. Smiling and breaking long enough to take a sip of water, the superintendent continued without seeking responses on this occasion. "And so we come back to our MP and leader of the local Muslim Council. We discussed this the other night, and in many ways your potential roles have not changed. I think you can both best serve the community in this city by standing firm with me, and together we will do our level best to ensure that this does not get out of hand, especially before any firm evidence is provided one way or the other. We must stamp down quickly on any incitement to conflict. We address the community as a whole, but we also seek out those who may wish to profit from any uncertainty. Now, please, if you have something to say, this is the time to find your voice." Bliss was impressed yet again with his super. The announcements were deftly handled, making it seem almost as if everybody in the room had taken part in agreeing to these arrangements. He had to admit that even he found nothing to argue with. The roles had been divided up precisely as he would have sliced them. At least he still had an investigation to keep his teeth firmly wedged into. He was more than happy with the terrorist strand being picked up by MI5. Several issues were subsequently raised and discussed. The priority was to keep rabble-rousers on different sides of the community from agitating and stirring up ill feeling ahead of any confirmation relating to the motive for the murder. It was then suggested that a joint statement could be put together, and this was latched upon as a positive step forward. "Then we are agreed," Fletcher said as soon as the language of the statement had been decided upon. "Inspector, please have either D.S. Bishop or Short sent to my office at the end of this meeting. I will coordinate with everybody, whilst you get back to your team and run your angles. By the way, am I right to assume that one of your theories is that the far right may be attempting to spark tension in the area?" "Yes, ma'am. Of course, if we rule out terrorism as a motive, then there are so many alternatives to choose from. We have no evidence that points us in any other direction, so it's down to best guesses for the time being." "Fair enough. We're counting on you to make progress, Bliss, because we'd all rather not contemplate where this may yet take us. Report directly to DCI Edwards, as per usual." "I wonder," Edwards said, "whether this would be an ideal opportunity to bring in DC Ansari. I think it would help to have a visible presence, a young detective from the very community she is here to serve." Bliss looked around the table. Nobody appeared to be either willing or able to respond, so he took it upon himself. "With respect, I think that would be the wrong move." "Of course you do. Why so this time, Bliss?" "Because it reeks of tokenism, and that's how it will smell to everyone within that community. DC Ansari is a fine detective, but if we would not consider putting someone of her rank or experience out there for standard tactical reasons, then we should not do so because of her race or faith." "I would think Ansari might welcome the opportunity to appear at such a media announcement, right there within her own community. She would be considered a role model, surely." "I disagree." Bliss shook his head, glancing around to size up the mood of the others in the room. "Jump in when you have something to say." "If she had the rank and if she had the experience to go with it, then I'd have no problem sending her out there, with no consideration for her background whatsoever, purely in terms of getting the job done. Right now the DC would know that she was put in that position for one reason only, and if she is even half the copper and person I believe her to be, she will be appalled and disappointed in us all." "I think perhaps Inspector Bliss is right," Dr. Kermani said eventually. Bliss could tell he had been against the idea from the beginning. "We do not want to send our mixed signals at such a sensitive moment." "I think it's best we leave things as they are," Fletcher said, looking sidelong at her chief inspector. "I don't see it as a worthwhile advantage, and have no desire to risk any potential disadvantages." Edwards nodded, but then immediately turned away with a heavy sigh. "There goes our beautiful relationship yet again," Bliss thought miserably. A short while later the meeting broke up. The man Bliss knew only as Monday, from MI5, said not one word throughout. Bliss watched him watching them and was fascinated at the minor tics and body movements as each person spoke. Bliss felt that by the end he had come to know exactly what the man was thinking. Yet he also wondered if that was what he was supposed to think, and had merely been bluffed. Bliss had encountered MI5 before, whilst working with both soccer and the NCA. None of them had ever been the James Bond type, more George Smiley. He often wondered whether that was the difference between MI5, the security service, and MI6, the Secret Intelligence Service, as the SIS personnel were a breed unto themselves. Bliss left the meeting thinking he would need to keep an eye on Monday, as much as the spook appeared to be keeping both on all of them. Having managed to slip away without being collared by Edwards, Bliss headed straight back to the incident room. The first person he clapped eyes on was Bishop, whom he instructed to go straight to the superintendent's office. He then gathered everyone else in a group and informed them as to how Operation Compound had been divided up. There seemed to be a general sense of relief that they were not being asked to follow up on the possible terrorism angle, and Bliss was glad of it. "Let's not spread ourselves too thin," Bliss instructed. "For now, I want us to run with just two theories. Either this was drugs-related, or it was something put together in order to incite racial tension within the city." "What's your spin on this, boss?" Ansari asked. "I personally think the former is far more likely, but both are worth investigating as far as they will take us. D.S. Chandler and I will pay a visit to our local band of fascist thugs. And Short, I'd like you, Ansari, Carmichael and Hunt to compile a list of our top drug kingpins and pay them a visit. Go mob-handed. Dogs and weapons. Tasers at minimum. No one is to discuss the possible terrorist aspect whilst outside these four walls. Simply ask whether anyone knew of or had business with Duncan Livingston and evaluate the reaction. Report back at evening briefing, please." Bliss checked the time. He was torn between rushing down to home to Emily and following the task he had just set himself. He came to a decision that he was not entirely happy with, but one which would buy him some breathing space. "A word, please," he said to Chandler. Bliss walked briskly to his office, Chandler following close behind. When they were alone, he took a breath and dived right in. "Pen, I need a favour. I have to buy myself an hour. Something has come up. Something personal that I don't want to have to go into right now. Thing is, I need to leave immediately, and I have to ask you if you will cover for me. I have no idea who might want to get hold of me while I am gone, nor when, but I don't want to have to explain myself when I get back." True to form, all Chandler did was nod and meet it head-on. "No problem. Anyone asks, I'll tell them you're out scouting the local haunts for our right-wingers." "Good thinking," Bliss nodded. "Cheers, Pen. I owe you." Chandler grinned. "Let's call it even, shall we, boss? You save me from being killed by a madman, and later I cover your ass for an hour. That seems equable." This made Bliss laugh, and it felt good. The investigation itself was proving problematic enough, but what had initially seemed like a quick job for Emily had now lurched out of control. He had to wrestle that back. 20 minutes later, he was pulling into Emily's driveway. A patrol car was also parked up, alongside the Bone Woman's silver Audi SUV. Following a rapid conversation with the two officers who were sitting drinking coffee with Emily in her kitchen, Bliss persuaded them to remain on site until the CSI team arrived. His intention was to take Emily with him and drop her at his place. At least there she would be safe, and he would stop worrying about her while he completed the workload he had ahead of him. Although reluctant to leave her own home, Emily saw sense in what Bliss was suggesting. Reminding her that this was most likely not a random burglary, more a targeted ransacking by someone who may also have been responsible for her husband's murder, finally did the trick. Emily packed an overnight bag, collected her coat, and was ready to go with him all within 5 minutes. Bliss used those minutes to take a look around inside the office. 2 filing cabinets stood upright with one drawer from each jutting open. Notebooks, documents, files, scraps of paper, and a miscellany of office equipment lay strewn across the floor. The office chair had been pulled over and was still on its side. There was a space on the desk where Bliss assumed the laptop had sat, a vague rectangular outline, the only sign that it had ever been there. The raid on this room had been thorough, and to Bliss it did not look like the work of amateurs. They made the 20-minute reverse journey back up the A1M together. As soon as he reached home, he located his spare key and handed it to Emily, as the two stood ill at ease in the passageway between the front door and his kitchen. "Take this just in case. If you need anything, there are a few shops close by if you make 2 right turns when you step outside. You should need nothing, but like I say, just in case. Don't want to lock you in and have you feel trapped. Make yourself at home. I aim to be back by 6:30, 7 at the latest, but, well, you know how these things go." "I do," Emily said. Her hands were clasped together, fingers agitating. Bliss understood her anxiety. "I remember it well." I can bring in a takeaway if you like. Then we can have a chat and talk all this through without interruptions." Smiling, Emily raised her eyebrows. "With you knee-deep in a case, I very much doubt it will be uninterrupted. But yes, food would be lovely. And Jimmy, thank you. I don't think I had realized quite how frightened I really was." "You're welcome. Relax if you can. Help yourself to whatever you find. I have a TV and a music system, so go nuts." Bliss fetched Emily's bag from the car and left it on the floor in the living room. He felt a whole lot better when he left. Emily would be fine on her own for a few hours, safe on neutral ground. One less thing for him to worry about. Chapter 23. The Anvil stood on Oundle Road close to the Valley Park Centre, which was more commonly referred to as Sugar Way, due to it hosting the central offices of the British Sugar Company. Although sugar beet production had shut down in the late 1990s and moved to nearby King's Lynn, the company still employed several hundred people locally, with many IT, HR and communications workers based in the revamped township. Bliss knew this because the more elderly locals still spoke of the stench of beet, which spread its pall over the city at one time. They thought less fondly of the short period during which the sugar beet and landfill competed to see which could raise the biggest stink in Peterborough. Little did they know I would come along and claim that title, Bliss often thought when the mood took him. Opposite the pub was an industrial estate from which the Anvil drew a great deal of its trade. On most afternoons the estate would find itself short of one half-assed garage, and the Anvil's back room found itself with Doug Ritchie fronting the Britain Unites right-wing group. Ritchie owned the garage, and the three other leaders of BU were employed by him as mechanics. The two-storey red-brick pub wasn't much to look at, and the boards outside advertised all manner of events that Bliss would drive 100 miles to avoid. The two detectives entered via a small porchway that served no useful purpose. Whistles and jeers from a handful of patrons went up the moment Chandler stepped inside. Her legs were hidden from view by trousers, and she was wrapped up warm inside a padded jacket. But to these men she was female and had a pulse, so could be regarded as both fresh meat and an easy target. "You lost, darling," the barman called out as he pulled back on a pump to dispense some casked ale. He was rail-thin, with both a goatee and a man-bun. Bliss despised him on sight. "I think the stripper auditions are further down the road, love." This remark elicited another barrage of whistles from the drinkers assembled in the bar. Over the years, Bliss had learned his lesson when handling those who abused Chandler. His only response was to stand back and pity them, whilst she took care of it herself. Bliss glanced at his colleague as she aimed a razor-sharp glare in the man's direction. "I wouldn't let you sniff my mouldering corpse, let alone see me naked, you ignorant maggot," Chandler said to Man-Bun, who with each word seemed to shrink into himself an inch. Without breaking stride, Bliss and Chandler continued to make their way towards the back room. "Hey!" the barman called out. "You can't go back there. Private function." Bliss stopped, stood still, and without turning took out his mobile. "Call in the drug squad, are we?" the barman said, a smug twist to his mouth. "You'll find nothing here, mate." Bliss glanced back over his shoulder and said, "No, I'm calling HMRC. I do hope your tax and national insurance contributions are up to date." Man-Bun knew when he was beaten. He dropped his chin to his chest and held out a hand as if to grant them permission. Bliss snorted and continued on his way. Bliss would later swear he heard Ritchie snarl as the door was thrown open. He stepped inside, Chandler in his wake. The room was small and reeked of cannabis. The nicotine-stained walls were a blast from the past Bliss could have done without. Before now he had never laid eyes on any of the four men who gathered in the room, but was aware that Chandler had encountered the group on a couple of previous occasions. "Oi, oi," Ritchie said, jumping to his feet and tossing them a mock salute It's Porky Pig time." His three minions bellowed their laughter by rote. Richie was an average man in pretty much every way, it seemed to Bliss. Maybe he pumped a little iron, and the story inked on his arms told Bliss the man liked his tats. But with his beer paunch, balding head, and pasty skin, he did not come across as a threat in any way, which only proved how looks could be deceiving, given his record was sprinkled with ABH and GBH charges. It seemed that when it came to a choice of weapon, Richie was a fan of baseball bats and pickaxe handles. He was also most comfortable striking somebody with one, only when surrounded by his own mates. Bliss had done his homework. "You need some new material, Dougie," Chandler told him, taking a few steps closer, adding weight to her smile. "Or better still, learn when to keep your trap shut." The three stooges got to their feet as one, literally rising to the challenge. Bliss moved between them and Chandler, his eyes taking in each of their faces. "Don't even think about it," he said. "Right now all we want is a chat. You want a ruck instead, that's fine by me, but you're going to need a good dentist and surgeon when I'm done with you." It was a bluff. Bliss could handle himself, but these three could take him easily. Thing was, he was an unknown quantity, and if he was right about this bunch being cowards to a man, they would think more than twice before risking their bodies in an unnecessary fight. As he suspected, they hung back, tossing uncertain glances at one another, more than at him or Chandler. "My DI is right, Dougie," Chandler said. "We're here to ask a few questions, that's all. Doesn't have to descend into anything naughty." Richie licked his lips. He hardened his stare, but the rest of his body noticeably relaxed. Bliss knew then that the so-called hard man did not have the stomach for it, as much as the rotund bulge beneath the scruffy brown T-shirt suggested otherwise. "You've got 5 minutes," Richie said, crossing his arms and rocking on his heels. Chandler spread her hands. "It'll take as long as it takes, but I have no desire to spend more time than absolutely necessary with your body odour, so let's start, shall we? To begin with, where were you late Sunday, early Monday?" It took only the thug's furrowed brow to tell Bliss this was a tree not worth barking up. No way was Richie faking his surprise at the question. The frown held not the slightest hint of guilt, only genuine bewilderment. "We were here until late," Richie said, looking at his pals for confirmation. "Then we went back to my place for a while. When these three left, I turned in for the night. Why? What are you looking to fit me up for?" Chandler turned to Bliss and shook her head. She had registered the look too. "Anyone else vouch for that?" Bliss asked. "Yeah, my wife. Actually, a neighbour as well. The tosser complained about the noise. I had to have a word." That must have been a thrill for him. Richie just stared at him, a smirk of satisfaction on his face. "I want statements off all of you," Bliss said. "Each of you get yourselves down to Thorpewood Nick within the next 24 hours, or I send a team out looking for you. They won't be as kind or as gentle as me and D.S. Chandler." "We ain't done fuck all," one of the knuckleheads complained. Bliss spun and fastened his glare on the man. "If you ain't done fuck all, that means you've done something, you bloody moron. Like murder the fucking English language for a start. Just get your statements in, and maybe we won't drag your sorry ass out of bed at stupid o'clock in the morning." He took a breath. Disappointment raged inside him. Life would have been so much easier had they been able to pin the young airman's murder on these idiots. But having spent only minutes in their company, Bliss knew that not one of them had the nous to have come up with such a devious plan. He was frustrated, and looking to take it out on someone, though this group of mindless hoodlums were not worth either the time or the physical exertion. "Remember," he said, raising a finger, "one day. Then we come for you. And when we do, we'll come hard." He turned to Chandler. "Let's get out of here. We ought to have realised this lot wouldn't have 2 brain cells to rub together." They left to a chorus of "fuck yous" and "wankers," but it was all pretty low-key and uninspired. Bliss felt himself growing hot in the cheeks. This now had to be about drugs, or they were all in for a long, hard ride on a road none of them wished to travel. Chapter 24. The media briefing was as stage-managed as it gets. Fletcher, Haverstock, and Kermani shared a table, and each played a part in the unfolding story they so desperately wanted the gathered journalists to buy into. Fletcher was matter-of-fact in terms of the investigation, stressing the fact that a potential terrorist attack was merely one of several leads the team were chasing down. The doctor was at pains to emphasize the exact same thing, beseeching his fellow Muslims to cooperate where required, and not to make any early and therefore wrongful judgments. He also reminded all concerned that Islam was a religion of peace, and that if the murder of Airman Livingston was committed by 3 extremists, they should be both exposed and condemned. For her part, Haverstock, the Westminster representative, attempted to reach out to all of the people in and around the city to form a common bond to support the police no matter what direction their investigative path followed. Bliss watched it unfold with all of his usual cynicism from a safe distance. The official pleas for calm, patience, and tolerance had no chance of reaching the furthest extremes of hatred, mainly because those whose views were forged upon ignorance and idealism could never begin to see reason. The pot would be stirred from both sides, and Bliss feared innocents would pay with blood, broken bones, and possibly their lives. In an ideal world, before any announcement, he would have been given time to follow his instincts, and hopefully revealed the murder to be drug-related or something equally socially unprovocative. Reluctantly, he accepted that ideal world had never existed, and that heightened security, together with the fear and suspicion it propagated, compelled the authorities to react swiftly and without equivocation. The team briefing that followed was entirely different fare. "You all heard it for yourselves," Bliss said, taking in the entire room. Neither of his superiors were in attendance, and there was no sign of the man from MI5 or the pair from CTU. It felt good to be communicating with just his team again. In case you didn't realize, that was the starter pistol being fired. From this point on, we will be scrutinized like never before. Importantly, however, we have been allowed to focus on everything but the terrorism angle. That's good, because it means we won't get bogged down by outsiders politicizing every aspect of the investigation. On the other hand, all eyes will be on us to find a lead that can shut down the other side of the operation completely. Chandler, who had been standing to his left and slightly withdrawn, now stepped forward. "The boss and I believe we can rule out our friends from Britain Unites. Equally, neither of us have been able to identify any other local right-wing factions willing and able to carry out such an act. Alternatives are thin on the ground. The possibility of it being drugs-related is high, despite our inability to find any connections between our victim and the trade. Duncan Livingston would appear to be unblemished in every way, apart from one thing his parents revealed. He told them he had received a promotion and a nice fat salary increase. That was untrue. Now, it may have been a case of their son spinning them a white lie in order to make it seem as if his career was taking off. But given his immediate superior had him on the promotion ladder anyway, that seems unlikely. We think, therefore, that the young airman was laying the ground to justify a much larger income than his salary would otherwise indicate. "Which leads us back to drugs, doesn't it?" Carmichael said. Bliss nodded. He dug his hand deep into his trouser pockets, and as he did so, he widened his stance to provide a more stable platform. "Quite possibly. It remains our favourite theory. But given what we know right now, we're going to have to go digging far deeper than we have so far to find any sort of connection with the main players in the area. As I said earlier, we're now working against the clock, and unless there are any other suggestions, the team aim will to be delve into this poor young man's life and tear it apart." "We start with your people on the streets," Chandler said. "Spread his name around, find out if anyone has heard whispers. I want the top 5 dealers on our list interviewed, and if they are all eliminated, then you move on to the next 5, and then spread the net wider. Anywhere within the regional boundaries. The boss and I will pay a visit to the Phillips family first thing in the morning. As the biggest empire in these parts, we may strike lucky with them. Unrestricted overtime until you hear otherwise. Keep the case file up to date. Let's hammer this and see what we can scare up. Oh, and one more thing. DC Ansari, would you please contact the CCTV people again and ask them for the video feed for the same camera going back 2 weeks? Those branches were broken fairly recently, and whilst I'm sure these people know how to cover their tracks, it might be interesting to see what footage was captured at the time the branches were tampered with. After the briefing broke up, Bliss spent the following 30 minutes in his office. There was nothing more to be done about their murder victim at this stage, so he switched his attention back to Simon Curtis. Simmering frustration boiled over when he found himself stymied by the system. Data protection often worked against the police, and in this instance, where he was seeking information without attaching a case number, his reach was severely limited. Unable to think clearly, Bliss decided to take a chance he would normally have avoided at all costs. Nick Preston was one of the technicians who worked in the Tech Ops unit. He and Bliss had bonded slightly in terms of sport and music, their rapport genial and friendly. Bliss was about to put that to the test. To his relief, he found Preston alone in the Tech Ops office, where the security footage had been reviewed. He would not now have to call the young man outside in order to ask for the favour he had in mind. The two chatted amiably for a couple of minutes, but Bliss grew increasingly uncomfortable. At one point he came close to wishing the tech a good weekend and leaving. But his desire to close this off with Emily was overwhelming. He also admitted to himself that the circumstances behind Curtis's death were intriguing, and the answers would not now be for his ex alone. Curiosity, as it always did with him, won the day. "Nick, I'm here to ask you for a favour," Bliss said, glancing out of the glass walls to make sure nobody was close enough to overhear their conversation. Preston frowned, but appeared unconcerned. "Okay, shoot." "I'm trying to find out as much information as I can about someone who was killed a couple of weeks ago. It was a possible suicide, but the facts are unclear. This is off the books, so anything I try to do will be flagged if I don't tie it into an ongoing case. I can't have that, given the nature of the current operation, and I can't think of anything to bury it inside of." "You want me to trawl for this info for you?" Preston said, anxiety now creeping into his voice. "That, or at the very least, find me a cold case still open whose number I can use. Something nobody will pick up on. Search for something not updated for a number of years." Preston was silent for a few moments. He eschewed the usual tech casual dress code and opted for smart business style. And he now fingered his tie as he chewed over what he'd been asked to do. He blinked behind his narrow-tinted spectacles. "If I get caught, I could lose my job over either option," Preston said, rubbing the back of his hand across his mouth. "Fine. Tell you what, forget about running the search yourself," Bliss said. "I agree, that could come back to bite you, unless you cover your tracks really well. But letting me have a case file number is a perfectly reasonable thing to do if I request it. Only I would know how I acquired it, and I would never give you up. Trust me on that." "I do. It's not a question of trust, sir." "Then you'll do it?" "This is for info only, right? Nothing more than that?" "Absolutely. I want to set minds to rest is all." Preston took a deep breath and released it slowly. "It's just a case file number, right? Why wouldn't I look it up for you?" Bliss nodded. "Why indeed. And Nick?" "Thank you. Thing is, and I mean no offence, sir, but even if you have access, I'm not convinced you'll know how and where to search for what you need." "What are you saying?" Bliss regarded the tech closely, as the young man's features softened. "I'm saying I know how to cover my tracks. I'm saying I can get more out of the system than you can. Let me have the name." The tension in the room had been palpable, but had now been replaced by confidence and optimism. Bliss thanked Preston and asked him to first search for a website in the name of Simon Curtis. A standard Google search located the site within seconds. Both Bliss and Preston browsed the site together. The photographs were stunning, but other than the contact details there was little else of interest. Preston then ran an image search. He scrolled down the screen a few times, a frown forming a ridge on his brow. This is odd. I'm finding duplicates of these photographs. Only the image data tells me they are the work of someone else. A woman, actually. It looks as if her domain was shut down years ago. But these images predate the ones I'm finding on your man's site. Bliss was puzzled by the finding. He wondered if that meant Curtis had plagiarized this woman's work for his own reward, or if the site itself, and therefore perhaps Curtis's career also, was a front. He set the thought on the back burner and decided they should move on. Less than 15 minutes after Bliss had provided the full details, Preston looked up from his monitor, hands paused over the keyboard. The frown he wore was deep and troubled. You say this Simon Curtis died a couple of weeks back? Yes, took a dive from a bridge close to Stilton onto the A1. And this birth date and place of birth you gave me are correct, as they were provided to me by his widow, yes. Also, given the searches I've already run myself, I know they are accurate because they provided me with the appropriate data. Why, what's the matter, Nick? What have you found? Preston pushed himself back from the desk and gave Bliss a long, hard look. Sir, it's more a question of what I haven't found. If this really is the genuine Simon Curtis, he died when he was 11 years old after suffering a violent asthma attack. Chapter 25. Bliss brought home some Italian takeaway, which he and Emily polished off in no time at all. Whilst he washed the food down with his current favourite brand of lager, Emily stuck to water. In his absence she had taken a shower, and now wore a deep red toweling robe over lilac pyjamas. To Bliss she seemed softer and smaller somehow. Younger even. The strain of recent events were etched deep into her face, though. She ate barely half of her meal, and Bliss sensed she had taken no pleasure in that which she managed to swallow down. The idea of adding to Emily's woes filled him with dread, but it could not be avoided. After Preston had hit him with the revelation about Simon Curtis, Bliss had sat alongside the young tech as he cycled through every relevant database. Together they scoured the system, working backwards. The Simon Curtis who was married to Emily and lived in home at the same address paid no taxes, no national insurance, and neither was he registered as self-employed or as the owner of a limited company. His appearance on the electoral roll could be traced back no further than 10 years. The same story was revealed when they burrowed into his credit rating and financial dealings. The property in home was in Emily's name only. According to the data, the real Simon Curtis had died in 1979, whilst the current version had surfaced in 2008. Having finally persuaded Emily into accepting a glass of red wine, Bliss found an opportunity to raise the issue of her husband's identity during a lull in their conversation. He patiently explained every detail in the order in which it had occurred. When he dropped the hammer on her husband's lack of verifiable identity, Emily curled up on the chair and hugged her legs, as if retreating from him. There has to be a mistake, she insisted. Bliss shook his head. I'm sorry, we couldn't have been more thorough. Then there has to be a reasonable explanation. Emily implored him with her eyes. Rescue me from this nightmare. Tell me everything is going to be just fine. Rising from his chair, Bliss walked across to peer out into the garden. He switched on the lights and spent a few moments breathing in the tranquil scene. He hated this. Emily had come to him for answers, but in return he had provided only more questions. Finally he turned, thumbing the scar on his forehead. Emily, the only possibility that comes to mind is that your husband may have been provided with a new identity and placed in witness protection. When I was with the NCA, I came into contact with the Protected Persons Service on several occasions. Most people under police protection don't get a change of identity. They're just relocated. And the service works to keep their new whereabouts secret, but there are also those who get the full package. So that would mean Simon once witnessed a pretty dreadful crime. Is that right? The way Emily asked the question told Bliss that something about the scenario made sense to her all of a sudden. A previous event or conversation seemed to be falling into place inside her head, like the tumblers of a lock reacting to the turning of a key. Bliss puffed out his cheeks. This was the part of the conversation he had dreaded most of all. Not necessarily. There is also the possibility that he was involved in organized crime, and had perhaps provided evidence for the prosecution service against previous employers or colleagues. No. Emily's shake of the head matched her firm tone of incredulity. Simon did not have that in him. A person may be able to change their identity and hide away from their past, but they can't lock away who and what they are, their true nature. The Simon I met, dated, and eventually married and lived with was not a bad man, Jimmy, and I refuse to believe he ever was. Yet you're not dismissing the notion that he may well have been in witness protection. Bliss took a sip of Cabernet from his own glass. There was a pause whilst Emily gathered her thoughts. Still hugging her knees, she said, "There were a couple of things, occurrences which, in retrospect, now that you have raised the question, might mean more than I realized at the time. My husband said something once which appeared to contradict what I knew about him. When we first started dating, he told me he had no siblings, and that he'd grown up in foster care, having never known his real parents. Yet one day, when we were discussing my brother, he mentioned something about making a balsa wood model, at which point he stopped. But I had the distinct impression he was about to say he'd made it for his own brother. That's still possible, Emily. He may have been referring to a kid he was in care with. Except that he didn't continue. He bailed out of the conversation and left it hanging. I didn't push him on it, although it seemed odd at the time. But also there was one occasion when someone stopped by our table when we were in a restaurant in Cambridge. The man spoke to him as if they had once worked together, but Simon had always worked on his own, to my knowledge. So now what I've suggested is making sense of those anomalies." Emily twisted around in the chair and edged forward, feet planted on the carpet, her eyes wide and fixed on his. "To a certain extent, perhaps. In all the time we were together, I never met anyone from either his past or present life. I didn't think too much about it. After all, he was an orphan and an only child. Plus, he made a solitary living. He never mentioned it, and I never asked." Clutching the folds of her robe, Emily stood and walked barefoot out of the room and into the kitchen. She returned moments later, having refilled her glass. She carried the bottle in her other hand and set it down beside Bliss's chair before taking her seat once more. He said nothing as she took a drink and ran her other hand through her straggly hair. He thought her eyes now looked distant and haunted, and knew he was partially responsible. "It was never a problem for either of us," she said. "Or so I thought. After a while, my friends became our friends, and I never considered the distinction between the two. Jimmy, do you really think this could be true? That Simon was in witness protection?" Bliss raised his eyebrows. "It's entirely possible. It would certainly explain a lot. And, thinking about it now, it could also be the reason he was murdered." As intellectual and aware as she was, the look of horror on Emily's face told Bliss that particular penny had only just dropped. Her head tilted forward, and her hair splashed across her face. Bliss wanted to reach for her hands,
but he felt self-conscious and didn't quite know how. "I still have plenty of contacts at the NCA," he said gently. "I can have a word with them. If Simon was under their protection, he's no longer around for them to protect. I think I can find out more for you. Doing so may also lead us one step closer to finding out who killed him and why." Bliss sat there looking on, still conflicted. But Emily made the decision for him. She slipped from her chair, took a couple of steps to join him on his, and sat there wedged alongside him, wrapping herself in his embrace, head down on his shoulder, weeping. They held each other for several minutes, Bliss hugging tight but saying nothing, allowing Emily to vent her grief without having to listen to platitudes. What was there to say? She had made a new life for herself with someone who was not who he claimed to be. She now had to accept that, as well as deal with his death. His murder, as appeared most likely from what Bliss could tell. Emily would question every day of every year they had spent together, asking herself how much of it had been fake, wondering if the man she had loved had ever truly loved her back. Bliss could offer no solace. He had never known her husband. He closed his eyes at the thought. There was something else Emily was eventually going to realize, another hurdle to overcome in the weeks and months to follow. Simon Curtis was not her husband's real name, which begged the question, had they ever been married, in the legal sense of the word? Bliss had no intention of raising that specific question. It would occur to Emily soon enough, probably from the moment she had her grief sufficiently under control to think clearly. For now, all he could reasonably do was offer support, be there for her, and to first find out the truth, and then help Emily adjust and cope with whatever facts emerged from those truths. As the night wore on, Bliss began to consider the sleeping arrangements. He lived alone. Nobody ever visited, let alone stayed overnight. Though there were 3 bedrooms in the house, he had need of only 1 bed. On the rare occasions he and Angie Burton had got together, they had chosen a hotel room. When Emily admitted to her exhaustion, Bliss persuaded her to take his room for the night. Too weary to put up much of a fight, she went upstairs, still dabbing her eyes with a tissue, her heart breaking right in front of him. Moments afterwards, Bliss pulled out his phone, looked up a contact and sent a text. He did so expecting no response until the following morning, so was surprised when the incoming text tone chimed just a few minutes later. Smiling to himself, Bliss read the response, and then pressed the call button. "Hi, Claire. Thanks for letting me call." "No problem. Long time no hear, Jimmy." Bliss winced. He had pretty much severed all contact when he left the NCA. It was his way. When he went, he usually went all the way. "Yeah, sorry about that. You know how it is." "Not really, but it's up to you who you keep in touch with. We're friends, so I'll take your call any time." Bliss was grateful. Claire Dunphy had been making her way through the ranks, just as he was looking to ease his way out. They had worked together on several occasions and had an easy relationship. Claire was gay, so there had never been any sexual chemistry between them to get in the way. "I'm not sure if you can help me. If not, perhaps you can point me in the right direction. Thing is, Claire, I think there's a possibility that someone under PPS, someone deep enough to have had a complete ID package, has been murdered." As he spoke into the phone, Bliss moved into the kitchen. He poured the dregs of his wine into the sink, left the empty glass on the drainer, then pulled open the fridge door and took out a carton of cranberry juice. He took a long pull from it. "How long ago?" Bliss cuffed his lips and grinned. Claire was immediately all business. "About 2 weeks, a fortnight Sunday." "How long under?" "Looks as if it could be as much as a decade." She gave a low whistle. In that case, they're probably on a monthly check-in, maybe even quarterly. Might not have been flagged yet. So what are the chances of you being able to find out? It took a few seconds, but Claire replied, If all you want to know is whether you're right or wrong,